What's your name?
Bruce Carter.
What do you got here?
This is Bernie Sanders in the early 60s,
right?
Chained to a black lady fighting for segregation of education in Chicago and getting arrested. So he has proven his love for black people a long time ago. Remember when back then people were getting killed and called Negro lovers and all the other stuff, but he was still on the battlefield. And I think that's the message that we have to resonate to African Americans, that this is who he is.
Yes.
And so once they understand that, then they'll do what they know. And so that's our job as black men, to stand up and get that message out, so they'll come in and put Bernie where he's supposed to be. And we won't have situations like Flint. Bernie will make it go away.
That's right, man. That's right.
Mark, you said it best. Bernie knows what he needs to do, and that's to get in touch with us, somebody reach out, because we're doing it, and we're for Bernie.
Okay.
Now, with Bernie, he's proven that he's for us. Now it's our turn to show that we're for him.
How does he get a hold of you?
Well, it's simple.
Who does he talk to?
He can call. He can call us. He can Instagram us. He can tweet us. He can Facebook us. He can ask for Bruce, or somebody that's a man for Bernie on our team. We'll get a hold of him.
This is a white guy for black men for Bernie.
You got it right. And hold on, I got something to say. Black men for Bernie. Where can we say? Blackmanforbernie.com. Again, that's blackmanforbernie.com. And my name is Sean Ross. I approve of this message. Let's go, Bernie.
Hashtag blackmanforbernie.com. Let's get out and vote. Let's let people know this is the best thing that we have right now. And it's a great thing. So let's get out and make it happen for Bernie.
Yeah, man. Yeah. What's your name?
Hey, everybody. Let's switch over to the other audio. There we go. Good evening. It is Michigan primary, and we're just starting to get some exit poll data. That was Black Men for Bernie. Captions for Bernie is who brought that to us. I want to thank that. That was Mark Ruffalo, by the way, who was filming that, and it was a nice testimony there from those guys, and we appreciate that coming in. How are y'all doing? Already got like 50 people joining us. We've got Sean Porter with me here, and Jesse sitting in the background doing commenting, and we'll be taking your comments. We'll be listening to everybody. Say hi, Sean. How you doing?
Doing good. How about you, John?
You know how it is. We were just talking about how it is.
Yeah.
We're doing good, folks. We're doing good. Bernie's doing good, and there's some interesting poll data coming through. I don't have. Nice, interesting. By the way, I'm just gonna totally stop right here. Hi, everybody. I'm gonna take a look at who's all talking in chat. We got Truth Can't Be Silenced and Steve P. and Nikola Tesla. And a big fan of Tesla, by the way. And George Piazza, and hey, Steph, thank you. 242 watching already? What the hell? Are you kidding me? Holy shit. Wow. Hi, everybody. Damn. Phone? Okay, so we do have, Bernie's going to be coming live in an hour, folks. We've got Bernie in an hour. Right now, we're going to talk about Michigan. We're going to talk about poll results, what's going on. We got some early data, some early information. Some of it's not so good, some was good. We're going to go over that. But wow, 240. Hi, everybody. Nice to see you all here. Thank you for joining us for the conversation. We'll get going on those comments as soon as I do what I was supposed to do before we started the show, which was switch over to the correct comment mod sheet. So apologies, everyone. We're gonna run a few things, talk about a few things. Right now, what I'm going to do is look down here and look at some of the information that Nigel Harrison has been dropping in here. And also, before that, I want to say hi to Reframed TV. I went there, I signed in, I looked at it, I'm interested. I contacted the owners, the creator. I'd like to talk to you. I like that. I'd like to expand the conversation and take a look at that. I understand that you guys are reframing our stream right now. So hi, everybody watching on Reframe TV. Let's figure out how we can coordinate and amplify voice, all right? Because I like what you're doing. It is about the conversation. I think that's awesome. But see, Nigel Harrison says 26% of Michigan GOP voters ID as moderate or liberal, and 33 ID as independent. That is a big, it's a big group of swag. It's a big swag of the GOP vote, which previously indicates Trump did well, which steals votes from, which probably indicates that Trump did well, which steals votes from Bernie. Okay, so you're saying it's a bad thing. Damn. Shit. I thought that was good. Before that, we have something else. Exit poll, 67% of voters decided over a month ago. That was the first thing that Nigel said, which doesn't bode well. At least I'm guessing that's what they're saying on establishment media. Sean, how do you think about that? Oh, he's on the phone. Shit, never mind. Sean's on the phone, everybody. Let's leave Sean be on the phone. What else we got here? 26% of, no, I read that already. 14% of Dems decided the last few days. 59 decided over a month ago. I find that interesting as well. Does anybody else have any newer data, any other information out there? Hey, Liberal Patriot. How you doing? Hey, Miss Nene. Kristen Snare. David Dunmer. Hi, guys. Jay Vintage, 1970. If I haven't called your name, I'm sorry. I try to call different names every time, but there are so many names flying through. Robert Jordan, and some of them I don't know how to pronounce. And I look at them and I stare at them, and then I realize I'm staring at them, and you guys are watching me stare at your names, and it probably doesn't make for good broadcasting. So, we'll move on. Anyway, let's talk about a few things going on as we get more information and updates. I think one of the most promising pieces of information is the news that a ton of people showed up. I want to say it was 2 million. Anybody have that number? 2 million people showed up there running out of ballots. And this is an article here. Amid high turnout, Michigan primary precinct runs out of Democratic ballots mix-up. All right. So we're seeing bigger numbers, big numbers. I'm scrolling through this looking for a number. Let's see, what do we got here? There's more than 3,000 voters in the city. Okay. All right. I don't know. I can't find the actual numbers because I can't read that tiny. Bottom line is, folks, big voter turnout in Michigan. What does that mean? Well, the exit polls are indicating that might not be the best, but for the democratic process, that's pretty cool. That means that a lot of people showed up, a lot more people than last time. ABC News said 2 million. That's what I think. I think it's 2 million. Yeah. Okay. That's what I'm saying, guys. Stockbox going to break 1,000 tonight? 1,000 what? Yeah, give me a link. Give me that link, please. Just on CNN. What did I see? I'm scrolling up to what do we got? I do need my glasses, but I don't know where they are. I think I left them in the car. I'm just seeing that note. Let me make sure I got the right. I think I got the right comment sheet pulled up here. Give me a sec. I want to get these started, guys. We got so much good news to talk about. We are going to be bringing you the Democracy Spring event. That's all coordinated and happening. It's badass. And tonight we got Bernie Sanders in Miami, and Scott is in Miami, and CBS Miami actually talked to us on Twitter. Hi, CBS Miami, local. Thank you. Thank you so much. They're going to be bringing us a feed, folks, so we should have a feed from CBS Miami, a feed from Scott. I'll be able to cut back between shots. Scott can give us some beautiful pans of what's going on and how many people are in there. So this should be fun. This should be a blast, folks. And thank you for being here. Thank you for bringing me links. Hang on a second. I'm checking some stuff. Michigan, 52% liberal, Nigel is saying, or very liberal. Exit polls. Sorry. Oh, no, not Mississippi. Not Michigan. Right. Thank you, Nigel. Thank you, Nigel. All right. What was I going to? See, now I can't remember what I was pulling up. We're talking about information. Here. We're going to listen to the new Bernie ad. He put out a new ad on the radio. It's a pretty good ad, and speaks truth. Let's listen to this and just hear what he has to say.
Bernie Sanders has always been on the side of Michigan workers and working families. Bernie voted for the auto rescue package, and he's the only candidate who's opposed the job-killing trade deals that have crushed manufacturing. But Washington has always had a funny relationship with the truth, so it's not surprising his opponent is out with a new radio ad trying to distort the truth about Bernie's record. The Washington Post spells things out pretty clearly, stating his opponent's campaign, quote, glosses over a lot, including the fact that Sanders is actually on the record as supporting the auto bailout. He even voted for it, unquote. The Post goes further, claiming, quote, it seems like she's willing to take the gamble that fact-checkers may call her out for her tactic, but that voters won't, unquote. Michigan voters deserve better than typical Washington tactics, hoping voters don't figure out what you're up to till it's too late. There's only one candidate who honestly tells it like it is and isn't afraid of standing up for Michigan workers, and that's Bernie Sanders.
I'm Bernie Sanders, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Bernie 2016.
All right. So there you go. That was the new ad, kind of laying out some truth, explaining the reality there. Hillary Clinton basically lying. All right. And the establishment media just going with it. Just something to remind everybody, the Washington Post has put out more than 16 articles in 16 hours, all with titles that smear Bernie Sanders. Great journalism there, Washington Post. Please, everybody, send them their love on social. Let them know how much they suck as an organization, okay? Because that's basically doing a disservice to the American public. Is that kind of writing? It's not the right thing to be doing. Reading another, what does this say? Mainstream media, establishment media folks is saying that if Bernie can't win in Michigan, that he can't win anywhere else. So that's going to be the narrative they paint tonight. We need Michigan to show up. We need Michigan to get out the vote, and I know they're going to be there, 2 million of them. You can't tell me they all showed up for Hillary. All right? There's just no way. I know we've got ground game. I know we've got much stronger ground game. So I'm counting on you guys. I'm counting on the burners in Michigan because we have to send a message to establishment media tonight. We have to. So, Scott or Sean, you find anything else? Anything? Any other news? Any?
Nothing news-wise. I've got tons of people already talking about it online, though. I'm out here tweeting already, so I will open up the doc and see if we have any questions coming in.
Okay, cool. I'll take a look at that set and I'll get them rolling. What I'm looking here for is to talk about some of the news. I don't know if you heard about this last night. How many of you watched the debate event last night? That was quite interesting. The sad piece of it was that I actually thought Fox did a better job treating Bernie fairly than any other news station has. All the supposedly Democrat news stations or liberal news stations or unbiased news stations. The reason is because they don't like Hillary. They like Hillary less, right? So they were meaner to Hillary Clinton. It was quite a reversal. Right? Hillary had to be a little more on guard. Bernie Sanders got some better questions, and I thought one of the most beautiful statements that was made was the guy who was a Trump supporter, and he said, before I ask my question, Senator Sanders, I just want to let you know that you are more honest and more trustworthy than Hillary Clinton, but I support Trump. Right? That's I thought that was badass. I really did. But some of the things that are not so badass, Michigan. Last night, just to, a lot of people. I preface this with a lot of people think that a lot of the things I say are overboard, that I'm too radical, that I talk revolution and I take the political out, and that I accuse our government of things that may be considered conspiracy theory. Okay, well, our government has become no different really than early 1930s Germany, right? When the Nazi Party was really popular with everybody and it really wasn't associated with what it is associated now. Okay, and something else that everybody needs to remember about America and the world in the early 1930s is that eugenics, the concept of creating the perfect human, which eventually led to what the Nazis decided was just the extermination of millions of people. Eugenics was popular, not just in Germany, but around the world with a lot of elitists, 1%, scientists and rich folk, including a lot of white rich folk in America, right? Politicians alike. So that idea, that concept wasn't unique to Germany. That's a vulgar idea that comes about often. Right now, Trump is carrying that vulgar idea in a different way, right? But make no mistake, our government, like any other, is always at risk of becoming that ugly machine, and it has become that machine. An example of that is right here in this article about the Michigan mayor. So this guy shows up at the event last night. He has every right to be there. He's talking to Bernie Sanders, who's behind him, and he says, hey, you're doing a great job, just want to compliment you. Some dude comes up to him and says, excuse me, sir. They pick him up, they take him out. He says, we want to ask you to leave if you won't be quiet. Now, they can't confirm that this was ordered by Debbie Wasserman Schultz, but it actually says here in the content, okay, when asked if Wasserman Schultz was making the request, Fouts said, the security guy said, don't say I said it. All right? And the reason, I mean, this is what, basically, I mean, the guy posted on Facebook, okay, Fouts himself, the mayor, posted on Facebook, basically said, I was almost kicked out of this debate because I was expressing my support for Senator Sanders, and other people were silenced as well. This is a Nazi government action. oppression of freedom of speech by a party leader who thinks they have the right to do so, the audacity to be that rude. That's an abuse of power. That leads to a Donald Trump kind of office. So the establishment government, folks, is the eventual Nazi government, okay? Make no mistake, anybody that says we need to be worried about Donald Trump will be defeated by the America that recognizes Donald Trump as just pure hate. I'm not worried about Donald Trump. What I'm worried about is an establishment government that continues to go down the path of Nazi Germany, because we're already on our way, right? Those of you who think that I am being crazy, who think that I am off my rocker or I am just talking too crazy, and those of you who are yelling at me for not putting up the comments, here they are. This isn't the only incident, folks. There are other incidences of oppression, right? The fact that our channel has been shut down twice for absolutely no reason is oppression. The fact that we have to fight to get Bernie airtime is oppression. That's government oppression of political speech through legislation. That's fascism. That's Nazi Germany. We are there. We are there. I just want to say that. So I didn't mean to go down that road and be all negative and stuff, but I just want to remind everybody we're fighting an insidious machine. This happened last night. Okay. And Michigan, I know you're going to turn out for this. You have to turn out for this, guys. We have a lot of people showing up. The polls, though, the exit polls and the polls that they had before, there's a couple things that were interesting that were happening. Like, there's this massive gap that everybody kept talking about between Hillary and Bernie in Michigan, and that was based on old polls. Recent polls show more of a tie. I think there was one poll showing at 5%. There was another poll showing a little different than that, but it was close. Bernie had really pulled the gap in closer, right? And so tonight really is, this is, you know, we start getting the actual results, and tonight really makes a difference. That we can see a diverse crowd. Bernie does have to win, but he has to do more than win. He has to win decisively. He has to win with a lot more votes. So I hope those 2 million that showed up were all pissed off Michigan burners, right? I really hope you guys bribed all your friends, and if I need to repay you for pizza and beer, send me the bill. No problem. I got a problem with that. Let's talk about some other interesting stuff here. Jesse dropped this in. I haven't read the full story, folks. Huge crowd in Miami, fantastic. And we've got a 10-minute video of Tim Canova like going badass with a bunch of people in Miami, kicking the revolution off there, and we can play that video later. Right now, folks, what are we at? 3:18. We're killing about another 30 minutes together, waiting for the Bernie Sanders rally to start, waiting for some updates on polls. I'm hoping my the wonderful news crew that we have in our Bernie 2016 TV Slack is going to deliver me the results, because I can't talk to you, click buttons, and find out what the hell's going on in the news. Scott should have a good seat. He and get this. You want to hear something really cool? I know I'm going all over the place, but I just saw that note. Bernie is winning Dems abroad, last I heard. Awesome. Earlier, was it today? Jesus, was it today or yesterday? I can't remember what day it was. I think it was yesterday. Yeah. I was on the Nicole Sandler show. Awesome show. She is in Miami. Scott is in Miami. They're going to connect up and deliver us a stream. Not only that, but as I said at the beginning, CBS Miami said they were going to deliver us a stream, and they talked to us in social. That was so freaking cool. Thank you, guys. And I don't know, before we never got any word from them. They didn't even respond to us. They wouldn't talk to us. And when I would send emails to the executives, they would basically tell us, we're sorry, you can't rebroadcast that. And then I would go off on a rant, and then they would just ignore me. But in this case, it's fantastic. So thank you, CBS Miami. I want everybody to like them and subscribe to them, and thank our local and independent media companies, because they seem to be able to step back and control their own content a little better than the giant media corporations allow through the national streams. And that's really helping us gain access to Bernie Sanders. So I appreciate these local networks. If you're taking a risk at all, or if there's something worried about that, we've got your back. All right? Thank you. Appreciate that, guys. All the independents and locals. TYT for bringing us all this great commentary that I use it. Thank you. right? So just a reminder to everybody, liking and subscribing and thanking and engaging with all of these independent media networks and stuff, that's how we help each other. That's the least we can do to help each other, right? It really is. Hang on a second to see where we are with comments. Man, do I have a lot of comments to catch up on. Shit. Okay, moving on. What other updates we got? Oh, I was talking about Ohio really quick. You see in this news about the 17-year-olds that are not being allowed to vote in Ohio? They're going to be old enough by the cutoff date, and so the Sanders campaign announced they're going in on a lawsuit against the Secretary of State in Ohio because this is voter fraud. Oh, yeah. My Bernie shirt, guys. I actually remembered where it was, and because I have different lighting now, I can. Hey there, Bro Patriot. How you doing, man? Here. I can wear the Bernie shirt, and the lighting doesn't glare. See, that was the problem. Is before the light would just glare off of it, and it would make it really irritating. But now it doesn't. So cool. Yes, very cool. Evening, folks. Evening. Sean's off the phone. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I'm back. Hi.
Sean's off the phone, everybody. Glad to have Sean here. Oh, here we go. Here's a picture I want to show you guys. This is from, now you guys always hear me talk about Mary Alice Parks because she was like the one reporter from the establishment media that said hi to us. And so Mary Alice Parks, we know you feel the burn, you just can't say anything. And here she is reporting on the lawsuit and campaign manager. That's Jeff Weaver making that statement about that right there. And that's just bullshit, folks. You can't, that's suppression. Again, that's suppression. Blatant, open suppression. 19 17-year-olds, from my understanding, it was 19 or 9, I don't remember. A gaggle of 17-year-olds wanted to vote, and they're being told they can't. That's bullshit. We got people showing up to vote, and we don't have enough ballots. That's bullshit. Okay. This shouldn't be happening with a modern, functioning democracy. We got to fix that stuff. This should be all electronic. One person, one vote. No delegates. No super delegates.
That really shows you the difference between the parties right now, though, in a way, because on one side you're kind of having a little splits at different points in each party, but on one side in some states you're getting so many, and that's great. That's a good problem that we don't have enough of, right?
Right.
Because if we had more of that problem, then maybe we'd actually do something about it to, But then on the other side, you have, red states with gerrymandered districts. That's one way where they're trying to suppress votes. Yep. And then they're just directly fighting voter right laws, and making it harder with IDs and stuff like that. And so it's interesting, the dichotomy that's being built when it comes just simply to voter participation. One party wants you to vote and wants more people to vote, and it's directly against the best interests of the other party, the Republicans. The less people, the more they get their way.
Well, I would actually change that. And the party that wants you to vote a specific way only.
Oh yeah,
okay?
Yeah.
Even though there are multiple choices within that party, so that's contrary to the concept of the party. But yeah, but you're absolutely right. For the Republicans, it's better when they have lower turnout, just in general, right? I mean, that's how they win, when there's lower turnout.
Yeah.
And the more ignorant you can keep the populace, the better off the Republican platform is. Right?
And the more money has an influence.
Yes. Well, of course, exactly. I'm looking at some of the comments here, and there's some highlights I'm going to read through. We've got some questions, comments here. Thank you all for being here. We've got a fantastic audience. Yes, we will have Bernie up soon, and it's wonderful to have you here. Bernie ran a radio ad correcting the auto bit. Yeah, we ran that radio ad. We did run that radio ad. I know I'm really behind in the comments. 408 plus. Holy cow. Wow. Thank you for being here. I talked about responsibility the other day. Whew, no pressure now. No pressure at all. You guys are wonderful. Thank you for being here. I know we have comment mods and monitors working. Thank you so much for keeping the conversation under control and dealing with trolls and making this the good place to have a conversation. Thank you, Lyle. I appreciate that. I'm glad to be here. You guys give me energy to keep going. I'm looking at some comments highlighted, and the unintended chaos. Anyone else apply to be a delegate in their state? It's a good question. You mean? That's a good question. I don't know how that works. How am I moving on up, John? Thank you, though. But being on the Nicole Sandler show, that was sweet. That was really cool. I thought that was fun. That's probably what it is. Having Tim Black on my show, having this work is moving on up for me. But I don't know how that works. Like when you go to a caucus, I know that when you go to a caucus, they choose, and that's one of the ways they like. It's kind of like a leverage point. Do you want to be a county delegate? If you want to be a county delegate, we'll make you a county delegate. You come over to our side. I know there's a lot of that bullshit going on with the caucus. On the primary side of things, I have no idea how that works. I honestly don't. So I guess that's what you do. You apply. Say, I want to be a delegate for my county, my state. I'd love for somebody to either drop in with the knowledge or tell me about it in the chat, because honestly, I'm ignorant of that. And the question was, has anybody applied to be a delegate? So tell me, guys. Tell us in chat. Have you applied, and what was your process, or what did you have to do to do that? I have no idea how it works. I am absolutely stupid in that regard. Oh, what do we got here? Whistleblower explains how you treat. Oh, interesting. Read some news. Reports of Dem voters voting for Trump so that Trump gets the nod for an easy Dem beatdown. Reports of Dem voters voting for Kasich to deny Trump, and reports of GOP voters voting for Bernie. It's all a big mess with results. That's what I'm reading straight from Nigel, guys. That's what I'm reading here. Michigan Dem voters, 52% continue Obama policies, 42% go further. Now that, if I use that right, that's more in line with kind of what I was thinking is like deficit there we had heard about. We'll see what's going on. Mississippi Dem, 72 continue Obama's policies, 28% go further. All right, we expected that. I talked a little bit about Mississippi today just to say, folks, we know you're left behind, and we understand that you're massively connected to the establishment machine, and we're going to do everything we can to pull you out of that darkness. And get it? Yeah, yes, get this thing trending. I agree, Zox. Oh, what else do we got? What did you link to? What is this? What is this? I'm taking on a link here. Mass Dems. All right, I'm not sure what that is. I'll look at that later. Okay. Anyway, moving on. We had another comment. There was another comment here that I wanted to address. Does Bernie 2016 TV stream every day? That is a good question, Sarah. Hi, Miss Nene. Glad to have you show up. Thank you for being here. Does Bernie 2016 TV stream every day? Yes. Usually we have a stream of something. There's at least one Bernie rally a day that I can bring you guys, unless Bernie's taking a day off. Do I stream every day? Yes. We used to stream daily a show called The Newsroom on Bernie 2016 TV. I moved it off of Bernie 2016 TV onto a new channel called politicalrevolution.tv. And yes, you can go there, just http://politicalrevolution.tv will take you to the YouTube channel, which is called the same. And that YouTube channel is where I moved to The Newsroom. That is a daily show that starts at 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern, and it runs for an hour and a half, 2 hours. I usually have live guests. Sometimes Tim Black is on. A lot of times he shows up now. We've got Sean Porter and other people. And it's the hard news. It's the real news, the news that actually matters for the 99. That's what I do there. And so we talk about that. It's the Bernie Sanders edition, so it's talking about the issues of the 99. But on Bernie 2016 TV, we have Bernie rallies and streams that we carry, and the debates we do meta unless we can actually get the stream from a local carrier. Like tonight, we're lucky to have both Scott, who's an independent stream provider and works for reader-supported news, and we have CBS Miami providing us a stream. We also do a show called We the People every Thursday. This Thursday, that was a good time to bring that up. This Thursday is We the People with John Fetterman in Pennsylvania, and I actually don't have the info on him to tell you what he's running for, but he supports Bernie. He feels the burn, and he's been in the news recently. He's a badass, and we're going to have him on a show. Very excited. We talked to his couple of his campaign people earlier today, and so he will be joining us for a special We the People. We had to work with the schedule. It's probably going to be on at 6 p.m. Thursday. That's 6 Eastern, but It may be 6:30, but John has another commitment, and we're going to change our schedule around. We're also going to be adding a lot more We the Peoples. There's so many politicians, so many Bernie-crats that we need to give airtime to. So Angela and John Spalding, who've kind of taken over We the People, are going to start booking. There's that question there, Sarah. We're going to start booking more and more of these and have more of these episodes just to get these politicians airtime, these candidates airtime. And so that's what we do at Bernie 2016 TV. And hopefully we'll get a crew together and we can get another episode of Disability TV happening. Maybe Pat Spray will show back up and we can get Native Life going again. All of those shows would move over to politicalrevolution.tv, but we will cross-promote between the two channels. As I said, we'll be running Democracy Spring. We're going to cover that like the Olympics. We're going to send them a live view solo unit, and we're going to cover that from April 2nd all the way through the 11th. We're going to have on-scene reporting, live coverage throughout the day, because I guarantee you that will not be covered by establishment media. So that's probably way more than you wanted to know about how many streams we carry a day. Hey, Sean, how's it going?
Hey, good. We just, speaking of We the People, I'm actually going back into the old, not back too far yet, but I just uploaded the Portia Bulger.
Yeah, Bulger. Yeah, Portia Bulger. She's a badass.
Yeah, it was a great episode. It's a classic, so that's up there, and you can check it out.
That's on the SoundCloud, right? Yep. Everybody, Sean's our archive. Sean is the Bernie 2016 TV, or actually the global engagement network that includes both Bernie and politicalrevolution.tv, the channels. He's the archivist. He manages that place, runs that place. So if there's anything in particular you guys are looking for, hit him up. He can put it together, and he can do them as fast as he can do them, and has the time to between all the other shit he does for Bernie 2016 TV. So we thank Sean for all that effort. Thank you, sir.
Of course.
I'm seeing some other questions here, like what are the results in Michigan? And I can tell you right now, folks, I don't have any results other than exit polls.
Yeah.
My understanding is they're not going to provide any results until 7, I think. Okay, so that's coming up in 28 minutes-ish. So we're going to hang out and talk and watch stuff and chat, and hopefully we'll get some results coming soon. I'm still looking for a good map. If anybody has a link to map of Michigan or however they're going to do that, just a Google link I could probably pull up, but I was looking for something more fun than that. Just so we could look at and talk about. I've got the Nate Silver thing up, but that's really an afterwards kind of long strategy thing of where we need to go. To stay on track, Bernie needs 67 delegates, and that actually doesn't keep him on track, folks. That keeps him behind track, but where he needs to be in terms of Michigan. Bernie needs to kick ass in Michigan. So we're hoping that Bernie comes off with at least 100 of the 100, and I don't know how many delegates are open, 130-ish delegates that are available, but they're expecting Hillary to pull 64, 62, and that's the problem. Is that's what she needs to stay on track. She's above track right now. If you look at the 538 thing, if you guys know what it's what the hell is he talking about? Show us, damn it! I'm talking about it. Let me pull it up. Where is that? Where is that damn thing? The problem is actually finding the link because there's so many links in here. If you guys don't know where it is, find it. We have it in the rundown, or no, we don't. Guys, get that link. Drop it in the rundown. Shit. I don't have it. Okay. It's kind of a cool chart. Has all this stuff on it. Bernie's behind the ball. It's at 86% of where he needs to be. Hillary's at 114% of where she needs to be. Okay. If Bernie does not do well tonight in Michigan, they are going to run this like insanity on establishment media and basically say Bernie doesn't have a chance. Okay, that he won't be able to pull off Ohio, which I know is bullshit. So we're going to have to work even harder. So hopefully, please, Michigan, I know you showed up. I know you delivered. Ah, there we go. Look at that. That's the 538 that I lost. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate that. John's neighborhood. It's John's neighborhood. Good morning, boys and girls. Today we're going to learn the word fuck. Can you say fuck? I can say that it's a Bernie rally. It's okay. Anyway, let's watch. We're talking. I don't want to talk about that. That's too depressing. We can't go to that yet. Let's watch something exciting. What, Sean?
Nothing. No, I was you're too depressing. That's good, John.
I can't.
It's time to be. No, it's good.
It's true. Like I can't. I got some depressing stuff we could talk about the environment. I got some depressing stuff we could talk about voter fraud, about Hillary Clinton and trade deals and lying and all sorts of other things. But
The real
really don't want to.
Every morning.
This is about being positive about Michigan. You know what I want to play that I keep forgetting that I have that I want to play is something that we didn't play this morning because we had the real Tim Black live with us, right? And so what we're going to do here is we're going to play his video that I wanted to play this morning anyway, and we are going to see what Tim Black has to say. And this is a message to Michigan voters. Bernie Sanders knows what it's like to be poor. Hillary doesn't. And this is there's some truth here. I mean, it's truth from Tim Black, folks. Listen to it. Think about what he has to say. Okay, this is good stuff. Here we go.
All right, I got to talk to my folks in Michigan. Michigan people, you got to listen. These people are lying to you about Bernie Sanders. They want you to think negative things about him because that's the only way Hillary can win. Listen, Bernie Sanders, he wanted Snyder to quit 2 months ago or be fired. 2 months ago, people. Hillary Clinton just came to this realization. I'm sure all of you knew he should have been out 2 months ago. Hell, a year ago. He said you shouldn't have to pay water bills if you live in Flint because the water was garbage. That should be retroactive, meaning if you got a water bill from a year ago, you don't have to pay it. When you go to a restaurant, you order food and the food is bad. Do you pay for it? No. You send it back and they keep the bill. Makes sense to me. All right? Instead of focusing on those points, they want to focus on Bernie Sanders said ghetto, poor black ghetto. Oh, come on. Bernie Sanders grew up in a poor black ghetto. He grew up poor. The man is still basically broke. I mean, he's not a millionaire like Hillary Clinton. Bernie Sanders, his father came to America broke from Poland. He had lost his entire family in the Holocaust. He came to America with nothing. Bernie Sanders grew up, him and his family grew up in an apartment, right? An apartment, they didn't own it. They had to make decisions like, we're going to pay the light bill, or we're going to buy some food this month. How are we going to make ends meet? We got to struggle and scrape and scrounge to make ends meet. And I'm not saying all black people live that way, but I'm saying some of us do. I remember growing up and didn't have a lot. I remember shopping at thrift stores. I remember weeks we didn't have meat. Like, I grew up like that. Now, I'm not saying all black people. I know we got some Russell Simmons black people doing very well, Morgan Freeman black people. Not everybody has a lot of money. Bernie Sanders grew up broke. Now, Hillary Clinton, she grew up upper middle class. That's right. And she's been the first lady for how long? And then she did what? And now she made $675,000 speaking to banks on Wall Street. Do you realize she made more money just giving speeches than some black folks make their entire lives? And they want to shout down Bernie Sanders for using the word ghetto? Now, I'm not saying Bernie Sanders knows what it's like to be black. And I'm not saying all black people are poor. I'm saying America's screwed up, and a lot of people are poor. You know what? And there's some poor white people who can relate to Bernie Sanders a lot better than they can relate to Hillary Clinton. She don't know what struggle's about. Hell, Hillary Clinton probably hasn't even done her own shopping in the last 30 years. If you want a president who knows what it's like to be a regular person, to have regular people problems, who wants to fight for poor people or broke people that have $15 an hour minimum wage so they can not have to live on food stamps, or if you're studying and you're working hard in school, you should be able to go to public school for free for college so that way you can pull your family up. I mean, you only got one choice. And that one choice is Bernie Sanders. And they can say all the negative stuff they want to say. They can trash him all they want. But the truth remains. Bernie Sanders knows more about our lives than Hillary Clinton ever will. And I don't care if she hangs out with Chris Tucker. I don't care if they hang out with Stevie Wonder. I don't care. Because at the end of the day, how you grow up has a lot to do with how you think when you become an adult. All right? I'm Tim Black. Feel the burn. Vote for Bernie Sanders. We're counting on you.
That's Tim Black, everybody. He was right. He was on the show this morning, and I gotta do what he said. I gotta get me some sound effects. He's got that explosion at the end, like adds that impact. I got nothing. Actually, I was just gonna say this when he said that earlier today. Jesse, you were asking like, and there's been other volunteers. 500 people. Hi, everybody. Thank you for having us. Although it looks like I dropped a few when I F-bombed. Literally, I think I lost like 30 people when I dropped the F-bomb, and then it came back up when Tim Black came on, Sean. It's interesting. It's interesting to know what the F-bomb can do. I'm not saying that's I'm just saying the correlation to the graph. I'm not saying that's why.
Yeah.
I have no idea why. You guys could all left go have pizza. I have no idea what you did. All right. Where was I? That was what I was talking about. Jesse and Robin Morris, and a couple other people were like, what could we do to help? I now have a new idea, and that is we get somebody to man sound effects. And you could set up a sound effect thing, and you could be in here, and you could hit the sound effect button when it's the right time, and we could just have that come through. That's what I need, and we can do that in the distributed environment. Like Sean could do it from where he is if he wanted to, but I'd really rather him not do sound effects. He's got other things to do. So that's You're not trading out of Twitter into sound effects, Sean.
Okay.
Sorry, you're stuck with Twitter, my friend, and doing reports on the news and other things, but. If somebody wants to do that and put together a sound deck for Bernie rallies, for the newsroom, for whatever the hell you want, and work with us on that, and whether it's somebody who's already in the volunteer group and is trained, or somebody who thinks that's a badass idea and wants to come in and get trained, that would be awesome. I think that's the Daily Show with John Ellis. Oh shit! Don't say don't go there. I miss John. Not that, Trevor Noah, fine. I miss John. Different. Trevor Noah, funny. I mean, great respect. But years with John, years.
Yeah.
When you build a relationship with somebody like that, felt like I lost a friend, right? And he went on to do better things. Go ahead.
I already pinned a deal with HBO for another show.
What?
Maybe someone.
No, John. No, you're right. He did. Yeah. I think you're right. I remember seeing that. You're right.
That's what I'm saying, man. HBO.
I know.
They're trying. They're giving them a lot of leeway on that station with all those channels. They're building up.
Then what's up with Bill Maher? What's up with Bill Maher?
Do you actually watch the show ever?
Bill Maher?
Yeah.
I watch it when I can. And when I do, he's usually quite Bernie complimentary. But apparently, he's been backpedaling.
Now, since we heard that and we talked about it, maybe a couple newsrooms in a row, I went back and listened because I get the podcast. I hadn't been catching up on it as much.
All right.
I don't know. Maybe I'm one of the bad guys. Maybe I'm one of them. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's like if he says two things that are complimentary of her. Even if it's like comparing her to Trump and the Republicans, he does that. I do that. Lots of people do that. I don't know. Maybe someone can give me specific examples. I don't see it.
There was a big stink. There was a big stink that happened.
What?
It was a big event, and it was like, Maher. I don't know what it was. That's what I thought it was. Like, and that's why I was like,
what's her name was on his show when she dropped the was it the Bernie Bros thing?
This was recent. No, this is like last 2 days. This is within the last 48 hours, or like 72-hour news cycle that just happened. And I guess, and it's not just him. There's been a couple other actors or big name celebrities that you kind of thought were feeling the burn that have kind of been like, Will Ferrell. Will Ferrell's the other one. No, I want democracy, right? It's like, no, you want to.
Like Bill will go pro Bernie for like 20 minutes and then do like a minute and a half or like one joke that's like maybe could be seen as pro Hillary, and that's all I saw. Like if you want to hold him, his feet to the fire for that, then I don't know. I think that's a little.
I don't know. Maybe.
Or I wasn't watching the right episode. One of the two.
I don't know. And if anybody knows about that, let us know. I wanted to show this because people are asking about results. Here's the results we have, folks. There they are. Zeros. It's like Bernie's Wall Street speeches. I got nothing here right now. So we're waiting on more data to come in. We're waiting on more information. As soon as we have it, just going through your comments. Anyone checking out Michigan Reddit page? I don't know. Eddie? We got Eddie around? Eddie's our Reddit man. Where's Eddie? He should be on our Reddit, and or should, if we got a Reddit thing going on, you guys drop it in Slack, and we'll pull it up and we'll look at it. I'm supposed to get tutored by Eddie on Reddit and understand what the hell's going on there, other than just a giant text conversation. So it looks like to me. So no, but I don't know the world. 561 watching now. It wasn't over the BLM. What did BLM say? And him saying that BLM was yes. That's what it was. Thank you, Jesse. Okay, here's what it was about, Sean. This adds different context. Apparently, it was, and I don't know when this was said, whether she was with him when he said this. Like I said, I haven't watched the episode. It was over BLM, Black Lives Matter, interrupting Hillary Clinton, and I'm assuming this is when the girl was there with the sign, interrupting Hillary Clinton. That's when this came out.
It's like, I've never been asked that before.
Right. Fuck you. Oh, I just wanted. She needed anybody watch NCIS? She needed a Gibbs. It just smacks the back of their heads. That's what sometimes you just want to do that. Just. But
anyways,
we lost people. So what Bill said was they were wrong, that they were rude. I remember that. He called them rude for going after her. No, Bill, that's civil disobedience. That's asking your politicians to speak some truth. That's asking for some accountability. That's asking them a question. That's not rude. You know what's rude? It's Hillary Clinton lying about what she did in the 90s. You know what's rude? Is Hillary Clinton claiming she even has a fucking clue what's going on with the black culture. That's rude. Me claiming that I have any idea what's going on with the black culture. That's rude. Any white person. Okay, so, you want to talk about rude, Bill Maher? Let's talk about not even understanding what's going on with BLM there. Not even understanding what that was about, and that Hillary's response was rude. Hillary was a bitch in that moment. Okay, so Bill Maher, I don't know where you were coming. That was it, Sean. So I guess that's not the stuff. What do you call that? There's my question to you. What do you call that?
I don't know. I mean, maybe that's just something that he's, I don't know. You listen to his show, or when I do, he's definitely. I think there's no mistaking that he's progressive and he's for Bernie, but obviously he's got his own opinions on things, and I guess I'm more with you on that one. I think. When it's that hard for you or me to get access to someone like that, we couldn't, you take your chances and you try and make it big. We wouldn't be talking about her if she would have been nice and polite, probably, but here we are talking about her because she stood up and did something that was, big and bold and brave, So.
Right. Well, and Jesse just dropped me the link. I got two things really quick. Jesse dropped me a link. Apparently, he called them fucking idiots. Okay, which is just, okay, Bill Maher, you're a comedian, but you're out of line. Okay, and secondly, to address everybody what's going on here, tonight is Michigan primary. We're waiting on data, and what's happening is the Bernie Sanders rally, which is also happening in Miami, is supposed to start here in about 11 minutes. So we're gonna work both. If we get update information on the Michigan poll numbers, then we're going to cut in and let you know what's going on. Otherwise, we're going to go to CBS Miami, who's broadcasting the Bernie Sanders rally, and they told us that on in Twitter and publicly. And so we want to thank CBS Miami for sharing their stream with us. I really appreciate that. It helps more people. But you can go to their site, just so everybody understands. We're not trying to take any. We don't want to take viewers from anybody. We're not trying to compete here. We're just trying to bring more awareness of Bernie Sanders. So, you can go to CBS Miami's site. It's cbslocal.com and miami.cbslocal.com. and from there you can click on their live link and you can watch their stream. It'll be a little ahead of ours, and we add our lower third and all that stuff. So if you don't want to look at any of that stuff, you can go to the Miami feed tonight, or you can go to Scott's stream. Now, Scott is also there, and he's going to be broadcasting on Ustream. So what I'm hoping to be able to do is cut between Scott's feed and the CBS Miami feed, give you some pans of the crowd, and just give you a better idea what's going on there. It's always better to have more than one camera angle, and we're going to run our lower third on it. But please understand that that's what we're doing. We're waiting for it to start. We've got about 9 minutes here, and we're just talking about things going on. I'm getting a little ranty about stuff, and Sean's updating us. We got everybody in Slack updating us on what's going on with the results, and we're frustrated because we don't have any results. Those are supposed to start coming in about 9 minutes. One more comment, yes?
One more comment on the Bill Maher thing, then we can leave it. But I just want to put it more into context because I looked it up because obviously he said more than just called them fucking idiots. And so here's the actual quote. Does this, and they add activists who interrupted Hillary for relevance, realize that Donald Trump is in South Carolina. 20% of voters who voted for Donald Trump disagree with the Emancipation Proclamation, Maher said. Clearly annoyed, he said, quote, and this is who you're going after? This is where we start the battle, you fucking idiots? So it puts it a little bit more into context. I mean, they aren't going after Donald Trump and Republicans as much, but I still think there's a clear reason and need to go after everyone.
Yeah, with strategy.
Yeah, everyone.
I think it's pretty apparent where Trump stands. I think we need to get some answers out of Hillary. I think that was exactly the point.
And it is hard to see that as like, is he not at least, he must be at least a little bit worried that this makes Hillary look bad, right? And that if you're not making the Republicans look bad with it too, then what are you doing, right? You only
right.
You know.
Okay. I mean, okay.
I don't know what else to say about it, but there you go. To put a little more,
all right.
so that we know
Thank you for
exactly
the
what the context. Yeah.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the context. I still think Bill was a dick, and I think he's wrong. So
well, that often happens.
But I have more. I mean, better respect for him understanding the context because I really like Bill Maher, and I didn't think he was like just shilling for Hillary, right? Yeah. I get it. I don't think it's helpful though, Bill. It's divisive. Okay, if you truly believe in burn, if you feel the burn, if you get where we're going, you have to be anti-establishment 100%. You cannot divide, right? And I say that as a hypocrite because it's impossible. You know that it is impossible to not speak divisively at times, and want to just So I get it. It's hard. It's hard for us. It's to put it in a very different way. Dealing with a situation where you need to have compassion for somebody who's an asshole. Juxtapose. It's like how do you do that? It's like I need to have. I totally get that I have to have compassion for you, and you're an asshole. Right? We have to do that with everybody, Sean. It's
true. It's true. That's like the social contract almost, right?
Right. You're only an asshole because.
I don't think I abide to it quite enough.
Right, exactly.
I'm a little too quick to be like, yeah, you can fuck off. Then
right.
I'm not really like, I don't like you.
All right, so we're still waiting, folks. I'm waiting for one of those two feeds to come in. Robin Morris, drop me a note here. Me for sound. Okay, cool. Robin, you want to do it? That's great. Love to have you do it. I was thinking that there'd be something you totally want to do. But yeah, we'll talk about that more later. What is it? Oh, Democracy Spring, if I didn't mention it. Go there, sign up, see what you can be there at democracyspring.org. Be a part of it, okay? It's going to be big. It's huge. Big thinking, big thing. I wouldn't be surprised if Bernie ends up there. Cenk Uygur is going to be there with TYT. We're going to be covering it with the help of LiveView. We really want to say thank you to LiveView for working with us. Follow at Tim Bartender. Damn it, do that. Follow Nicole Sandler. We're working with her, and we're building a new ring of fire, I guess I'm going to use that term because everybody knows what the hell that is, but it's going to be on politicalrevolution.tv. We're going to bring everybody together into the best group of journalists and reporters and show personnel, and I don't even know what to call it. We're going to do that, and we're going to build a new network to replace establishment media because we're tired of establishment media. They don't have a conversation with us, and they're full of shit. And then we're going to work to repeal the 1996 Telecommunications Act and reinstate some kind of a modern fairness doctrine, and we're going to move on with educating the modern world. There we go. That's just a summary of everything. I'm just
Very nice.
John, please tell folks they have a right to vote. Yeah, good point. Thank you for saving me. I had no idea what to say next, Lyle. Please tell everybody has the right to vote. We got to back up to that. Back up. Where'd that go? It's a long list of comments.
That's true. Even though we're a representative democracy, to truly represent us, you know, we all have to go out there. Otherwise, they're not forced to really represent the people. You know, if Republicans are the ones going out more often and they're out voting more often, which tends to happen, especially in off years, and that's because they feel, you know, being pushed against, at least now in our history more, you know, as, you know, we try and fight certain laws, like, you know, they're trying to fight, again, like we were talking about, voter ID laws or laws against, you know, gay marriage, you know, or just all these sort of laws that are kind of pushing against what is actually becoming the status quo in social terms. You know, we're becoming much more a progressive country in that way. And so it's
you just nailed it. Like Cenk Uygur said that. He said, "Wake up, America is liberal. The people are liberal. Stop pushing conservatism on us, right? The vast majority of Americans want a liberal nation. Stop telling us we want conservatism. Stop telling us that it's bad to be liberal, because we're done believing you. You know, we've seen how these liberal socialist ideas work in other nations and work in limited space around our country. Yes to democratic socialism. See Metal Music Map 1. I'm missing these comments. I stopped those comments for a second to finish that up, but we're missing a very important one here. Let me push this over here. If you live in New York City tomorrow, there is a release of the transcripts March on Wall Street. Somebody bring me some footage of that. I want to use that. That would be beautiful. And this next one here, the Miami rally will start soon. That was not the one. It was Miss Nene. What did she say? There you go. The polls close here in Michigan at 8 p.m. Okay. Hey, Miss Nene. Glad you're here. Thank you for representing. And yes, so 8 p.m., folks. That means that we're probably not going to have. Maybe we'll get initial data at 7. Maybe we won't get any data until 8. I don't know. Miami rally will start soon. Yes, it will. While we look at Sean and myself, I'm over here waiting for the damn stream to come in, and I haven't heard anything from Scott, which is not good. Usually by now I've had something from Scott telling me I'm set up, check my sound, check this, check that. So I have no idea what's going on, whether he got in. I don't know. All right. We'll see. CBS Live right now doesn't have anything going on. So if I'm on the wrong stream page, which has happened, folks, if that matter of fact it happened yesterday, if I am on the wrong stream page, please somebody get me a different link. That's basically what we need. Is I need the right local link. CBS Miami was telling me they were going to cover it, and so that's what we're waiting to find out. Maybe while we're waiting for this to happen, it's supposed to kick in. What I'm going to do is run the Tim Canova piece. As soon as I find it, where'd it go? Here we go. Tim Canova piece. This is them starting the revolution in Miami. We'll run this right now, and we'll just keep the lower third running to your comments, and I will just verify streams. I see 500 plus, probably closer to 600. Thank you for being here. We're working on bringing you that Bernie stream. Hold tight. We're going to watch Tim Canova kicking some ass with the rest of Miami, talking for Bernie, talking about starting the revolution in Miami. We're going to watch that. We're going to verify our stream source, and hopefully we'll just come back to you with Bernie and the intro speakers, all right? Feel the burn, everybody. Thank you for being here with us.
Communication Workers of America, by the Great Panthers, by Asians for Bernie, by Youth for Bernie, by Miami for Bernie, by minorities for Bernie, the Progressive Democrats of America, the South Day Democratic Club, the South Florida for Bernie, and Tim Canova running for Congress. This is what a revolution looks like! the environmental group, Friends of the Earth. Okay, great to be here for Bernie. My name is Tim Canova, and I'm running for Congress against Debbie Wasserman Schultz. I've been running for 8 weeks. We've had this campaign going for 8 weeks. We've got more than 12,000 individual contributions. Debbie is going to be feeling the burn. We are running with Bernie on Bernie's agenda. Cleaning up our politics, not seeking any corporate money. All grassroots, small donations. We are not playing the corporate game at all. We are all about regulating Wall Street. We're about having trade agreements that are good for American workers and not just for big business. We're for ending this drug war. Ending this drug war, stopping the mass incarceration. My opponent is a big drug warrior. Debbie Wasserman Schultz has been taking money from Wall Street, from Goldman Sachs, from private prisons, from big pharmaceutical companies. It is time for this movement to take back. Sorry about that. I am proud to be here with you. And we're going to give them hell on March 15th and an early voting. Yeah! Okay, thank you for being here. Don't forget about our campaign after March 15th. Our primary date is August 30th. We need the Bernie Army to come and be ground troops in our fight against Debbie Wasserman Schultz this spring and summer.
Down with them. I am tired of the things the establishment is supporting. I have endorsed Bernie because he has the same platforms I do. Universal health care. I'm a doctor. I always have seen people with no insurance, no poor people. They don't get coverage. They get nothing, and it's time to change that. We need to increase the minimum wage. We need to give people a chance to prosper and to do well. Like we all remember, hope and opportunity. That's what it's about. If we give people hope and offer them the opportunity to achieve, we will have the best country ever. We must get rid of money out of politics. It's wrong. Just like Bernie, I do not take super PAC money. It is wrong. I am beholden to you. I am not beholden to corporations or the rich. The rich are rich enough. I am tired of them buying our country. We need to stop that, and that is why I am for Bernie Sanders. But remember, if Bernie does not get a Congress to support his views, then he can't do very much, just like our president has not been able to do what he has wanted to do. So we must also support people like myself, Tim Canova, Alan Grayson, progressives, who are going to go to D.C. and take the trash out. Thank you. Please go to my website, AlenaValdez.com. Let's support true progressives. Thank you.
I want to tell you something. Bernie has already won. In less than a year, Bernie has started to redefine words that have been used by conservatives and Republicans to hoodwink the people, brainwash them. The fear of socialism, the fear of progressivism, the fear even of moderates. They have turned the word moderate to a raising the minimum age to $15 an hour. She wanted 13 before. And she attributed the Iraq War. Bernie has started a movement that is going to go on no matter what happens in this election. Bernie has started a genuine revolution that we must keep going no matter what happens in this election. We must understand what is extremism and what is being a moderate, what is being a progressive. I want to ask you something. To advocate for Medicare for all, is that extremist? No! To end perpetual war and military adventurism, is that extremist? No! To try diplomacy first, is that extremist? No! To make the super rich pay their fair share of taxes, is that extremist? No! To provide a free education to our young people, is that extremist? No! To reform the so-called criminal justice system, is that extremist? No! To defend the rights of African Americans, Latinos, LGBT, and other minorities, is that extremist? No! To have comprehensive immigration reform, to pass for citizenship, is that extremist? No! Equal pay for equal work to women, is that extremist? No! To end the use of fossil fuels and curb climate change, is that extremist? No! To rebuild our crumbling infrastructure, is that extremist? Now, let me ask you about this. To advocate for the expulsion of 15 million undocumented immigrants, is that extremist? Yes!
Let's bring the values back. Woo! Let's move the pendulum where it belongs. The progressives. Let's do everything we can to bring Bernie up. Please. Our children and our grandchildren depend on us. Thank you.
All right, everybody. That was just enough time for me to come back and look over and see that we found a feed, I think. WPTV. Live Sabrina says this. I'm going to click on that right now. We're going to see what's going on. And awesome, if that's what we got here. Just want to make sure this is right. So give me 1 second. I know we got a lot of people watching online right now, and this is how it happens, folks. We search for a feed, we find one. Keep in mind that in a democracy, what do we got here? If our democracy were functioning correctly, we wouldn't need to do this. This volunteer network wouldn't need to exist. All right, I see that they have a stream. Looks like something started here. As soon as this comes up and I know that it's valid and something I can use and not a national feed where I'm going to get slammed. There it is. Okay. Wonderful. All right. Well, can you hear it? Here. You guys hear that? You hear the grooving music? I'll center on this and you can see what's going on. Thank you for being here, everybody. We do have a stream. Thank you, whoever found that. Wow, awesome. I'm going to frame this, and I'll have to do something a little different next time. But here's what we have right now. This is the live scene. And I'll just turn the volume down there a little bit. This is the live scene from courtesy of Channel 5. And I scrolled down. This is WPTV Channel 5. It looks like a NBC affiliate. Thank you so much. And I know I've got the cursor on the screen. We'll pull that off. We'll put it over Bernie's head there. A lot of people joining us. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ryan, Lavacek, Jesse, Robin Morris. I have no idea who found that one, but wow, badass. Who did you say here? That was 100% Karastana? Is the Karastana? Thank you so much. Really, thank you so much. Hope you guys can hear over the music there. I didn't mean to have the music all wailing. But yeah, we have, yeah, that's a crowd, folks. That is a crowd. So obviously they're late to start, which is probably why the CBS Miami feed really hasn't started. They don't really like to push these things on. They got nothing else going. So and it eats up. If they're using the same kind of system that we use when we need to, in LiveView LU70 or other LiveView upstream unit, then they're paying for the bandwidth. They're paying for the time. All right. Ah, there it is. Sweet. So CBS Miami Live is just kicked in, and they've got a nice, clean picture. So at this point, folks, it looks like I've got, shit, I may have 3 different camera feeds. We'll see, but I have at least 2. So that's awful nice. We'll get that pulled in. And, yeah, look at that. We've got a close-up shot there. Here we go. Let's show you the other one here. I'll get this one framed up, and we'll look at... We'll look at this one. There's a close-up, although they seem to be buffering a bit right now. All right. So now we've got our wide shot, courtesy of NBC Channel 5, WPTV, and we have our close-up shot, courtesy of CBS Miami, both local stations, both helping out the political revolution. Folks, both helping out the nature of political speech, of freedom of speech, because in all truth, we shouldn't have to do this. We shouldn't have to work this hard to bring Bernie Sanders to the people. That's something that should, if you're not aware, and it's something we talked about on other shows, the 1996 Telecommunications Act put our political speech in the hands of the 6 major network corporations, and that included CNN, which was bought at the time, interesting correlation, by Ted Turner. Okay. So he took control of CNN, and the 1996 Telecommunications Act went into effect, and that basically said that the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, the establishment party... Oh, we have somebody talking. Hang on. Hang on. All right, hang on, folks. I'm going to get this set up because this guy's going to do the Pledge of Allegiance, and it's going to take me a second to get this set up. So you're going to hear some weird stuff. Give me 1 minute.
Scott's feed, too. He says he's...
Scott's live. All right.
Yep.
I got to get that all set up. Give me a second, folks.
That our flag, it was still there.
We join the event in progress with the national anthem.
Say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? For the land of the free and the home of the brave. Few more minutes, Miami. You can be feeling the burn. The senator will be right out.
right, folks, that was the national anthem there, and right now I've got 3 different shots coming through, and what I'm trying to do is pick the best audio feed coming through. Scott's trying to bring us. Yeah, there was a little sound. I had sound off because I had basically what I had was multiple streams happening at the same time. Right now, like you can't hear Sean and you can only hear me, and we've got some crazy stuff going on with the stream. Give me one second here. I'm gonna use the CBS Miami. I'm gonna use the CBS Miami feed. And there it is. There's the audio coming in from those guys. They're playing some tunes. I'll cut that out there. That was them. It's, their audio channel. I got to fix. Here, you guys can look at this. So that's them setting up. That's their main stream right there. This is coming from CBS Miami. We really appreciate them delivering this stream, and I hope they raised the shot a little bit though. Scott is supposed to be bringing us one as well, but right now I'm seeing some connectivity issues, so I'm going to try to pull that. We have another stream from a different WPTV, which was an NBC Channel 5 NBC affiliate. But right now, all they're doing is playing some warm-up music, folks. I am moving between different shots, and we'll get that going as soon as they kick in with the intro speakers. That was, I don't know who was doing the national anthem there, but that was nice. Somebody kicked in with that. And yeah, Sean, you wanted to come in with some stuff. Oh, wow, we got Tim Black. Look, I'm blind, folks. There you had to deal with a little echo. Give me 1 second, folks, and we will.
Yeah, that's what I was saying is let's bring in Tim, say hi, and we have a whole bunch of questions, and we can say hello to anyone watching us on reframed.tv who, if you check, they've got our stream up there, and they do a cool Twitter thing alongside it, and so that's pretty cool. So our tweets are up there. And
all right, give me a second. I got Tim looking gigantic, folks. That's horrible. Give me 1 second. Tim is not gigantic, everybody. Well, I mean, I don't know. He may be, but he's not that gigantic. Give me 1 second. Here, there. There we go. Everybody can see Tim now. Thank you for joining us, Tim.
Hey, thanks for having me, John.
All right,
Sean.
We got so what's going on? You guys had stuff. What's going on? We're talking about stuff.
Man, I'm just like everyone else, man. I'm on pins and needles. I want to know, did we turn out for Michigan? Because we know when we turn out, we win.
Yep.
That's the big deal, man. So did we come out? Did we come out in force? What are you thinking, Sean?
We're hearing some pretty big numbers. We were talking about it. What was it, John?
2 million. 2 million supposedly turn out to vote. Now we have no idea what they were. The problem was what they were voting on, because which way they were voting was. We heard there was 2 million turning out to vote for Trump. To vote, there's a lot of different.
Oh, okay.
That's the problem. Is what were they out for? And maybe a mixed bag. There was some word about people maybe doing something. The reason a lot of them showed up was to kind of, I don't know, force the hand to Bernie or force the hand to Trump or do something like just like weird political tactics between one party and another. And then I think the most discouraging statistic I saw was that 67% of voters in the exit poll said that they had already made up their mind. I think that was the numbers. It was a high percentage, right? They made up their mind a long time ago, right? Like before they might have had an opportunity to get to know Bernie Sanders. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. Wow.
And I think there's a lot of people worried, but I think the turnout bet us. What was it? 17,000 people showed up the other day in Michigan for Bernie Sanders rally. 17,000 people.
That's strong. That's very strong. Yeah, I hadn't heard that. That's good numbers.
And the same night, Hillary Clinton, because I remember talking about this in the show. Oh, there's somebody speaking, folks. I'm sorry. This looks like Tulsi Gabbard. I'm going to shut up. Let Tulsi speak.
What it really means is when I aloha you,
hold on, guys.
It means I'm coming to you with an open heart.
Here we go,
I'm
folks.
coming to you with respect, with compassion and an understanding that we all stand on equal ground. We all stand together. That none of us is in this as individuals. We are all in this together, and that's what this campaign is all about. I'd like to get serious for a second. No one understands and appreciates peace more than those who have experienced war firsthand. During my first deployment with the Hawaii Army National Guard. We were deployed to Iraq in 2005, and I served in a medical unit there, where every single day I was confronted and faced with the incredibly high and immeasurable human cost of war. It was from my experience on both of my deployments to the Middle East that really drove home to me personally and to so many who I served with the importance of having a commander-in-chief who has sound judgment, who exercises foresight, and who has a military mindset to know when we should use our American military power, and just as importantly, when not to use that power. So I've talked a little bit about this with different people and shared about this need for the military mindset and why I'm supporting Senator Sanders, and they asked me, do you really think Senator Sanders has a military mindset? Yes, he does. Because having a military mindset, it's not about walking around trying to look tough, trying to act macho, making threats about dropping bombs and carpet bombing different countries. It's the exact opposite. It's analyzing carefully, objectively, looking at planned courses of action, understanding and having the foresight to look ahead, to see how others will respond to that proposed course of action, and thinking carefully about what those consequences will be before you launch that attack. That's why I'm here, and that's why I'm endorsing Senator Bernie Sanders to be our next commander-in-chief. I'm confident, as are all of you, that Bernie Sanders has the intelligence, he has the foresight, he has the good judgment, and yes, that military mindset necessary to make those most important decisions about war or peace. On the other hand, his opponent in this Democratic primary, Hillary Clinton, has made it clear that in this war that's being waged today in Syria, she favors escalating that illegal, disastrous war to conduct yet another regime change in Syria. We've seen how these wars have turned out in Iraq. We've seen how they've turned out in Libya. We need to stop this path and make sure we don't end up in the same place in Syria. Now, Senator Sanders has made it very clear, time and again, that he will not waste our precious resources and our American lives sending our men and women off into harm's way to conduct these regime change and nation-building wars. Instead, he will use those precious resources, your hard-earned taxpayer dollars, investing in rebuilding our nation here at home. So this is the clear choice that's before us, Miami. We can vote for Hillary Clinton and know that we will continue to spend trillions of dollars on these interventionist regime change wars, or we can vote for Bernie Sanders, end these counterproductive wars, and use these taxpayer dollars to rebuild our nation here at home, because we cannot afford to do both. Now, early voting has already begun here. March 15th is your final day to exercise your civic duty and responsibility and cast that vote which will impact the future of our nation. I see a beautiful sign there that says, "My first vote ever is for Bernie." So the time is now, Florida. Not tomorrow. The time is now to stand with Senator Bernie Sanders, my choice, for our next Commander-in-Chief. Please welcome him to the stage. Aloha.
That you want to see this country move toward a political revolution. Let me thank Erica Grahowski, Xenia Perez, and Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard. I want to thank Congresswoman Gabbard not only for her willingness to put her life on the line to defend our country in the military, but for her emphasis on understanding how important foreign policy is and that bad foreign policy results in the loss of lives of young Americans in the military and people abroad. And that bad foreign policy ends up costing us trillions of dollars. Now, I just came, just as one example, just came back from Michigan, and I visited Flint, Michigan. All of you know what's going on in Flint? In Flint, Michigan, children are being poisoned by drinking water filled with lead. Now, I don't understand how this country had trillions of dollars to spend on the war in Iraq, but we can't take care of Flint, Michigan. Now, what this campaign is about is doing something very radical. We are telling the American people the truth. And sometimes the truth is not necessarily pleasant. I wish from the bottom of my heart that I could come before you and tell you how great everything is, that there are no problems, but if I did that, I would be lying to you, and you know that I would be lying. So what we have to do as a people is have the courage to face the reality of where we are and have the courage to take on the big money interests whose greed is destroying our economy. So let me tell you several truths that other candidates will not tell you. Number one, and I say this as the former chairman of the Senate Veterans Committee, somebody who has worked hard, will continue to work hard to protect the veterans of our country. Tulsi Gabbard and other veterans have put their lives on the line to defend our way of life, which means our democratic form of government. And I want to tell you right now that our democratic form of government is under severe attack as a result of this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision. Now, what democracy is about, you agree with me and you want to vote for me, great. You disagree with me and you want to vote against me, that's great. That's called democracy. You get a vote and she gets a vote, we all get one vote. But what is happening now is we're losing this concept of one person, one vote, and what we are seeing is billionaires buying elections. What we are seeing is one family, the Koch brothers, and a few other billionaires. You know the Koch brothers. They and a few of their billionaire friends are prepared to spend $900 million on this election cycle. And their goal is to elect candidates, of course, who will represent the rich and the powerful. When you have a handful of billionaires, a handful, spending more money on a campaign than either the Democratic or Republican parties, that is not democracy, that is oligarchy. So our first fight is to overturn the Citizens United decision. Our fight is to make sure we have one of the highest voter turnouts in the world, not one of the lowest. Our job is to end Republican voter suppression. You got cowardly Republican governors who are working overtime trying to make it harder for people to participate in the political process. Our job is to make it easier, harder to increase the voter turnout. Next Tuesday, here in Florida, let's show the world that democracy is alive and well with a huge voter turnout. Huge. And I'm talking about a huge voter turnout. See, what the wealthy and powerful want, this is really what they want. No one says this. This is the truth. They want young people not to participate in the political process. They want your friends to say, oh, politics, it's all crap. I'm not going to get involved. They want working class people to say, you know what, nobody in Washington cares about me, I'm not going to vote. When you have low voter turnouts, then you have billionaires buying elections, and that is what we have got to overturn. What we have got to show. What we have got to show the American people is that when we don't allow the Trumps of the world to divide us up, when we stand together, black and white and Latino, gay and straight, they may have all of the money and all of the power, but you know what we got? You're seeing it here tonight. We have the people. And this is the lesson of history, when people stand together, there is nothing we cannot accomplish. Now, Secretary Hillary Clinton and I have a number of differences, and I want to briefly discuss them. One of them, in fact, deals with campaign finance. All right? When you run for president, sadly but truthfully, you got to raise hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, if not even more than that. And when I entered this race, I had to make a decision. Should I do what almost all candidates do and establish This is a very smart audience. You answered my question before I even asked it. But what other candidates do, and the way it's done, unfortunately, in 2016, what you do is you establish a super PAC, you go out to billionaires, you go to mansions, and you leave those mansions with millions and millions of dollars. That money comes from Wall Street, comes from the drug companies, comes from the fossil fuel industry. It comes from the wealthy and the powerful. That is one way you raise money. What Hillary Clinton has done is, in fact, establish several super PACs. She has raised $15 million from Wall Street. And in addition to that, she has given speeches behind closed doors to Wall Street financial institutions like Goldman Sachs. Now, here's the story on that one. She gets paid $225,000 for a speech. Now, that is a lot of money for an hour speech. I think that if you get paid that kind of money for one speech, it must be a brilliant, brilliant speech. And I think if it is such a brilliant speech, you want to share it with the American people. So Secretary Clinton has said she is prepared to release her transcripts if other candidates do. I am prepared. Are you all ready? I am prepared to make a dramatic statement right now. You all ready for it? I am prepared to release all of the transcripts of speeches I am prepared to release all of the transcripts of the speeches I gave to Wall Street. Here they are! You got them. Now, that is how Secretary Clinton raises some of her money. We do it in a very different way, and I want to tell you something. This is really important and kind of revolutionary, because if we want to break political dependence on Wall Street and the big money interest. The only way we can do it is to have campaigns funded by the middle class and working families. So when we began this campaign, what we said was something pretty simple but pretty radical. We said to working families all over this country, we know that many of you are hurting, but if you want to support a campaign that is going to take on the billionaire class, that is going to transform our country, we need your help. And you know what happened? Do you know what happened? And this is unbelievable. I never in a million years would have predicted this could have happened. In the last 10 months of our campaign, we have received 5 million individual contributions. That is more individual contributions than any candidate in the history of our country up until this point. Does anybody here know what the average contribution is? I love that. That's right. $27. To paraphrase Abraham Lincoln at Gettysburg, this is a campaign of the people, by the people, and for the people. Tulsi Gabbard, Congresswoman Gabbard touched on another important difference between Secretary Clinton and myself, and that is back in 2002. Back in 2002, there was a debate in Congress on what turned out to be the most important foreign policy issue in the modern history of this country. And as all of you remember, President Bush and Vice President Cheney and that whole crew they thought that it was a good idea to invade Iraq. I listened very, very carefully to their arguments, and I concluded that they were not telling the truth. I voted against the war. Secretary Clinton, who was then in the Senate, heard the same arguments. She voted for the war. And that war turned out to be the worst foreign policy disaster in the modern history of this country. And it gives me no joy to tell you this, but if you go to my website, BernieSanders.com, listen, read what I said back in 2002 about my fears about what would happen, and to a significant degree, what I said was right. Let me touch on another issue, which is obviously important to Florida and all states all over this country. And that is, hold it, oh. This is a sharp audience, I can't. You're about 12 seconds ahead of me, all right. I am a member of the U.S. Senate Committee on the Environment and the U.S. Senate Committee. I have talked to scientists all over our country and scientists all over the world. The debate is over. Climate change is real. Climate change is caused by human activity, and climate change is already causing devastating problems in Florida, America, and around the world. And here is what is really scary. If you listen to what the scientists are telling us, what they are saying is if we do not get our act together in a short period of time, by the end of this century, this planet will be 5 to 10 degrees Fahrenheit warmer. And what that means is it means more drought, and we're already seeing drought all over the world. It means more flooding. We are already seeing more flooding. It means for Florida and other coastal communities, it means more rising sea levels. It means also important to Florida, but the whole world, the increased acidification of the ocean. We are destroying our oceans. It means more international conflict as people all over the world fight over limited natural resources. To my mind, this issue is a no-brainer. And if we consider ourselves to be moral people, and to consider the needs of future generations, we have got to move aggressively in taking on the fossil fuel industry. And transforming our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energy. We have got to lead the world. We can't do it alone. We've got to work with China, Russia, India, other countries around the world. But we know already what has to be done. We have incredible potential with solar panels. Price of solar is going down. Incredible potential with wind. Iowa is already getting 30–40% of its electricity from wind. Texas. We can do incredible things with energy efficiency, making our buildings more energy efficient. We can create a state-of-the-art rail system which takes trucks off the road. Virtually every scientist who studies this issue knows what has to be done. But we're running into something really amazing and incredible. And that is, and this connects the dots to what I said a moment ago, I want you all to be thinking, how does it happen that there is no Republican candidate for president who will come before you, and tell you the simple truth of what I have told you, that climate change is real? And the answer is, the answer gets back to a corrupt campaign finance system. Because here is the truth, that if a Republican came before you and said, you know what, I've read the literature, I've talked to the scientists, we got a serious problem, we got to do something about it, on that day, the Koch brothers and the other fossil fuel campaign contributors would say, you are not getting any more money. That That is what a corrupt campaign finance system is doing to our country. And I say to those Republicans who are too cowardly to do the right thing, worry about your kids and your grandchildren and the future of this planet rather than your campaign contribution. In this campaign, we are listening to the American people. And what we are hearing from the American people is that workers cannot make it on $8, $9, or $10 an hour. You can do the arithmetic as well as I can. Multiply $10 an hour by 40 hours a week, by 52 weeks a year. You don't have enough money for a person to live in on, let alone a family. I remember I was in Nevada. Young woman, early 30s, came up to me. She said, Bernie, tears rolling down her eyes. She said, look, I've got a 6-year-old, I think, daughter. I make $10.45 an hour and I have student loans. I am scared to death about what happens to my daughter and to me. And this is, in fact, being played out with millions of people. And that is why, in America, we have got to understand that the $7.25 minimum wage in this country is a starvation wage. We're going to raise that minimum wage. We're going to raise that minimum wage to a living wage, $15 an hour. In America, if you work 40 hours a week, you should not be living in poverty. End of discussion. This campaign is listening to senior citizens. And what senior citizens and disabled veterans are telling me is they can't make it on $11,000 or $12,000 a year. And this is important, because as a nation, we have to understand that nations are judged not by how many millionaires and billionaires we have, but how we treat the weakest and most vulnerable amongst us. Here in Florida, where you have many seniors, in my state, where we have many seniors and disabled vets, if you look at the cost of prescription drugs, of health care, of keeping your house warm or cool, the truth is nobody can make it on $11,000 or $12,000. You know, what my Republican colleagues in the Senate want to do, and this is almost incomprehensible, what they want to do is cut Social Security benefits. What I want to do is increase Social Security benefits. This campaign is listening to young people. And what young people are telling me is, why does it happen that just because we go to college or graduate school, we are stuck with debt for decades? Just out of curiosity, how many people here are dealing with student debt? I rest my case. I have talked, and I'm sure it is similar in this room. I have talked to people in my own state. Young woman wanted to become a doctor. She went to medical school. She's practicing primary health care for low-income people, exactly the kind of doctors we need. She graduated medical school, $300,000 in debt. Talked to a young dentist in Iowa, graduated dental school, $400,000 in debt. Talked to a young man in Iowa, left college after 2 years, $60,000 in debt. Talked to a guy in Nevada, this is incredible. He's 55 years old, has been paying off student debt for 25 years, and he's more in debt today than when he started. So here is what this campaign is about, is thinking outside of the box, thinking outside of the status quo. Do not accept status quo, do not accept crazy reality. It is crazy. Everybody tells young people in this country education is important. Everybody says get all of the education that you can. Everybody says that we live in a competitive global economy. We need the best educated workforce possible. Why then are we punishing people for getting an education? What I beg of you and of the American people, take a step back and look at the crazy things that go on in this country. This country today is the wealthiest country in the history of the world. Nobody knows it because almost all of the income and wealth is going to the top 1%. Don't tell me that we cannot make public colleges and universities tuition free. Now, my opponents say this is a radical and crazy idea. Tell that to the people in Germany and in Scandinavia already do it. They are smart enough to know that they want the best intellectual capabilities of their people to come to become developed. What we want to do in this country is to tell every kid in America. I come from a family, didn't have much money, my parents never went to college, but I want every kid in America who's in the 4th grade or the 6th grade, I want those boys and girls and their parents and teachers to know that if those kids do their schoolwork well, yes, they will get a college education. And for those people who are crushed with student debt, met a young man not so long ago. This guy was paying 53% of his limited income on student debt. I want to give all those people with student debt the opportunity to refinance that debt at the lowest interest rates they can find. Now, the Wall Street Journal And the Washington Post and the establishment, they say, Bernie, you're Santa Claus, all this free stuff. You want to provide free tuition in public colleges, universities. You want to significantly lower student debt. How are you going to pay for that stuff? I'll tell you how we're going to pay for it. All of you know that as a result of the greed, recklessness, and illegal behavior on Wall Street, this country was plunged into the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. And you know what happened? Congress bailed them out. Hillary Clinton, as senator, helped to bail them out. Well, what I think is that right now we should impose a tax on Wall Street speculation. And if we do that, we raise all of the money we need for free tuition at public colleges and universities. Now, this is, again, thinking outside of what the establishment wants you to think. If this country could bail out crooks on Wall Street, why can't Wall Street help the working families of this country? And here is the simple truth on that issue. Today, a college degree in many respects is the equivalent of what a high school degree was 50, 60 years ago. 50 years ago, you had a high school degree. You know what? You're in pretty good shape. You go out and get a good middle-class job. But today, in many respects, not all, you need a college degree. And I believe that when we talk about public education today, it's just not good enough to talk about first grade through 12th grade. It has got to be public colleges and universities tuition free. This campaign is talking to women and listening to women. And this is what women are saying. They're saying, how does it happen that I work in an office or I work in a factory, wherever I work, and I end up making, on average, 79 cents on the dollar compared to men? That's wrong. And I know that every man in this arena will stand with the women in the fight for pay equity. There is no rational economic reason why women are paid significantly less than men. It's sexism, and together we're going to end it. Now, one of the things that this campaign is doing, and it's very hard with the media, because the media is not, by and large, terribly interested in the important issues facing our country. But here is an issue media is not particularly concerned about, but millions of young couples are. And I want you to think about this. Again, thinking outside of the status quo and outside of the box. Every person, or I should say at least every psychologist who studies human development knows that the most important years of a human being's life are 0 through 4, right? That is how we are shaped significantly in terms of our intellectual development and our emotional development. And yet, what we have today in our country are millions of young couples. Mom goes to work, dad goes to work, and they cannot find quality childcare. You have God knows how many kids who are 2 or 3, you know what they're doing that day? They're watching stupid television programs. This is unfair to those parents of the children. It is more unfair to the future of America, those kids. I believe that in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, yes, we have the resources to have well-trained, well-educated, well-paid educators taking care of our young ones. This campaign is listening to our brothers and sisters in the African American community. And what they are saying, and I agree with, and I want you to think about this again, because we got to overcome this status quo thinking. How does it happen that in this great country, we have more people in jail than any other country on earth? China is 4 times our size. China is a communist, authoritarian country that does not tolerate dissent very well. We've got more people in jail than China, largely disproportionately African American, Latino, and Native American. Today, and it's important that everybody understands this, because it is a national disgrace, an African American male baby born today, if we do not change this, stands a 1 in 4 chance of ending up in jail. Today in America, we have youth unemployment, which is off the charts. 51% of African American kids between 17 and 20 who graduated high school are unemployed or underemployed. And if you think there is not a connection between that outrageous number and people in jail, you would be wrong. So what we are going to do, going to invest for our young people in jobs and education, not jails and incarceration. And the African American community and the Latino community and all of us are tired of seeing videos of unarmed people being killed by police officers. I am a former mayor, Burlington, Vermont. I have worked with police officers. Vast majority of police officers are hardworking, honest, and are trying to do a very, very difficult job. But when a police officer breaks the law like any other public official, he must be held accountable. It is unacceptable that local police departments around our country are heavily militarized and look like occupying armies. We have got to demilitarize local police departments. We have got to make police departments part of the community, not an oppressive force in the community. We have got got to make police departments look like the diversity of the communities they are serving. In my state, and I know in Florida, there is a very, very serious problem with opiate addiction, with heroin addiction, and with other forms of substance abuse. We have got to understand that addiction and substance abuse are a health issue, not a criminal issue. We have got to learn and understand that, by and large, the so-called war on drugs has been a failure. Over the last 30 years, millions of Americans have received police records for possessing marijuana. Now, you can argue about the pluses and minuses of marijuana, but right now, under the Federal Controlled Substance Act, marijuana is listed as a Schedule I drug right next to heroin. Now, I trust that every person in this room knows that heroin is a killer drug, causing devastating problems in my state and all over this country. Now, whatever you think about marijuana, marijuana is not heroin. And that is why I have legislation in that would take marijuana out of the Federal Controlled Substance Act. Now, under our federalist form of government, we have federal, state, and local government. Whether or not marijuana becomes legal is a state issue, but it should not be a federal crime. This campaign is listening to our brothers and sisters in the Latino community. I want to tell you, if I might, a very brief story. In 2008, I believe, I went to a town some of you may know here in Florida, some of you may not. It's called Immokalee, Florida. Does that ring a bell? It's not. It's a small town near Naples. And the reason that I went there, because I had learned that undocumented workers were being incredibly exploited. Immokalee is one of the towns where a lot of low-grade tomatoes, the tomatoes used by McDonald's and Burger King, are grown. And I went there, and ironically enough, and I don't know if any of you remember this, this is 2008, on the day that I arrived in Immokalee, front page story is that some contractor there was being charged with slavery. Did you all hear that? I couldn't believe what I was reading. 2008, people are charged with slavery, holding people in involuntary servitude. Well, what we did is I got up too early in the morning, but it's when the tomato people, go to work at 5:30 in the morning, and I saw what they experienced. I saw what these workers experienced, and it was not a pleasant sight. They are underpaid, they were exploited, the housing they lived in was gross, and their working conditions were unacceptable. And what we did is we held a hearing in Washington, D.C. with the committee that I'm on, Senator Ted Kennedy, the late Senator Ted Kennedy. work with me to hold that hearing. To make a very long story short, that with the help of the great organizers who are working and the workers themselves, we significantly improved living conditions and wages for those workers. And what I have learned since in going around the country, speaking to the Latino community, is that people are frightened and tired of living in the shadows. They are tired and fearful about maybe a relative of theirs being deported. I remember. And what they are asking me, and which I agree with, is we need comprehensive immigration reform. And a path toward citizenship. And let me also say this. People in this country may have honest differences of opinion about a lot of issues, immigration reform and so forth, and I respect that. People have differences of opinion. But in the year 2016, bigotry and hatred is not acceptable. It is beyond comprehension that people like Donald Trump and others are thinking, are talking about sweeping up millions of people and deporting them. Not going to happen, never will happen, never should happen. And if Congress does not do its job and pass comprehensive immigration reform, I will use all the powers of the presidency to protect those people. Our job together is to unite families, not to divide families. Now, there is another issue I want to talk to everybody about, and that is, you got Republicans running all over this country talking about family values. And it's important that everybody in this room, in this state, and in this country understand what Republicans mean by family values. I think I'm just going to invite people up here to give my speech. Because you're always 8 seconds ahead of me. But here's what I was going to say. What I was going to say is when Republicans talk about family values, everybody needs to know what they are really saying is that no woman in this arena, in this state, in this country, should have the right to control her own body. I disagree. What Republicans are saying is they want to defund Planned Parenthood. I want to expand Planned Parenthood. What Republicans are saying is that our gay brothers and sisters should not have the right to get married. I disagree. Now, when you talk about hypocrisy, This issue is at a high... Now, I know I don't shock anybody by suggesting that in politics there's a bit of hypocrisy. But this issue kind of takes the cake in this sense. You got Republicans running around the country. They say, government is awful. It is terrible. We're going to get the government off your backs. We're going to cut Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, education. We're going to end the EPA. We hate the government, except when a woman has a very personal choice to make, then they love the government. And they want state government and the federal government to make that decision for every woman in America. That is hypocrisy. Let me mention to you that I am criticized every day for one thing or another. Mostly it's about thinking too big, thinking that this country can actually address the major crises that we face. I have apparently more confidence in the American people than many others. It turns out that all over the industrialized world, whether it's the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Holland, Scandinavia, Canada, all over the industrialized world, health care is guaranteed to all people. Now, the Affordable Care Act, and I'm on the committee that helped write it, has done some very good things. We have done away with the obscenity of pre-existing conditions. We have provided health insurance to 17 million more Americans. And we have done away with discrimination against women who are paying higher prices for premiums because they're women. But today, 29 million Americans still have no health insurance, and many of you are underinsured with high deductibles and high co-payments. All right? And in America, we are being ripped off big time by the drug companies. Some of the worst vultures in America. And they charge us by far the highest prices in the world for medicine. In fact, you want to talk about crazy? Here's crazy. Today, 1 out of 5 Americans cannot afford to fill the prescriptions their doctors are writing. Meanwhile, the top 3 drug companies made $45 billion in profits last year. That's crazy. And then on top of all of that, we spend far more per person on health care than do the people of any other country. 3 times, almost 3 times what the British spend, 50% more than the French, far more than the Canadians. Now, I have been criticized for something, so let me say it as straightforwardly as I possibly can so my critics understand where I am coming from. I believe that health care is a right of all people. And that is why I believe we should move toward a Medicare for all health care program. Now, one of the criticisms or attacks made against our campaign is people say, well, Bernie's a nice guy, he combs his hair ever so beautifully. Occasionally the suit that he wears actually fits him. But despite all of those attributes, he just cannot defeat a Republican in a general election. This is a brilliant audience. I got to tell you that. So let me tell you what some in the media may not know. That is in almost all of the national polls, we beat Donald Trump and we beat him by 2 points. And we beat them and almost always, not always, almost always do better than Secretary Clinton against him. And it's not only national polls, it is statewide polls, battleground polls. To give you an example, just one of many. Poll just came out the other day in Michigan, a battleground state. Secretary Clinton did very well. She was beating him by 16 points. We were beating him by 22 points. In New Hampshire, another battleground poll, we were beating them by 19 points. But it's not just polls. Polls go up and down. But I'll tell you why together, if Trump is their nominee, why we will defeat him. And that is because the American people do not want a president who insults Mexicans and Latin Americans. The American people do not want a president who insults Muslims, one of the largest. The American people do not want a president who insults women. Who insults African Americans. Remember, please, when you think about Trump, please do not forget that this was a guy who was one of the leaders in this so-called birther effort. You remember that? And that was an intentional effort to try to delegitimize the President of the United States because he was black. Now, it's a funny thing. President Obama's father was born in Kenya. My father was born in Poland. But nobody has asked me for my birth certificate. Maybe it has something to do with the color of my skin. I don't know. We will defeat Mr. Trump because the American people know that coming together trumps divisiveness. The American people know that community, helping each other, supporting each other, trumps selfishness. And most importantly, based on the religious teachings of every major religion on earth, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Buddhism, whatever, the American people understand that love trumps hatred. Now, a week from today, the people of Florida can play a profoundly important role in transforming our country, in helping to lead this nation toward a political revolution. We have already in this campaign won 8 state caucuses and primaries. And we always do well when the voter turnout is high, and we do poorly when the voter turnout is low. A week from today, let's stand up for a political revolution. Let's be prepared. Let us be prepared to tell the billionaire class they cannot have it all. Come out and vote next Tuesday. Thank you.
All right, everybody, we're back. That was Bernie Sanders, live from Miami, Florida. Thank you for joining us for that. That was incredible. What a great speech. I'm hearing from Scott that there was about 3,200, estimate 3,200, 3,600, something like that there, Scott. And I don't have him back with me. He said loud, 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 loud. Crowd was massively loud. And there's still walking people out there. I'll show you there. He's talking to everybody in the background there. Fantastic speech. We're still looking at the results coming from The Guardian. This is the site giving us these results, guys. And now that I don't have to, here, I'm going to pull it up here. This is The Guardian. They really do the nice little graphic with the moving Bernie and the moving Hillary and everything, and then below is the Republican results. That's why you see another guy down there. But those are the results as they're coming in. Bernie is scrolling off. Uh-oh, Hillary's scrolling on here, folks, to tell us she's won some counties. There you go. So thanks, McCobb County or whatever that was. The results still, Bernie winning ahead, slight lead. Here comes Bernie sliding in. There you go, Monroe County for Bernie. And we've got different ones we can look at here, folks, but that one's the most fun. The Guardian always does the nice fun. There is adding up the information there. Big thank you to CBS Miami for providing that feed to us. That was a really nice, clean feed. Scott Galindas was there and tried to bring us a feed, but as often happens with this, the bandwidth was just not enough to push up, and we were just having trouble getting that. There was also a feed for WPTV, which is an NBC affiliate, and we were looking at that for a while, but then they just gave me the same shot as CBS, and so we just stuck with CBS. More than 1,400. That was the last count I saw in here. Thank you so much for joining us. That's a lot of people hanging out, watching Bernie Sanders, hanging out with us. Really appreciate that. I took some notes. I was watching some of your comments, some of your notes. Like I said, we're still going on. 21% reported, folks. Just so you know what's going on. I'm going to look at a different overlay here. This is reporting from CNN Politics, and this is what they have to say about it. We got 21% estimate reporting in, Sanders at 50.3%, and Clinton at 48.0%. Now, what this really means, folks, is, and the truth be told, is that it's great. We want Bernie to win by the percentage because that's what they'll have to report in mainstream media, that Bernie won, okay, and that's good. But we really need this to be much more of a landslide. We have 21% reporting in, and we need more votes out there. I know we really can't do anything. I believe the polls are closed. The polls are closed, so there's nothing more we can do. But we hope that more votes come in for Bernie at this point, because now it's down to delegates, folks. And like I said, he needs to get 67. Hillary Clinton needs to get 64. Those were their markers within this particular race, according to 538. Or they're close to those numbers. You know where they're going to split. They're going to split the numbers. There's like 130, or there's 147 delegates with 17 super delegates, according to this chart. And if they split them, that's great. But it really doesn't do anything for Bernie, helping him get back on track. And that's what we want to have happen, is to have him get back on track there. And here we'll go back to the Guardian, and we see the results there. And there is. I love how they kick in with the messages. They do that for all of them, folks. Hillary's messages, Trump's messages. God, I hate to see what those are. Whatever the messages for Trump on that. But I took a few notes. Sean, you have anything you want to say? Or what did you think of that? It was a pretty loud-ass crowd, you know?
Yeah, the crowd was great, and the energy was really going. Yeah, they're definitely feeling the burn down there. And I mean, we knew that, it was definitely a purple state, and you just don't necessarily see that every time they're coming out to vote, because you just don't get the kind of movement that Bernie Sanders' campaign is kind of getting out. So you're seeing people. I'm sure there's people there for their first campaign rally.
Yeah, exactly. I got to make this statement to all the comment mods. First of all, fantastic conversation. I'm not showing the lower third. Stop dropping comments in, because I think we broke it. I think there are so many comments in here. We're past 500, folks, and I think we actually reached a limit at 500 lines, and that will import via this. I think we're gonna have to open a new sheet. That's pretty incredible. That's pretty badass, folks. I've never had this happen before, but the way we run this system is that the comment monitors, they're off-air monitors, they drop in comments, they grab them out of the YouTube chat, they put them on a Google spreadsheet, and then I pull that spreadsheet dynamically into the software, and I overlay the comments. Well, there must be some limit to the amount of data we can pull in a given time like this. I don't know where that limit would be, whether it be with live stream software or with Google or who, but I can't show the rest of the comments. I see them in here. They're great comments, but something's stopping me from. You broke it. You made so many comments, you broke it, folks. That's a conversation. That's a fucking conversation. So congratulations. Very pleased. Very pleased. Any new results? 50.3 to 48.0. Where we're standing right now. And has anybody called it for anyone yet? Do we know? I know they've called Mississippi. Just Clinton without. No, you haven't seen anybody just give it to anybody yet? No. I know they actually called it for Clinton in Mississippi without any results. I saw somebody report that. Like, with 0 results reporting, Mississippi goes to Hillary Clinton. Wonderful democracy process there. Let's see, what else we got on these guys? 22% reporting, 51.1% Sanders, 48.2% Clinton. And, I bet we're going to get Eddie's coming in, folks, to give us a Reddit update, I bet you.
There we go.
Give us some more information, some more numbers. Come on in, Eddie. All right, I'm looking at this. Nigel, yeah, it ends up 52-48 is what he's talking about here. It's a moral victory. Exactly. We need more than that, folks. We are at 86% of goal. Even if we hit goal for Michigan tonight, that doesn't help get us back on track, right? We need more votes. Damn it. We need more votes. And so we got to get out more people. This can be easily won by getting more people to these things than Hillary can. It's really that simple. And we know these people exist. We know they exist. Eddie, you in there? Hello, Eddie. Are you talking? Are you going to come in and give us some info? Or are you just waving? You just come in to say hi?
Sorry about that. I was getting my life together for a second. How's it going?
You should do that before you come on air. Just kidding. So tell us, what's up? Is there something going on in Reddit? You got some numbers for us, some stats, some information?
I was actually opening that up. I was making that spreadsheet again real quick.
Okay.
Cover everything else.
Let's see, Nigel just dropped this 50.1% with 10% in. Yeah, leading him. Okay. Yeah, we're looking at the Guardian. Nigel, I know you're looking at the Guardian thing too, my friend. I know that's totally what you're doing. There it is. Oh, here comes Hillary. I hate it when I see Hillary come rolling in. I hate that. Stop it. Get out of there. Somebody get her out of there. No parents should have to choose. Whatever, Hillary. Whatever. Are you copying one of Bernie's words? One of Bernie's statements? How many statements? I want somebody to put together a list of how many phrases Hillary has adopted from the Bernie campaign because she needed to slide further liberal, you know? There's a new sheet up? Oh, you guys are beautiful. Okay, Miami 2. Let's see if that fixes the issue, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm going to log into Miami 2, and we'll see if we can look at new comments. If you want to copy like the last 20 comments out of there and drop them into Miami 2, that's probably about where we're at, folks. I'll look at that. You did already. Guys, you're so smart. You're on top of it. Yay! There it is. New comments. Fixed. At least for the moment. Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you, guys. Nice to have the comment section back. Were there any, let's see, let's check over here with any questions going on? Anything going on? Mainstream media. I saw somebody make a really nice comment, and I want to say thank you. They said this is much better than watching mainstream media, and I agree. That's what this is for. To have a conversation, to be looking at different pieces of information, not having to deal with one stream that is filtered and censored and full of shit. Entertainment news. This is different. This is conversation, right? Oh, Hillary just made some more statements. I don't know what it was. We're at 50.1 and 48.2, folks. That's what we want. Tweet the stream. That's what Class Ceiling said. Absolutely, absolutely. Oh, Sean, I don't know how long we're going to keep on here, sitting here looking for these answers. They've given anybody information?
Yeah, I know, right?
It's going to be done. 22%, 24, 28. Go into a video or something.
It's definitely looking good. We can, we just need to keep on getting out there. We realize, like, I don't know, it seems like there's still momentum. We haven't hit the wall of, this is as far as we're going to go as far as getting new people on board. It seems like we just keep on going, keep on rolling. You still get people that are still, because you listen to mainstream media just even a little bit and don't hear this sort of rhetoric that we have here, then you really think that there's no chance. So as soon as he comes to your state and you're there with everyone else, you're like, well, it's obvious there's something there, and then you get a whole new, and you can tell now because, the results are coming in one place and he's at the next. He knows it, he knows he's doing the right thing. So
he absolutely is. He absolutely is. And, it's a good time to talk about states coming up. I don't know which ones they are, but we have Super Tuesday #2 on the way, right? And that one's, well, I'm guessing next Tuesday is Super Tuesday #2. That one's a big one. Is that the 15th? Is that March 15th? We're on the 8th. I think it might be March 15th. That's a big one, folks. Now, what this is states that are actually more in Bernie's favor than they were in Hillary's. The first Super Tuesday was really Hillary's big blast. That I don't think a lot of people that the establishment media doesn't really cover that. They don't give you that information. They write a completely different narrative about that. And so really the first Super Tuesday that we had was Hillary's. That's it. I got these states. Yay, right? And then they kept trying to push the message that Bernie didn't have a chance. And then, oh, look, Bernie just won 3 states. Wait a minute, he has a chance. And then tonight with his showing in Michigan, oh, What are we going to say? But Bernie doesn't have enough. He still doesn't have enough, right? I guarantee you the establishment media after tonight is going to say, well, Bernie held his own, but he doesn't have enough to win. You really just should give it up right now, and because Hillary's got to battle the evil Trump. That is the narrative they're going to say. Right? We have to catch up on votes. We have to catch up on votes, folks. That's really what it comes down to. We have to catch up on those votes. We have to get, but this Super Tuesday is where we can. The second one coming up, because there are other states that really do favor Bernie and not Hillary, and it'll be interesting to hear how establishment media lies about that information as we get closer to that date. It really will, you know. Somehow they're going to make it so that Bernie doesn't. The article that still pisses me off is the Politico article where the title was, you know, the Bernie drags Hillary campaign into slog for Democratic nominee or something like that. Like he's an irritating pain in the ass, you know. Not the largest populist movement in the history of this country or anything. Just an irritation to the Democratic establishment that wants to carry on with Hillary's coronation.
Yeah.
Rah. So, rabba.
No, well put, John. I mean, it's true, you know, and here we are, you know. What else can I say? Here we are fighting against it, trying our best to do our part, you know. And like you said, it's not something that, you know, we think that needed to be done or should have been needed to be done. But here we are filling that, you know, that hole in, you know, public knowledge. And so many of us are now online, so that's why, you know, it's important to make sure we keep our eye on that battle as well.
It absolutely is. We have more than 1,000 people still with us. Wow. Hi, guys. Nice to still have you here. That's crazy. I feel like I should do some blanket advertising or something for who we are and what we do. We're Bernie 2016 TV. We bring you streams of Bernie Sanders when we have them. Those are brought to us mostly by local stations and by volunteers like Scott Galindez, who's down in Miami, and we got Nicole Sandler now down in Miami. She was going to help work with us, and Biff and Kim Ward and many other volunteers and people on the net. And we have a great volunteer corps in here. We don't take any money. Nobody's paid for anything here. We also have politicalrevolution.tv, which is where the real newsroom moved to. And that's every day, 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern. And that is the real news. And we moved it off of Bernie 2016 TV onto politicalrevolution.tv so we could expand. And we've got, we're working together now. We're working with people like Tim Black. We're going to be talking with Nicole Sandler about working with her and bringing other people in to kind of our own independent network that tells the truth, that delivers the news and journalism with integrity, not like we see on establishment media today. So that's who we are. That's what we're doing. And thank you. I finally got me well, I've had this. The problem is I didn't have the right lighting, and it was a pain in the ass. Eddie, what's going on? You got something to tell us? Or are you just in here checking things out? You're just in front of the camera. Never mind. Eddie. I see Eddie drop down. Don't know what's going on. MSNBC is 25% reporting with 50%. Bernie at 50%. So lots of disparity. Interesting. Here's the thing, folks. If Bernie comes in, remember this. If Bernie comes in winning 50% and showing at least half the votes, they can't say he doesn't have a diverse audience. Okay? It's not like he got all the white people and Hillary got everybody else.
That's going to be the huge point of tonight. Yep.
You know, so remember, there is a win here. There's already a win. Okay, there's already a win, folks. The positive note here is that the establishment media has to stop spinning this idiotic bullshit notion that Bernie Sanders lacks support amongst minority. What he lacks support is amongst people who are not connected. He lacks support against people that do not connect to the internet, right? If you are an establishment media person, and that means you could be poor, uneducated, you could be a number of things, just not in an area where they offer the internet. Right? We live in a country that has a shit infrastructure, and it's costly to access the internet. You know, other countries provide it for free, and it's good internet. I don't think anybody really understands. I mean, other countries have good internet.
True. I don't think people realize how much of a lockdown Comcast has on that industry, and it's because they have ties with with government. So
that absolutely is.
Yeah.
TPP goes through, we probably won't even be on air.
And from what I hear, you know, they've got better programming over there too because of it, right? They're able to control the programming more because of that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. It's. I'm just looking at notes here. We've got CNN reporting 26% in. Bernie leads 49.9. Okay, so Bernie's leading. They can't. So there's two wins. I want to say we need to keep the lead, and then there's two things that they have to say. One, Bernie won, which is idiotic because it's really not about winning or losing, but that's the narrative they will have to say, and that's what they say when Hillary wins. They say Bernie won, but then they'll say, but he really didn't because he's behind a number of delegates. The other positive that we say is that Bernie shows that he has a diverse crowd, that he's not just getting voted in by WASPs. Right? It's the most ridiculous thing ever that they push this narrative that Bernie doesn't have support amongst any minority groups at all, and the fact that they try to divide us up by minority group at this point is just ridiculous. Because that's not how we are divided. Unfortunately, we are divided by those who are connected to the internet and recognize what's going on, and those who are not.
Yeah. Well, they try and divide it on that side, but we can see over on this side, you know, the progressive movement is all of us together.
Yep.
You know, as one, you know, coming together, knowing that what's, you know, good for one's good for all, sort of thing. And we have a couple people actually asking about donating to the channel, John. If you.
Oh, really? Okay, I will talk about that briefly. Give me a second. So, thanks for asking about that. Here's what we got going on. Bernie 2016.tv doesn't monetize the channel. But in order to help pay for like the internet bill and other things here, I set up fan funding. So if you go to the homepage on the channel, Bernie2016.tv, you can get there by http://Bernie2016.tv will take you to the YouTube channel. There is a fan funding button you can hit, and it gives you options there. I don't really get to see anything other than somebody donating money on a particular day. I don't see a name. I don't see a message. There's nothing there. I don't even know how it works. All right. I do know that it doesn't give YouTube any money, or it gives them very, very little money for the transaction. It doesn't put ads on our videos, and it doesn't engage in that corporate ad network. And that was one of the reasons I was very hesitant to monetize. However, the ads that you do see on Bernie2016.tv come from the footage that we run, the other videos. Could be a music video, could be, you know, other footage, whatever it is, and that I can't do anything about. That's how the YouTube system works, and that's okay with me. That's other YouTube creators, other people using the system to put food on the table, make money for their accounts, right? So that's just to understand what's going on with Bernie 2016 TV. So go to the homepage of the channel. You can donate by fan funding. In the future, when we have more of our shit together, we are creating a network of you know, hosts and anchors and guests and shows and stuff like Disability TV, Native Life, Sean Porter here, and Tim Black, and hopefully we'll work with Nicole Sandler, and there's many other people that I can't even frickin' remember right now because there's just so many things going on, and we're going to move them all over to politicalrevolution.tv, and that, folks, is our secret weapon, although it's not really that secret. That's our publicly secret weapon. The idea is that we're going to use YouTube's system to its fullest. We're going to become an MCN, and we're going to put channels underneath it, and we're going to grow a massive fan base, and we're going to monetize, and we're going to grow power within that system, and we're going to use that to proliferate the message, which is basically to inform the global electorate through engagement broadcasting shows like this one and the newsroom and whatever else, because eventually Bernie 2016 TV is not going to need to exist, so it'll kind of meld into politicalrevolution.tv. And there are smart people who want to deal with the business side of things, like Sean here, and other people like Jesse and Ryan and a whole bunch of other people in the volunteer group that are now working separately on their own time to put together an actual business and all of this stuff I just talked about. But for me, I just sit here, do this, and hope that you guys can drop a few bucks in a fan fund every once in a while. Keeps the internet going. And when we're done getting Bernie in office, all this other stuff should be in place, and we should be moving on with bigger stuff. So there you go. That's the long-winded. Any other questions in there, Sean?
That was a good nutshell what we're doing. And things are really moving along for us, so we appreciate all the support. We really do. I don't see any other questions. But, people are really, we're going to clean up Oregon, Washington. I certainly think that this shows that as well. There was no question about those states before. So now that Michigan's doing so well, and from what I'm hearing around here and seeing around here, yeah, I'm in the Seattle area. Things are I think it's going to do very, very well here. I don't know a lot of supporters of Hillary around my in my group, but maybe I've just surrounded myself with the right people, I suppose. I don't know.
Yeah, true, good. Are you looking at this? Somebody just said, look at Wayne County. Watch Wayne County.
No.
So sweet. So we got they're racking them up here. Results coming in: 50.1% Bernie Sanders, 47.9% Hillary Clinton. There's Wayne County with 601 votes. And just to everybody know, to be sad, it looks like Trump is leading for Michigan.
Yeah, well, I'm over it.
Yeah.
It's not surprising anymore. It's pretty clear that that's their guy, whether they like it or not.
Yep. Bernie just moved up a little bit there. You see 50.4%. Got some big numbers coming in. Big numbers. Come on, that's what we need. Big numbers, everybody. Sound like a red Vegas. Big numbers. Give me them big numbers. Come on, roll them in. That's 25% of the vote. Wayne County has 25% of the vote? Is that what you're saying? Or you're saying we're at 25% of the vote, Nigel? That would be a huge county.
Latter.
Wow. Wayne County, 1/4 of all of... Well, I don't know. Shit, it could be. That's what makes this fun. People who really did... What?
It all depends on how rural the state is, but...
Right. Absolutely. Look at these guys. Amazing comment mods keeping up with the 8-second flip. That's what this is. They have 8 seconds to drop in a new one, or else they end up behind or ahead to scroll. It's not really. They don't have to keep up with that. I'm joking. Still 1,000 people with us. That's fantastic.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Thank you for being here, folks. We're just going to keep doing this. 50.4%. Sanders, 47.7. Still nothing much change there. What are we going to talk about? What else has been going on? Do I get to mention the 2 degrees? Bernie Sanders. I'm going to talk about climate. Somebody else mentioned climate, and somebody else said thank you for mentioning climate. So I want to thank you. I think it was Liam. I was watching that come through, and Bernie Sanders mentioned he's getting harsher and harsher on his climate speech, and I appreciate that, because we really need somebody to be as harsh and as brutal about the reality of where we sit in climate change. Now, he mentioned, and Sean, you heard this, he mentions often the Earth is going to be 5 to 10 degrees warm Fahrenheit the next, I don't remember what he says, 40 years, 100 years, I think he says century, the end of the next century, the end of this century, right? I want to put that in perspective, folks. Right now, we just hit 3.5 degrees Fahrenheit above, okay? 3.5. That's where we're at. It's actually 3.6. 3.6 degrees Fahrenheit is what we've increased. Now, remember, Bernie said 5 to 10 degrees at the end of the century. Think about where we're at in the condition of the weather, the storms, the flooding, and everything now. What happens when we're at 5? Do we really want to find out?
We could stop it all today, and we're still going to get there.
Thank you. That is the other brilliant point. If we could shut off all cars now, stop producing fossil fuels right now, switch over to solar energy across the globe right now, we are still going to experience decades of global devastation. Decades. We may reach that 5 to 10 degrees Fahrenheit anyway, just waiting for the system to get back in shape. We don't know. We don't know, folks. We can model. We already have. See, here's why we don't know. People are like, well, that's why climate science is bullshit. We know. We've got the past model to look at what we've done. What we don't know is how long it takes for the effects to really roll into place, stay there, and stop. We've never stopped a massive cataclysmic climate disaster before. We've never had one to stop. We've made a few. The I'm just looking over here for numbers, and the numbers haven't changed. The Dust Bowl in Nebraska. I was looking at this article. There's one article I want to pull up. It's a little wordy here. It's not in the best format to look at. See if I can just pull this up, folks. Now you can't be able to read any of this thing on here. Here, hang on. So this is global warming, our future. And no, you can't read any of that. I realize that. But what this guy does, there's this. We'll get this page linked out. It was in the rundown for the newsroom. Go to the newsroom from today on politicalrevolution.tv. This article is in it. And what it says is what happens at different degrees. So we were already. So how many it was? Hang on, let me find this. What's the United States? Okay, so 6,000 years ago, I'm just going to read this to you. 6,000 years ago, the world was 1 degree warmer all over. Okay, so what we hit was 2 degrees Celsius above norm for a sustained amount of time, which is bad. It's something scientists said we'd never let ourselves get to. So all the countries around the world said we're never going to let ourselves get to that marker where we sit there for a while. You realize that most of the United States, or most of the Western Hemisphere, Northern Hemisphere, has not had a winter. No winter. When 6,000 years ago, the Earth was 1% warmer, 1 degree warmer all around, and Nebraska was a desert. That is the overall effect environmentally, globally. So when and that's stabilized, right? That's stabilized. The end result was desert. So who knows what the end result is going to be here, folks? That's really what we have to think about. Who knows what the end result? We don't want to get there. We need to stop it now. Here's numbers: 50.6, 47.5. That's where we sit right now. And Trump decisively winning. You're right. It's too late for the same old establishment politics, Bernie. Most definitely is. Anything else going on in comments we want to bring up, Sean? Can't hear you. What happened? Where'd you go? Weird. Audio died. That's weird. We have over 1,000 watching. There you are.
Oh, there I am. Okay. Hey, people are, finally, I think lots of Bernie supporters needed this. I think people were really worried. And even, no matter how big it is, it's nice to know that, yeah, people are actually hearing it. And like I said earlier, people are actually, I still think making up their mind, but they're making up their mind in the right direction. They're finally seeing that this is worth it, and he really is, what they say he is, right? It's one thing to hear it, but it's another thing to, have it start happening in your state. Right. That's when people really start talking about it. We're hearing, we're telling everyone talk to your neighbor and that sort of thing. That really starts happening the closer they come to your state. Then it's harder and harder to let Absolutely. Some people do.
Absolutely, absolutely. I see some people asking now if we here. Let me put you. People asking, is Bernie viable in Mississippi? And it appears that he is currently. I'm looking at this right here. Let me show you guys. Mississippi. Hillary's got it decisively with 81.7%, but Bernie is viable here at 17.5%, but we only have, according to this, still only 5.7% reporting statewide for Mississippi. So that doesn't bode well either way. And Donald Trump winning in the Mississippi, which just boggles the mind. Wow. Just boggles the mind. And let's go back up to Michigan, 50.6, 47.5. Same numbers we've been seeing there. So there's your answer. And somebody said, I just saw this come through. I agree with you that if this were Hillary Clinton in the lead with 50.6, and where are we at? What is the amount reporting at this point? Do you know?
Oh, I see where you're going with this, though.
For what state?
31%. I got it. I haven't pulled up your Reddit sheet. I'm looking at this. It's 31% reporting. Are you seeing something different on Reddit, Eddie?
I have not checked Reddit yet. For what state are you talking about?
Michigan.
For Michigan.
It says in the Guardian 18.8.
Reporting, yeah, they're off. 31% reporting in according to this chart here. Okay, mute Eddie. And we've got 51 Sanders, 47-1 Clinton. Now, what the person said is that we're already at, what are we at? I said it again, 31%. At this point, if Clinton were in the lead, they would have called it for her. There would be headlines out already. Clinton takes Michigan decisively with victory and power. They'd make it like the most, you know, Clinton wins Michigan, shows Bernie Sanders he's got nothing. So read something like that, right? Instead, they're saying, I don't know what they're saying. Probably Bernie Sanders struggles to maintain tie with Hillary Clinton in Michigan. That's probably how they word it. You see how those two are different, but they're the same? Really? It's, you know.
That's true. She'd be making her speech already at this point.
Right. So right now the political she would have done a speech already. Thank you. I'm so glad I won. She would have been doing that already, folks. So here we go again. 50.9. That it went up. It just changed. Yay. Just went up a little bit, folks. And Jesse dropped this in. This is the, I'm not even sure what this political prediction market from CNN. It looks like a screenshot. And 71% live odds that Bernie Sanders wins the Michigan primary. I find it funny that, now understand this, they did that and they said there was 100% odds that Hillary Clinton won Mississippi before they even counted anything in Mississippi. I find that interesting. We still only have 5.7% counted in Mississippi, folks. And here we go. Looks like Hillary Clinton is making some mouth here over on the Michigan site on Guardian. I don't know what they said. I love their little comments, their little statements and quotes. They grab quotes from Bernie and from Trump and from everybody, and they kind of drop their little political statements in there. I think that's kind of cool. Although I wish they were like feeling the burn and would drop some different statements in for other people. That would be kind of fun. I realize that would be biased, and we couldn't have that, and we complain about other journalists do that. But, you know, what can I say? It's getting late. What is that? I'm leading in Wexford County with 148 votes. Yay, Bernie. 50.9 Bernie Sanders and 47.7, I believe, Hillary Clinton. No, we will not continue to accept a corrupt campaign finance system, Bernie. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. What other information we got? We got more comments, I bet. We ran out earlier, and I forgot to keep going with them. It's totally my fault. We'll just keep running, folks. We'll just keep running. As soon as we hear it call, as soon as we hear them call it for somebody one way or the other, we'll just head on out of here with a tune and see you in the morning for the newsroom at 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern. And we'll hopefully we'll have Tim Black with us. And Sean, you'll be around in the morning, my friend?
Of course.
Absolutely. And we'll talk about the news of the day. We'll look at how establishment media completely spun the truth. We'll unspin it for everybody. Have a conversation about it. Drink some tea, some coffee, donuts, whatever you want to have. And we'll get going on Feeling the Burn for the day. Can comments run? Yes, comments can run, Duke. I just forgot where the hell they were. So, yeah. And, Sean, if you want to get out of here, split, man.
All right, man. Yeah, I have got family duty, so thank you for having me, and I'll see everyone tomorrow morning. Thanks for joining us, and feel the burn.
Awesome. Thank you, Sean.
Good night.
That's Sean Porter, our Twitter blaster and reporter for Newsroom, and he does so much stuff for us up there in Seattle and all around. As an awesome guy. He's been with the group for a long time. Thank you for being with us, Sean. And says Hillary cheating in Michigan. I don't think she's cheating. I don't think she's cheating, really. What do we got here? Duke, you say 51-47, favor Bernie, lead is growing. It's growing, but not by that much, guys, because we're still at, here we are in reporting. Good. I'm glad you stopped watching CNN. Although they're saying Bernie's leading by 10. Are they? They're actually saying that? Are they saying that in a good way or a bad way? Like he's only got a 10,000-point lead. That would be how I would take CNN saying that. This site is still showing 31% estimate reporting. I'm just going to refresh, see if we've got the same data coming in. Yep, 31%. Bernie at 51.2, so we gained a little bit. Hillary lost some, 46.9. That's exciting. Here's interesting. So Bernie's numbers just got better. Bernie's numbers just got better. And yet here's the Bernie Michigan Democratic primary live odds number. Notice that just went down 58%. Apparently now that he has a better lead, folks, he has a less chance of winning. CNN, something about your math seems off there. Not sure what you got going on. It's not Michigan only today. There was Mississippi, but Mississippi at this point is pretty much going to Hillary Clinton. We can take a look at these numbers right here and see where they're at. So this is saying Bernie 50.0 and Hillary Clinton 47.1 at this point. And they've already given Mississippi to Hillary Clinton, even though here we can scroll down to it and you can see, there you go. 81.9 for Hillary, 17 for Bernie. And that's with 11.3% reporting, folks. That is where we're at. Scroll back up here. Really want to thank The Guardian for providing the most fun and useful results site on the web. It's really nice. This one has bigger numbers so we can look at it and see it all together. And look, they just updated some results there. So there's that votes gap we're seeing right there. 146 to 133, roughly. 51.2 to 46.9. And then, again, apparently Bernie Sanders' odds have gone down as his numbers have gone up in polls, and the gap has widened. So that makes absolutely no sense. No sense at all. I'm going to go back to this. Go back to this right here. Good night, guys. You out of here, Moody Rebel? Thank you for being with us. 50.1, 47.0 is where they've updated things. It's wonderful. Who's in here? Is that Eddie? Who's we got? Sean, you're still in here. How are you still in here, Sean? I thought you were taking off, my friend. All right, we got him. That's usually we're hearing noise in Eddie's background, but that was actually Sean's background, folks. No change in numbers. 50.1. Frozen. What's frozen, folks? Me? I'm not frozen. That was just the screen. That was just the screen. Oh, did you hear about the news earlier? Maybe we should recap some of the news that happened earlier. Did you know that at the debate last night, everybody, that one of Michigan mayor was almost not allowed access to the actual event? Thought that was rather nice of them. Here it was. Michigan mayor says he was nearly kicked out of Dem debate. This is what happens when you have a Democratic Party that is corrupt. All this guy was doing was complimenting Bernie Sanders. He was told, and it's quoted in this, that he posted on Facebook 3 times about this, that the guard who was trying to get him out of there literally said, on orders from Debbie Wasserman Schultz, don't say I said it though, right? That's your Democratic Party acting like a Nazi party. It's really what it is. It's really scary stuff that would even be happening today in any of our government parties, that they would be doing that. That's oppression. That's silencing freedom of speech. You have no right to tell me what I can say to somebody else, especially at an event where I'm here to represent that somebody else. That's just Tim Canova, guys. We got to vote Tim Canova in Florida, get Tim Canova elected, and then let's get rid of Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Got to get her ass out of here, put Tim Canova in there, let's clean out the DNC. Maybe let's get rid of the DNC and create a new party, the Bernie-crat Party, right? The Democratic Socialist Party. As we wait for more results, we're at 51.3 now, Bernie Sanders, 46.8 Hillary Clinton. I'll click back to that here, folks. There we go. 51.3 to 47.6, I think it was. I have a D- voting record from the NRA. Did you know that Hillary just had a fundraiser, and one of the individuals involved in that fundraiser was a dude from the NRA? Big old NRA lobbyist? Yeah, Hillary raised money from there. While Hillary goes around touting gun laws and touting gun safety, she just raised a whole bunch of money from the NRA. How do you think that's going to go when she gets into office, folks? Where do you think her mind's going to go? How long do you think she's going to be able to continue to say that the money she receives, the millions and millions of dollars of money she receives from all of these Wall Street groups, lobbyist groups like the NRA, doesn't affect her decisions in the White House? How many Americans are still believing that bullshit? How many Americans believe that bullshit? Yes, Clinton News Network, CNN. Literally in 1996, Ted Turner bought CNN simply because Bill Clinton went and said, we're going to do the 96 Telecommunications Act and put all of the political information in the hands of the big corporate networks, and that way we can control the message. They've been controlling the message really well for that long. And we're taking that message back, folks. We're taking that message back with Bernie Sanders. We're taking that message back with the internet. This is our space, all right? Bernie at 51.3. Hillary at 46.8. And let's see, this is the Guardian's reporting 24.5 reporting. If I switch over to these guys, this is Michigan, this is CNN, I'm sorry. They're still reporting 31%, and they've got it at 51.4 to 46.7. And all right, I just am I blind here? Look at this. Look at this shit. So, am I reading this wrong? Can somebody tell me if I'm reading this wrong? The political prediction market says Bernie Sanders to win Michigan Democratic primary, 35%. And he keeps going up in numbers here, folks. What the fuck? Am I not understanding that? Shouldn't his odds be higher and higher as his gap rises? As he has more votes than Hillary Clinton? I don't understand that. I don't understand that. As we move along in this process, wouldn't you think, if it were Hillary Clinton in the lead, wouldn't it be going the other, wouldn't it be saying she's going to win 100%? She was, what the hell? This is the kind of bullshit. So somebody comes along reading that, they're indoctrinated, they pay attention, they don't question the results. That's the difference. 13,000 vote lead according to Kristen Snare there, wherever we are along the comment chain. Okay. Absolutely. Let's see what this has to say. The Guardian. 51.3. So here we go. 51.3 and 46.8. But then again, Bernie Sanders has a much less chance to win this, right? Remember, folks? There's a couple good memes that I found earlier. Fantastic memes. Guys doing some great artwork. This one's cool. This one is, that's Bernie in some show. I want to say Grand Theft Auto, maybe. Somebody did that. Feeling the Burn in Grand Theft Auto, San Andreas, or one of them. Thought that was cool. Here's another nice chart here. Hillary Clinton, big farmers, big contributions. Hillary Clinton, look at how high we're up there. That's the money she was getting, folks. She got that. She got a lot of that money. About 200,000 of that money actually hit way back in the 90s, and that's when she stopped promoting single-payer health care. Somebody made that. I thought that was great. Saw that on the web. Huh. And this is cool, if you weren't aware. The AFSCME Local 25 and Local 2057 voted unanimously to endorse Bernie Sanders for president. And this is actually the vote of the people, not their board. Like they took a vote of the individuals within these unions, right? And there's a quote there by a union guy. I thought this was awesome. I saw a lot of people saying thank you, Fox, for doing a nice job there on the debate last night. Bernie Sanders in Nevada, New Hampshire, and Iowa caucuses. Honesty and trustworthy compared to Hillary Clinton. Those are the numbers, folks. Anybody still going to vote for Hillary Clinton? Why do you go against people? What, the people around the country do not trust this woman. Around the world, they don't trust this woman. There are countries, there are nations that dislike Hillary Clinton because she sold them fracking. She sold them environmental bullshit. She sold them trade deals that screwed them. She's screwing India right now from a trade deal that was signed in the Clinton era that she was proud of. But you're still going to vote for Hillary? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Doesn't make any sense, folks. Trying to look for new numbers here. Looks like we're still at 51.3. Give me a second here. Load this up. Oh, we got something happening. Benzie County. I'm winning. Oh, look at that. It's up there. Very nice. Very nice. Another county for Bernie. 51.3 to 46.8. That's where we stand right now, folks. That is where we stand in the count. It's about 6:30 my time. We're waiting to get final results. I don't know when those are going to come in. Got to get catched up on where I was at on your comments. Thank you for being here with us tonight. We're just sitting in, waiting until they call it. I'm waiting for somebody to tell me they've called it for Bernie, called it one way or the other. All counties around Detroit do have HRC in their favor, but with really minor leads. See that? Wayne County is important, predominantly black from what I understand, and it can break the narrative regarding black voters. Okay, so that's why Wayne County is important. Let me see if I can find Wayne County on the map. You know, they have them all listed here, and I just have to figure out which one it is. Bernie just moved ahead again, folks. He's dropping in some numbers here. Let the Guardian finish that up. Very, very nice. Very nice. All right, get out of there, Bernie, so I can see the numbers and so I can find this county. All right. So those are the new numbers, 51-7, 46-5. Bernie, again, increasing the lead. But what I'm looking for here is a particular county, and I have no idea where it is. That's going to be hard to find just kind of cruising around through here. There's a particular county that everybody's talking about that is apparently is predominantly African American, and if that county comes in for Bernie, then it changes the narrative. That particular county, I guess, is one they're looking at. And let me see here. Let me scroll up. I'm just trying to look at some information here, folks. Wayne County. That's the Wayne County. And my understanding was that Bernie was winning in Wayne County. All right. So that's what we got. That's what we're looking for. I don't know that I'm actually going to be able to find it on here. There's a lot of counties. Wait, there it is. Wayne. Okay. Now I know where it is. I'm going to show you the results for Wayne County, folks. You're going to be happy. That's not it. Where'd it go? Wayne County. Wayne County is coming in at 53.6 Bernie, 45.4 Hillary. However, we're only at 9.6% according to the Guardian in terms of reporting for this. So that's not good. All right. That's not good. But this is good. They're calling it, I think, for Sanders in here. That's what the Guardian's saying. And, oh, here we go. We're going to shift over to the CNN page, which is showing 35% in, Bernie at 50.1%, Hillary at 47.1%, and maybe I just got this wrong. Maybe I got this wrong. Here's Bernie's odds have gone down. Bernie to win Michigan Democratic Party, 30% live odds. Will the odds go up or down? I don't even understand. You're playing the odds against that game? Maybe I'm just not a gambling guy and I don't get it. Maybe I'm just being dumb. I'd love for somebody to tell me what's going on with that. Love somebody to tell me that. Looking at new info. Hang on a second, folks. Nope. 51.7, 46.5 is where we're still at. Still got 1,000 people joining us. That's fantastic. Thank you for being here. And looking at conversations. Wow, listen, you're welcome. You're welcome, Twinkies Rocks, for the stream. Thank you to all the volunteers that are with us that are making this happen. If we didn't have volunteers work in the comments, in which I should really actually start to mark again, I've been doing a bad job at that. Okay. If we didn't have the conversation, if we weren't doing this together, folks, it would be it wouldn't be the same, you know. It wouldn't be the same. So thank you all. Looks like we just updated a little bit coming through. Bernie's coming through. Here we go. There we go. Some nice new numbers coming in. Bernie dropped a little bit there. Hillary dropped a little bit, actually, to 51.1, 47.1. All right. And we'll see if there's any update numbers on Wayne County. Wayne County now, this is not good, folks. Wayne County has flipped. We see right there Hillary Clinton 52.8, Bernie Sanders 46.3 with 19% reporting in Wayne County. But still, we're not seeing a landslide takeover there in Wayne County like I'm guessing mainstream media would be looking for. So I'm going to scroll up here and look at some of these things. Bernie won Kalkaska County, Black Swan. That's awesome. I'm not sure which county it is, but that's fantastic. Scroll up, here's the end of the information. I don't see anything else put in here. Any other questions? You guys have questions? Let me know. Hit me up on it. We'll talk about it. Maybe I scrolled through those comments already. Maybe I did. I think I did. Shit. Here we go. Let's go down here. Let's go down here. I think what we're going to need to do, folks. I think what we're going to need to do is run something. Look at something. We just take a moment and just want to know what you want to watch. You want to listen to a tune? Do you want to? Actually, I know what I want to run. I wanted to run this earlier. I just got to find it. Just got to find it. I was talking about this before. All right. Just to give us a little break here, a little something different. This is something that was suggested, and we'll run through this song. It's like 3 minutes, 56 seconds. We're going to run through this. We'll come back. We'll check out the results and where we're at. And I like finding new songs. I like finding new Bernie support tunes that we can play on rallies and play for the newsroom and stuff. And this one here, if I can stop messing around and get it set up, is by McCanna Videos, Bernie Sanders Anthem, Fire is Ours. And I like this for a couple reasons. It's kind of cool. He really, the video is really cool. It's like put a lot into this video, and I think he actually lights a piano on fire, and I do not think it is CG, folks. I think the piano is really on fire, and he really is somewhere. If not, it's really incredible CG on the flaming piano. But this is Fire is Ours, McCanna, Bernie Sanders Anthem. Let's run through this, and then we'll come back checking results real quick. Thank you for being with us here.
I've been lied to, misled, built about what they said, lifted only to be let down. I've been taken for a ride, given power to decide, only to find out I was wrong. But I learned to tell the ones who fake it from the few really fit to run. Just follow the money they've been taking, and the truth will shine like the sun. I'm so tired of lies now, babe. Don't wanna compromise, no way. And I feel the burn for someone who can't be bought, to back the man who's fought for the people of America. Agenda, who's the biggest spender, party personality. Soundbite, get it right, entertain him, it's a fight. Pick the one who most looks like me. Don't speak of any real solutions. It's the shock appeal they're looking for. Don't criticize the institution, but I can't take it anymore. Aren't you tired of lies now, baby? It's time for us to rise, no more maybe. And I feel the burn for the truth to come across, to melt away the gloss and reveal the motivations. And you'll feel the burn for integrity to lead, focus on the needs of the people of America. Somebody's tugging at your heartstrings, saying what you want to hear, but they're just a pawn to the real king, playing upon your fear. The love of power is a puppet string, but can't control the love
That that's badass. And I'm seeing a bunch of comments that the piano was real. And I didn't see who said it, but he spent, well, actually, I'm going to run out of comments because you guys put in comments. He spent like $11,000? Holy shit. Give me a second. Let me back up here and we'll find it. But somebody said, yes, I've been asking you to play this for weeks. I apologize. We're playing it now. We've got like, that's wonderful. I just got a chance to watch it earlier today, and I was like, this is really badass, and it's a great song. I like what the guy's doing with it, and that piano was really on fire, and he apparently spent money to... Where the hell did he do that? Where did he go, and does he want to come on the show and talk about it? That's a hell of a lot to go through to make a Bernie Sanders anthem. That's badass. That's incredible. Let's get him on here. Let's get him in here. All right, so what do we got? Looking at numbers. Gonna refresh this. I'm looking at you guys talking. Sanders 51.1. Is he losing weight? Bernie, can you show the Bernie vid that is John Travolta said? Drop me the John Travolta Saturday Night Fever one. I haven't even seen that one. The problem is, I'll tell you this, guys. It depends. If I've run it before, what do I need to check out about Flint? What about it? Something going on there right now? I know that I know a couple things that happened. Is that they sued Governor Snyder, which is good. They should take all of his money. The guy should end up broke and without anything. They should sue the shit out of him. And secondly, that he actually asked for $1.2 million of legal fees to be covered, I think, by the state. So, piece of shit. Piece of shit. But there we go. It's Melissa H. You're welcome, Melissa. I'm very sorry that it took me this long to play that tune. Here, let's take a look at the updates there. That's where we're at for updates. I'm coming in here. I'm marking. I told you guys I would. There it is. There's the new mark. So, you can't see the results. I suppose it would be helpful if you could actually see what's going on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. It looks like according to the Guardian. Hang on, folks. There we go. There we go. There's the picture back. Apologies. There's the picture back. So we've got, now I can't read the numbers because they're covering up with a Bernie statement. But 51-4, there we go. 51-4, or 46-8 is what we got. Unfortunately, there's Wayne County. They got this little dot on Wayne County, and it looks like Bernie is losing Wayne County 46-3 to 52-8. But he's got a good showing there. We're within like 3,000 votes, 3,000 votes there of a tie. So really a good strong. Interesting. Julie Graceland is saying there, I live in Wayne County and I have never seen a single Hillary. Right, shit, I missed it. Come back here. Back. Bernie bumpers. Never seen a single Hillary bumper sticker sign, but I see Bernie Sanders sticker out there. Well, good. Let's hope those people come out and show up. It looks like we've got a decent showing here in Michigan. Thank you very much, folks. We said we need as much as we can. Bernie is right now at 51.4%, 46.8% for Hillary Clinton, and we need everybody to show up. Everybody needs to show up. Looking at some of the other comments that are dropped in here, check out Makana's "We Are the Many," his Occupy song. Okay, I will do that. And Trump is definitely worried about Sanders. Sanders will destroy Trump. Sanders will destroy Trump. He absolutely will. Anyway, we'll pull away from that. Back to here. I was talking to my dad earlier today, and my dad, he's been around a while. I've actually had him on the show, and he was saying he listened to the Nicole Sanders interview. My dad's listened to me do the newsroom. He's listened to me do some other stuff. And for years, he's heard me just rant and rave about politics, about how bad this country is and how corrupt it is. And he's, basically said, you yell a lot. I said, yeah, I know. I yell a lot. Sorry, Dad. And then he watched the Nicole Sandler video this morning. I sent that to him. And he said, wow, I like that. That was good. He goes, very nice. And he said, my dad's like 74. And he said, I was talking with my friends, and he's talking with a pretty diverse group in Longmont, Colorado, but older folks his age, and they said, we're all recognized. We recognize now that this is a political revolution. We see it. We're not blind to it. Okay? So I was pleased to hear him say that. It was nice is that more people are waking up to the reality that this is a paradigm shift in our government. This is a paradigm shift in how we want to take care of each other and how we want our government to function. It's all possible. Anybody that tells you it's not possible, just forget that we've already had to do the impossible to survive here in the first place. We do the impossible now, surviving in this country now, you know? So, you know, everybody remember that. Looks like we got a little number change here. 51.5, 46.7. New numbers. And let's see if we got any change in Wayne County. Wayne County, 46.6 Bernie Sanders and 52.5 Hillary Clinton. Of course, you can't see that because you're looking at that overlay, which nobody really wants to look at. There we go. There you go, folks. Here, I'll put up the... there. There's Wayne County, 46.6 Bernie Sanders, 52.5 Hillary Clinton. Overall, though, Bernie Sanders, 51.5 and 46.7%. Here's what we have. Oh, look at this. They updated. CNN Politics updated their Bernie Sanders odds to win. Now he's got 45%, whatever that's got going on. And their CNN is calling it at 41% estimated in reporting overall, with 51.6% for Bernie Sanders. Right now, that means, see, this is where I was talking about, folks. Do you see that delegate pledged? Bernie Sanders, 19 delegates. Hillary Clinton, 19 delegates. Right? So they split them. All right? They split them. That doesn't really do it. We need better than that, folks. We need better than that. But that's all right. What we're doing here is changing the narrative. We're changing the narrative. Let's see what their map has to say about Wayne County. There it is, Wayne County. Clinton at 51, Sanders at 48. So they're showing it even closer there, I believe. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. 51 to 48, according to the CNN site. Bernie Sanders now with a 45% chance of winning the whole night. Is Flint in yet? That's what you wanted to know. That's what you guys were asking. I don't know. Where the hell is Flint on the map? Somebody help me with that. Let's find it. Where's Flint? Huh? Eddie? You popped in for 2 seconds? Okay. Thank you. That was Eddie popping in, folks. I just got to find it on the map. Here I'm bouncing around. I'm terrible. I don't know where the hell Flint is. Somebody tell me where we'll get the numbers on Flint. I understand what you're talking about. My bad. I understand what you're talking about. What was going on there. 51.7, 46.5 is what they just updated to. And the Guardian is still showing 51.5, 51.7. They just opened up, and here comes Hillary Clinton scrolling in with some results. Let's see what she has to say. I didn't even catch that. Didn't even catch that. Flint is losing. Interesting. Somebody I just saw a comment about the odds thing in the game, and now I got to look at it. The odds thing is a game. People are playing. Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm sorry. You have results for Flint? Okay, 40.8% in favor of Hillary. Who's got 50? Who's got 58.1? That's Hillary. Interesting. Hillary Clinton, 58.1 in Flint. Really? Really, Flint? I'm just surprised. Do you know who messed up your stuff in the first place back in the 90s? I don't know. That shocks me. That shocks me. It just blows my mind that would be coming through. Don't see any update changes on either site at this point in time. Let's go back to lower third. What are you guys having to say in comments? Got them cranking through. You guys are doing a fantastic job with the conversation. I've been watching this conversation. It's flying through fast. You guys are doing great. Flint is northeast of Lansing. That is helpful. Genesee County. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. I will do better. I promise. I will do better. I'll be over here like there's Lansing. There's Kent County, Kentucky. They're really small on this. It's hard for me to move around and find on the map, right? All right. Anyway, it's not the point. It's not the point. Let's move on. Let's look at the comments here. So yeah, Clinton is losing Clinton County. That's kind of interesting. Bernie campaign filed a lawsuit against Ohio State. Yes, they did. Nice. Clinton filed the Bernie, the Bernie camp. That's a good point to mention. In Ohio, I don't know if you guys know about this story. I think I had this pulled up. Let's see if I can pull this up. Nah, that's about the rally, democracy thing. Okay, anyway, here's the deal. What's happening here, folks? Some 17-year-olds in Ohio that are going to be 18 by the cutoff time are not being allowed to vote in Ohio. It's voter suppression, just blatant voter suppression. They all want to vote for Bernie. And so the Bernie campaign lawyers have picked up the case, filed suit against the Secretary of State in Ohio. That's what's going on. If our country was working, then if democracy was working, then we wouldn't have to put up with that bullshit. We wouldn't have to. All right, I just heard that some numbers shifted, so we're pushing this over, and it looks like we're still here with 51-5, 46-8, 19 delegates each at this point. They're calling 44% reporting that reported in. That's on CNN. And here's the Guardian site. Not much difference in information there. All right, so that's what we got going on. Yeah, voter turnout in Mississippi was I don't even know what it was. Well, I can tell you what it was. Let's look at that. Hillary Clinton decisive there. Yeah, Bernie Sanders actually losing ground at this point. We can see that right there, folks. We've got 33% in reporting for Mississippi, with Hillary Clinton at an 82.9, with Bernie at 16.1. That is what we have going on for Mississippi. That is the direct result of voter misinformation, voter disconnect, lack of voter turnout, and direct connection to establishment media. That's why that's happening, folks. The guy on the left on TYT is a Hillary fan. Who's a Hillary fan on TYT, really? John, please call this. You have much more credit than Artillery. Who is that? Hang on. Bruins for Bernie? You just said that. I should call it. I say the internet calls it for Bernie. Wolf Blitzer dumbfounded. I want his situation room. I want the wolf. I want the board, the magic board where I can do all the fun stuff. I want that. I want to have that room and then put some intelligence and brains in the situation room and actually discuss things. That's what I want to do. Let's scroll back up here. Nothing's changed on the Michigan numbers, folks. Everything looks the same. I call it for Sanders. We're at 45%. Let's call it for Bernie, even though mainstream media won't. You want me to call it there? I call it for Bernie Sanders. But I will say that it's not a decisive win for Bernie. While it does change the narrative for establishment media, and they will have to say that Bernie actually does have somebody besides white folks that vote for him, what it also says is that Hillary gets the same amount of delegates. So we need to pick up the pace, folks. We need to get more voters to vote. We've got more states coming up. We have Super Tuesday coming up. Okay. And what happens when we don't have voters turn out is we don't win enough delegates. That's the bottom line. Okay. The Wayne County situation not turning out the way we want. Bernie gained some ground in Wayne County, folks. Here, check it. Okay, wait a minute. I thought he gained. He lost ground. 45-7, 53-2. All right. It's gained a little ground there. But overall, 51-5 for Bernie, 46-8. The Guardian just updated. Damn it. We're still doing good. We are still doing good. This changes things for the establishment. They can't say that Bernie Sanders doesn't have minority support. Okay. And the fact that he's not getting completely trounced. Yeah. He's not getting completely trounced in Wayne. All right. So that shows there's diversity there too. All right. That's a big number there. And give me 1 second here. Just looking at a couple of numbers. So I'm looking at Genesee County. Bernie Sanders at 44.8, Hillary Clinton at 53.4. And that is the county northeast of Lansing. Thank you very much, folks. I just did that on the squares, and we're looking at those results. So, you know, there's like 12,000 vote difference there in Genesee County, Bernie Sanders, with deficit there. Switching back over to CNN poll sheet, and here's what they say. They're calling it at 48% in. Bernie Sanders still holding at 51.5. Hillary Clinton at 46.7, each still splitting 19 delegates. And Bernie Sanders' odds have changed. This is a game. I don't care. I'm just going to show you that number. Why the fuck not? We have any other information going on here? Here's New York Times and their fancy chart, what they've got going on there. You can see Donald Trump taking Michigan. And that's just, that's not good for anybody. But I will say this. Many people do not agree with me, but I actually think Donald Trump would be an easier person to defeat than any of the other Republican candidates. And I think the Republican Party is going to help us defeat Donald Trump. I'm not sure what Trump is going to have, but the GOP doesn't want Donald Trump. All right? And so those folks that are voting for Donald are going to find themselves left very in an interesting place because nobody wants Donald Trump in office at this point, except for a very small group of human beings. It just, I don't even know what to say about them. We'll just leave it at that. I don't, they're human beings, and I want them to be educated and not misinformed and not full of hate and anger. I want them to recognize the difference between the words that come out of Trump's mouth as a supposed anti-establishment individual and the words that come out of Bernie's mouth as an anti-establishment individual, right? There's a big difference there. One spews hate, the other speaks love. If you can't see that difference, then wow, what happened to you in your childhood? What do we need to do to you? How do we need to help you? Obviously, you are lacking at some of those basic things, those basic needs. And maybe that's where we're at as a nation, is we need to care for everybody, get us back to that place where we're all feeling like our basic needs are met, right? We have the ability. We live in a world of abundance. Looks like Bernie's going to come scrolling through. Oh, no, Hillary's scrolling through. We don't like it when that happens, do we? Iron County just dropped in some votes for Hillary, apparently. That's never good. 51.5. Bernie Sanders still in the lead. 46.7. Here comes Bernie rolling in. Looks like Tuscola County with 168 votes for Bernie. That's very good. Beating Hillary Clinton by 291 votes. Somewhere I didn't catch that in time. Good for Bernie. I like the little Bernie they make there. Great. 49% reporting in, 51.6. Move that dial 0.1 percentage point, folks. 46.7 for Hillary Clinton. And I bet you we have a bunch of comments that I haven't looked at in a while, so let's go back and check out those. Push this on over. Thank you for being here with us, folks. You know, I wish I had like a music track that I could play in the background. That would be so fun. Just like we all be listening to the same tune. I'm sure there's something like that. It's like crowdsourced tune where all you guys could pick the music that gets played and we all just hear it together while we listen to this, and we can all adjust the volume to however loud we want it to be. I don't know how many of you do this for like work, but I can't work without music constantly going during the day when I'm not live online with you guys. Oh, we just had a big update, folks. I think somebody might have called it, folks. Check out on mainstream media. Tell me if somebody actually called it, because they just did a big push on Delegate here. So here we go. We're seeing 41 delegates pledged. Maybe they just did a big update because they've got 50% estimated in here on Michigan, according to the CNN Politics site. Bernie and Hillary each splitting 41 delegates at this point, with 51.6 and 46.6. I'm going to go back to the Guardian site, see if they've changed their information at all. Doesn't look like we've updated. But let me know if one of the mainstream medias has actually called it at this point. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, that's so nice to say, Laura, living good, that this is your happy place. I get it. Me too. Okay, Robin Morris, you're talking there. I'm just okay. I should gotta stop this. What are we doing? Who says 25,000 votes? Bernie ahead by 25,000 votes. Yes, that's good. That's a good lead. 228 to 251 is what I'm seeing there. 258 to 233 is what I'm seeing on the CNN politics site. Anybody seeing some different numbers? Some better numbers? 51.6, 46.6 out of the New York Times. And just check a couple counties here really quick. Now that I actually know where they are, you know. Where'd it go? Wayne, Hillary Clinton at 52.4, Bernie Sanders at 46.3. And 322 out of 999 precincts counted in Wayne. I find that interesting. Genesee County. I suppose I should let you guys look at this. You're just staring at my face. That's not very exciting. Here, give me a second here. Push this back over. What an awful view. It's like, hey, let's look at John's side view. How exciting is that? 51.6 Sanders, 46.6. We are at halftime, exactly. And they still haven't called it for Bernie? Nobody's called it for Bernie at this point? NBC calling Sanders for Michigan. Okay. MSNBC just called it. There it is. All right. So now we finally we had an establishment media group that called it. Just seeing come out here. And let's look at some of the individual counties. Wayne County, 46.3% Bernie Sanders, 52.4% Hillary Clinton. And, oh, it's somewhere up in here. Where is that damn county? Here we go. This is Genesee County, where Flint is, folks. And that's 44.8 Bernie, 53.4 Hillary Clinton. So that's where those numbers are right now. A decent showing. Their narrative has changed because of this, all right? Hillary is speaking. So I'm looking at you guys talking. I wish somebody was there. Eddie or no, Sean had to take off. Yeah, so I'm looking at people's comments and reports here that are telling me that Hillary is she's talking. Is she giving a concession speech? Is she actually saying she's giving it to Bernie Sanders? Do you know? Look at that. Black Women for Bernie posted, MSNBC showed exit poll, Bernie better with race relations. That's badass. That's wonderful. They can't argue with that. That's what we need, folks. We need that kind of information, right? That is beautiful. That's fantastic. 51.6 for Bernie Sanders, 46.6 for Hillary Clinton right now, folks. Bernie is declared the winner of this. Doesn't matter what you think. That's what's going on. The establishment media is going to have a hard time spinning this any other way. All right. Hillary's scrolling in. Lake County giving Hillary some love there, apparently. Ooh, I don't want to ever say that statement again. That sounds awful. That's just wrong. That was wrong. Please scratch that from your mind. Scratch that from your ears. That was awful. Bernie. Oh, so are we still waiting for certain counties, Eddie? Is that we got big counties happening? Is that the problem? But even though they're calling it for Bern? Okay. I saw somebody mention in comments worried about steal it with super delegates. I'm guessing you're talking about the whole primary, folks, and not what they could do in Michigan in particular. Ryan's joining us. Maybe Ryan wants to provide us with some different information. There we go. Eddie, you weren't that far down. I just had you cropped. My bad. It's never good when you're cropping Eddie. Hang on a second, folks. Ryan, did you want to come in and say hey? You're muted, my friend. Unmute thyself. How's it going, Ryan? What's up, my friend? We had several reports in chat. So that's interesting. Oh, wait, Ryan. Nobody heard you. God damn it. Here we go. Talk again. I didn't have the channel on.
Oh.
Ryan's saying that MSNBC has not said, he's been watching that nobody's called it. So what are we saying? Is somebody saying people called it?
MSNBC and CNN are both reporting too close to call right now.
Okay. There's the word, folks. There's the word. All right. So apparently, no, we don't have that call yet. We're looking for it, waiting on it. And
but in my experience following these state elections so far is that once you get over the halfway point, generally speaking, those percentages just stay kind of like proportionate, you know, like the trend has been set. Yep.
So you're right. I mean, we're not expecting some kind of come from behind gap filler with either side, really, right? In terms of counties, there isn't like a surprise county left to vote that is predominantly one way or the other that we're aware of.
You hope it's not the fact. You just hope it's not that their mainstream media is just crossing their fingers and stalling to declare it because they're hoping for something like that, though.
Yep. Black Swan's just noting a 27,000 votes right now is the gap. Yeah, I find it interesting what they call too close to call, depending on which candidate it is. That seems to vary in my mind, from what we've seen. Here, we're going to push over the results now. Thank you for jumping in with that information, Ryan. I really appreciate it. Push over here. And Eddie, if you see anything pass through on Reddit, feel free to comment and let us know what's going on there. I know that those guys are up on things. 51.7, 46.5 being reported on CNN site right now. And if we go back to The Guardian, nothing's changed there. And you know what, Hillary, I disagree with you. Obama gets the credit he deserves because he really shouldn't be getting the credit he's getting right now, honestly. I'll just say that. Look at that, folks. The game they're playing, Bernie's odds to win the Michigan primary now up to 80%. I don't care if it's a game. I just didn't like what they were showing for the number, damn it. So nice to have all of you here. How many people we still got? 900 plus, which means probably 1,000. That's just fantastic. Thank you for all being here. What's up?
1072.
1072. You want to know why they're different numbers, folks? Like, I look in here. Let me show you. I'm going to show you what I look at. You probably don't care, but I'm going to show you what I look at anyway. Here's what I look at. This is the monitor in the back end. This is YouTube Live Monitor. That shows you our peak concurrent viewers was 1,333 according to this. 900 current viewers now according to this. But none of those numbers are accurate. Like, those all change drastically after we end the event, and they all go up. So whenever I look at that, which is my live monitor to make sure I'm still live and streaming and YouTube hasn't shut me down for copyright infringement of anything, this is why I monitor that page, I call out a number and they all laugh because the number they can see and you guys can see on the live page is always much higher than that. So holy shit, 1072. Thank you for being here. I'm honored. We're honored. What a great conversation we're having together. You know? Thank you for being here and talking politics. And giving a shit about your country. Thank you for being here, and about America, because I know we have a lot of people that are not even from America. Bernie Sanders is loved around the world. The world wants Bernie Sanders to help change the world together. And we are putting new politicians in office in places around the world to make this happen. We've got a lot of work to do, folks. We've got a lot of corruption to clean out. We've got a lot of new government to build. That's something I'm going to talk about tomorrow. Hopefully Tim Black will be back on the show. He said something at the end of whatever the last broadcast we did, maybe it was the newsroom, I'm not even sure, about, I know it was the Miami, I don't know what it was. I don't know, whenever we had Tim Black in here, we talked about something I said. I said something, it's been bothering me all day. And I realized it was the way I said it and what I said, and he was right. I want to talk about it because I don't want to rebuild America based on the Founding Fathers. He's absolutely right. Why do we even need to bother? Why don't we rebuild it the way we want it to work? Right? We have that option. We've looked at other countries. We've seen how other countries have functioned. Let's rebuild this right. That's what needs to happen. And I want to say thank you to Tim Black for making me think about that more and realize what I was saying. Let's switch over here. It looks like we've had a number shift, folks. quite a numbers shift, and this may be what everybody's talking about, is that Bernie Sanders seems to have lost some ground. We're at 49.9, with Clinton at 48.3. Now, that doesn't change the delegate count, but it certainly changes who they call the winner. So, damn it, this is why we don't call it. But let's look over here on the Guardian site. Yeah, there it is, updated. Bernie Sanders still in the lead, but it is barely a lead. And that may be why people are saying what they're saying. I'm going to scroll down here to Mississippi, and Bernie continues to do not as well. If we can get Hillary's notes. We got 83.3% for Clinton, 15.6. So he's gone up from his 14.2, but still not a great showing there. He is still viable in Mississippi at this point, and we need to help. I believe it's 15%. I could be wrong. So if somebody is aware of the actual percentage, I think it's 15% to remain viable in that primary. And Bernie is right there. Is it, Brian?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So let's go back up here. 49.9, 48.3. It's where we sit right here, folks. It is a nail biter, isn't it? To see what they got. Yeah, Bernie back to 49.9. Everybody's seeing it in the everybody's. What is Wayne County got going on? Wayne County. Bernie Sanders at 38, Hillary Clinton at 60. And Genesee County, where Flint is, 48-4 Bernie Sanders. That's good right there. 48-4 and 50% Hillary. So that's a much closer race right there with 26% reporting for Genesee County. Let's see what the reporting was for Wayne County. It's 45% reporting for Wayne County. Yikes. That's the numbers a dip there, but we still have a decent number showing for Bernie. That's 40% right there, 38% of the vote. All right, for Bernie Sanders. So that's good right there, but definitely not as good as we were looking at before. And yeah, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the comments, you guys. I'm looking at people. Fuck Wayne, bullshit. I know. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. It is. This is what it is, folks. When you care, isn't it frustrating when you give a shit? How many of you have ever watched a primary before and actually given a shit this much, cared this much? I haven't till this time. Now it's about saving the planet. Now it's about saving our country. It's about keeping the earth solid. Wow. We let it get to this point. I wish we'd started this work a long time ago. And there are people that started this work a long time ago, like Bernie Sanders. He's been trying to make these changes for 30-plus years. Not just working within the establishment beltway trying to make himself some change. Right? It is getting close. I see it, guys. We got any updates, folks? Thought I heard somebody kick in there with some news, some updates, some information. Push back over here real quick. Looks like 49.8 Bernie, 48.3 Hillary Clinton, where it stands right now. Mississippi, 83.3 and 15.7 Bernie Sanders, picked up a point. And CNN is calling it at 57% in reporting. And they're saying 49.9 Bernie, 48.3 Hillary, each splitting 41 delegates. So yeah, we'll definitely have to see where these super delegates lie. And if anybody has any updated information on that as how that's going to work, what happens with those super delegates? Anybody know? Ryan, you have any idea?
The super delegates?
Yeah, it's like 17 of them. What happens to those votes? Where do they go?
I mean, that's the same super delegates that we've been dealing with the whole time, the people who can change their vote up until the convention in July. And you know, I saw someone in the comments before made a good point that it's one thing for them to exist, but it's a whole nother thing for them to be reported on. They should be bound to secrecy until the convention, if anything. If they want to, because that way they'll see the voters they'll see the way the voters go without influencing them. So if we want to fight for something, you know, the first step has got to be to make them keep their mouths shut until the convention, at the very least. I personally would like to abolish the whole concept because it doesn't seem very democratic to me.
Right. It's not at all. It's just a rig. It's just an easy way to control the outcome. That's all it's meant for. You know? Oh, well, let's make sure we have something baked in here so in case it doesn't go our way, we have a way to turn the tables.
Yeah, the fail-safe button.
Yep. Government bakes it into everything. Plausible deniability. Another one of those. You know.
They sure are good at covering their own asses.
Until the internet, until the age of transparency and our ability to suss out the truth and to blast it on the web and prove that they're lying, right? That's really what's going to bring about either the complete transformation of the station or the downfall of the station is the fact that we can now tell the government when we know they're lying and call them out on it, you know.
And I think we're still in the relative infancy of the internet being the main news source for people, and so I think that explains a lot why certain areas of the country or certain not even certain areas, but certain age groups and things like that are more influenced by television media and print media that has decades and decades, and in terms of print, centuries of influence by big money.
Yep. No, you're absolutely right. It's not, we've said it many, many times, it's not about race. It's not even about income inequality, although both correlate. It's
Right.
about, are you connected to the internet? Do you look at the internet as your source of information or not? That's really what it comes down to. 24% of this country chooses cable news over the internet, right? But obviously a larger portion of that trusts cable news over the internet, and that's sad. That's sad when you have people that are more trusting of what comes out of the mouths of people I can't even call journalists. You know, they're not even journalists.
I think it was Washington Times did an article about how Bernie Sanders supporters are the least likely to get their news from mainstream television media.
Right. It was actually worded the other way. It was Bernie Sanders supporters most likely to be on internet.
Yeah.
You know, and then I forget which Republic. And on the sad thing about that is that as part of that, Trump supporters were also most likely to be on the internet. Okay, that was a scary number. That I was surprised at that. I'm like, really? They're not just holding like a copy of the Confederate flag and a Bible and running around going, "This is my news," right? They actually listen. So they get their information from the internet. Just a different opinion on what that means. But the sad thing is that they're actually better informed than the 24% of America that does not look to the internet for information. And that's why we have situations like we had last night where the guy on Fox News said, "I'm a Trump supporter. I'll admit right now that I'm a Trump supporter, Bernie Sanders, but I think you are more honest and more trustworthy than Hillary Clinton." Hey, Flint, Michigan. Hey, Genesee County. What's up with that? Do you guys not believe that the truth's coming out of your neighbors? You would trust what's coming out of corporate media mouths? Really? Go listen to your neighbor about Bernie Sanders. Don't believe what's coming out of the mouth of the beast. Look in here, we've got
Bernie's stretched it back up to 2%.
In where?
In Michigan, 50 to 48.
Okay. I'm looking at Bernie Sanders gained a little ground here in Mississippi as well. We're at 55.4% reporting, and Bernie is still viable at 16% with Hillary at 83. And we'll scroll back up here and look at Michigan, folks. Look at Michigan when you can see it. Here comes Hillary scrolling in. Like Ryan was saying, we have 50% for Bernie, 48% for Hillary Clinton, and that shouldn't change any of the delegates count here. We've got 41 delegates pledged, and we're seeing the same data here on the CNN site, and New York Times reporting the same data. Looks like everybody's coming out with the same numbers. We're kind of evening off to being done here. Has anybody out there seen it coming from mainstream media where they're officially calling it yet, one way or the other? Or,
MSNBC is still too close to call. A difference of less than 12,000 votes.
Okay. Interesting.
Bernie is behind in Genesee County by 205 points.
Points? Votes?
Yeah, votes. I'm sorry. I called
right.
points.
Sorry, Genesee. Okay, so that's close. That's a close one there. What about the other county they're looking at? Wayne. Let's see here. Wayne County, 38.9 Bernie Sanders, 58.7. So that's gone a little bit up in Bernie Sanders' favor at this point. But Wayne County still slanted towards Hillary Clinton. But overall, Bernie Sanders winning Michigan at this point, even though they say it's too close to call, with 50% to 48% Hillary Clinton. And yeah, it's like 2,000 votes difference right now. 50.9% reporting. And we've got some counties that haven't even reported in, folks. Several counties on this map that haven't even reported in, and I have no idea. You know, we've got Gladwin County with 18 precincts, another county with 18 precincts, a county with 12 precincts and 20 precincts. They look like smaller areas, but we don't have any of those numbers in yet, and don't know how many of them will actually be that important. Bernie is 11,000 votes ahead. I'm looking at this. Everybody's saying that is Clinton on? Where's Clinton? Where's Clinton getting free airtime right now? Bernie on any? MSNBC?
Yeah.
Okay.
She just wrapped up.
Have they had Bernie on anything, right?
I have yet to see Bernie's face other than when they show the head-to-head matchup.
Interesting. John Fetterman for Pennsylvania. You know, we're going to have John Fetterman on Thursday. He's going to be on We the People. Join us. We the People this Thursday. It's either going to start at 6 or it's going to start at 6:30. We have to do the show a little early this time because John's got a lot of shit going on. He's a busy guy. So we're going to have John Fetterman on the show. Talk with him. That'll be Angela and John Spalding. You know the show. It's We the People. Join us for that. Support your Bernie-crats. Support the people that are actually going to get into office and do what you want them to do. Wouldn't that be nice? Elect a politician who looks you straight in the eye and says, when I get into office, I'm going to listen to you, and I'm going to do what the hell you say. And you know how I can even promise that, folks? Because John Fetterman, along with all the other politicians that we've had on Bernie 2016 TV, they've all agreed to be a part of engagement broadcasting. They all want to do more engagement broadcasting with you. So we can do polls and we can do conversations with them, get them to know you, you to know them, and really have a conversation with your politicians. Wouldn't that be nice if we could do that all the time? That's what we're going to build, folks. We're going to set that up and build that together so that when our politicians need to vote on something, they can ask you how they should vote. All right? Strange. Hey, Scott. Got some weird sound stuff going on.
That wasn't me because I just unmuted my mic.
No, it's hang on a second, folks. I got to fix this. Let me put Scott up here. It's coming from Eddie. I'm not sure what's going on there.
The lead's increasing again.
Yeah, it's starting to climb back up.
Ann Arbor is one of the places that was out, still out. So.
Awesome. Here we go. I'm going to put Scott. So what? Give us an update, Scott. What can you tell us? Everybody, it's Scott Galindez.
I just got to the hotel and started watching, and at first it looked really good, the 5-point lead, and then all of a sudden it was 49-48. I was like, uh-oh.
Yep. Exactly.
To increase again, and I watched. They went over the map on CNN, and there was some good places like Kalamazoo and Ann Arbor and places where Bernie's winning that still had significant votes out.
Okay.
So that's good. There's still significant votes out in Wayne County where Hillary's winning big. So it's going to be a long night, I think.
That's not what I want to hear. Come on. If you're supposed to say it's going to be a slam, Bernie's done.
But there are good. Both sides have good arguments for what's left.
So let me ask you this. Like, I know what you had said earlier, Scott, about what we really needed to do here. Does this work? Two questions. One, are there enough votes left out right now to really change it to where Hillary is in the lead? Are there enough votes to do that?
Yeah, because it's the count in Detroit. There's still 55% of Detroit uncounted.
Okay, so
Yeah,
we can still
if
flip.
Can I just jump in on that, John?
Of course, of course.
I think that it's basically going to come down to the remaining votes in Detroit versus the remaining votes in the rest of the state.
Yeah.
And if you look at the map, it's like Bernie is dominating, 80% of the counties right now, and now he just dropped in Genesee again a little bit. But I think it's going to come down to, yeah, there's still 50% left to count in Detroit, but there's probably still, what is it? Yeah, still 38% overall in the state. So
Yeah.
I don't see it. I mean, Bernie's back up to 50.4 to 47.8 now. So it's just a matter of, can Detroit offset the rest of the state?
Scott, you agree there?
Oh yeah, it's gonna be. That's why it's a long night. It's gonna be a close count. I think it's gonna, but I think it is enough, especially a win. A win is momentum. He doesn't have to pick up the delegates here, but a loss in the Midwest would hurt the narrative. And
Yeah, I think Michigan was way more of a symbolic necessity than it was for really stealing some delegates. I mean, to come from 20 points down 2 weeks ago to even a 3% win, that's a 23-point swing in 2 weeks, and I think going into it happened at the perfect time too, with Ohio and Illinois coming up in a week to really handle the Midwest.
yeah, it'll give it a lot of momentum, and especially in Ohio. I don't know how much people of Illinois think that it's Hillary's home state or not. She's been all over the place.
Yeah, she can only claim, she gets her claim of one state as her home state, not 3.
Nice, nice. Well, do any of them actually like her? Because I know that New York doesn't. Does any of the home states she claims actually like her? Is it Arkansas is one she claims? I bet Arkansas likes her.
Yeah.
Well, I think there's going to be the Emmanuel machine against the Garcia machine in Illinois. In fact, his campaign manager was Chuy Garcia's campaign manager, Bernie's state director.
Interesting.
Hey guys.
Somebody just posted Bernie's up to 50.6, 62% counted. Oh no, not 50% counted, but
7% counting.
Bernie has just claimed Genesee County.
Nice.
With 49.5 to 48.9.
Here we go. Thank you for that update, Eddie. We're just looking at the scroll. We're looking at the.
And Genesee is where
Flint.
Flint. Okay.
So we're looking at those numbers coming in from the Guardian folks, and right now they're calling 50.6 Bernie Sanders. And we'll look at some of the counties that matter if we can get Hillary out of there. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Quit copying what Bernie has to say. Get out of there. Here we go. Wayne County.
I'm waiting for that little bubble to say, I'm just copying what Bernie says.
So there's Wayne County, folks. 58.9 in favor of Hillary Clinton. 39.3 Bernie Sanders. And where did I have Genesee County in here? There's Genesee County right now. 49.5%, 48.9%. So that's with 31% reporting, 68 of 219 precincts in, according to the Guardian site. And here we are on the CNN Politics with 67% estimated reported in, Bernie at 50.6, all the same numbers. And there you go. That's what it is. Got anything else to add in there, Scott?
No.
Watching the news. Tell us what's going on. Scott's going to keep us updated, folks. And
actually, I got to get an email to Briggs and them too. Let him, just in case he's going to make a statement. If he's in the same building, he might do a press avail with the traveling press.
That's awesome. Yeah, so Scott was trying to bring us a feed on Ustream, and he had it for a while, but it was cutting in and out. Luckily, we had CBS Miami as well as WPTV delivering us a stream, and that was really nice of them. The CBS Miami feed was great. And Scott, your feed looked great. It just wouldn't keep coming through. I know the MiFi was having problems in that arena. You said there was like, what, 3,600 estimated?
Yeah.
Nice. Nice.
They
and
were
loud. I remember
Nicole and them were saying that it wasn't announced until yesterday, even to the local supporters. I always thought that they were organizing the rallies before they announced them to the press, but she was kind of saying that it wasn't announced until yesterday.
Wow, interesting. So you did hook up with Nicole Sandler. Now you met Nicole Sandler down there. You guys connected, and what did she have a different live streaming rig, or what was she gonna do down there? Because we've only just met Nicole yesterday, so.
They didn't seem to have anything set up.
Okay, we'll have to talk to you about that. I was so glad to see that she was going down there and just to connect. We've met Nicole Sandler, and she's a radio pro from LA, and it was really nice to meet other people who have been involved in the media industry, the independent journalism and media network for a long time. And it's only now that we're all getting together and connecting like this, and I'm learning a lot from all these people. I saw somebody pushed a message out there that Cenk Uygur is calling it for Bernie, saying he's going to pull this out, and I actually agree. Of course we agree with that statement.
Who said that?
Cenk Uygur.
Yeah.
Scrolling with some new numbers coming in. Here's go back to the Guardian. Bernie's adding up some new numbers. Got 58.1% reporting according to this. Bernie saying the wind is at our backs. Yes, it is, folks. 50.6 Bernie Sanders, 47.6 Hillary Clinton. On the CNN site, they're saying they've got 69% reporting in, 50.7 for Sanders, 47.5 they're reporting for Hillary Clinton.
Yeah. Then when I got a ride with Nicole back to the hotel.
Nice.
And
that's all nice.
And pulling in, there was all these state troopers and Secret Service guys in suits standing out front.
Lovely, lovely. Yeah, you said you weren't that every time they're around now, they kick everybody out for 2 hours while the Secret Service does all this stuff and make sure it's safe, right?
Just arriving at my hotel.
Oh, jeez, man.
He's definitely here because I saw Wagner in the lobby, the Washington Post reporter.
Nice.
And
everybody, Scott might get some exclusive interview footage or something with Bernie Sanders. Might be sticking on to get that. That would be nice.
Yeah, I would think they might try to at least do a press avail with the traveling press. I just got to let them know that I'm in the building.
Outstanding. Or
at least Wagner or Briggs. Well, Briggs doesn't go on camera much. But
have you ever interviewed him? Have we gotten a Michael Briggs? I'm not even sure I know what he looks like.
I interviewed Michael Briggs once in Des Moines. I asked about that. It was back during the time where they were going to organize the big march to Washington.
That they couldn't get a permit for, and then we had to drop it. Yeah. I remember that. That was all great. Luckily, I'm wondering if this DC Democracy Spring is like the culmination of that. Okay, we finally got our permit. Here we're going,
Definitely not.
No? Totally different gig?
The National Organization for Women is not backing Bernie. Let's see.
All right. I didn't know who was involved in the other one. There was just a statement there that I thought was rather true. Michigan will be, what did I say? No, I missed it. Michigan will be the turning point. So Scott, if it stays this way and Bernie ends up with the win, right? At this point, based on what you're saying, it's looking pretty good for them to have to really change their narrative, right? The narrative has changed, right?
Yeah, they can't say that he can't win diverse states. He can, and it also adds to the momentum. That's it. And the argument that I'll make is this is only the 5th blue state that's voted, and Bernie will have won 4 of them last year.
There you go. There you go. 5th blue state to vote. Bernie's won 4 out of 5. That's a pretty good statistic to shout. And the other thing is they can't say that he can't move into Ohio. I mean, it's basically this is what you said is absolutely right. This is momentum moving forward. We're still in the race. I'm sure they're going to come out with a way to slant it, with a way to not look it good, to make it not look good for Bernie. But in the end, what really has happened here, folks, is Bernie Sanders comes out with a victory and shows that we can do this. We're updating some information here. Bernie just dropped in on a county. Let's see. Wayne County reporting 51.6% and then 39% for Bernie Sanders, 58.6 Hillary Clinton. And
it's actually dropping a little bit.
What's dropping?
Her margin in Wayne County.
Yes. Yeah, I was noticing that. Her margin in Wayne County is going down, which is good. That's a good thing. What do you think about that? Are they going to try to make an issue of Wayne regardless, Scott?
Yeah, it's still going to be. She'll still win but if, let's say he gets up into the 30s in the African American vote, that's a gain, and he'll have exceeded expectations in the black vote.
Okay. So there's really the key words right there, folks. He will have exceeded. Scott's got a phone call. He will have exceeded expectations, right? And that's what really needs to be stated there. Is that we'll see how they downplay it, but that's what we need. We need to see that exceeded expectations. Here we're going to look at the Michigan results again real quick. We're coming in close to all the way, folks. We got 72% estimated reporting. They're saying 50.6 to Bernie, 47.5 Hillary Clinton on their map. That's the CNN results. Here's the New York Times results. And they're reporting 63% reporting on the Times, 72% reporting on CNN, and 61%. Now they've just updated it to 62.7% reporting on Michigan. And it looks like Hillary is sliding in to tell us some updated information here. Gladwin County with 39 votes. She's got some data in there. Here comes Bernie. All the votes are in for Roscommon County, and Bernie won, folks.
John, you know the other big story coming out of this is that if polls weren't already illegitimized by this election, that today put the nail in the coffin, because, I think he did make up some serious ground in this last week because he went hard in Michigan, but to say that he made up 25 points in that amount of time says a lot about the errors and the inaccuracy of polling nowadays. It's a lost art. They used to have like a lot more integrity in their polling systems too, as far as the margin of error that they would allow themselves. If you look back over the history of the last 20-30 years, it used to be a lot more time and effort put into these polls, and now it's just cold call a couple of landlines in some nursing homes.
Well, yeah, and that's the other thing. Like, the method has not updated to meet the people. Right?
Yeah.
You can't call an internet poll inaccurate because it's an internet poll and you don't know how it works, which is basically what establishment media did. This is an internet poll, and it's not indicative of real Bernie Sanders voters. It's just they say this on the Times poll. Like, it's indicative of the number of people who have access to accounts on the internet to control the vote. There's somebody to that bullshit extent. It's like, well, what is it when you call up and guide a poll question on a landline and basically feed them questions? I mean, what difference does it make? Or when your sample size is so small that it's almost irrelevant.
Well, and like kind of like what you were just saying, how is calling landlines only, which isn't a secret of who has landlines nowadays. Like, it's not a mystery that most young people, my family doesn't have a landline at their house either, and my parents are middle-aged, so how is that a legitimate, accurate source, but an internet poll that attracts a much younger audience isn't? It's just another way to disenfranchise younger people and say your vote doesn't matter, your opinion doesn't matter as much.
Right, exactly. I'm looking at comments here, man, and they're saying that we got somebody saying Bernie won already, but somebody, I can't find the message that somebody said to look at somebody else's comment regarding, I think it was regarding Flint. Is there something happening there that I'm not aware of? Or they change, results change drastically in a county? Let me see here.
Bernie's up 50-48 in Genesee. What they might be talking about is that Flint was reporting a lot of precincts running out of ballots.
Ah, okay, quite possible.
Which I was going to mention, that's the only sort of suspicious activity that I've heard out of Michigan today, which is kind of surprising. It seems like in every state there's some sort of Clinton controversy.
Yeah, you would think so. So what are you hearing? What are you talking about?
Just the fact that they ran out of ballots in Genesee County.
Actually we put up a report on that. And that was because of the number of people. 2 million people come out to vote, right? I mean, that's insane. I don't know what the last numbers were in Michigan, the previous primary numbers, but that just seems like quite an increase from the 2008 numbers. I know it was an increase from 2008. Not what you're saying there. It's so hard to say that did they do this on purpose? Not have enough ballots just because, or is it just the ineptness of our system? Right?
I think honestly, I tend to be skeptical with the conspiracy theories. I think it's honestly that turnout has been generally higher. Look at the past 4 or 5 states have all reported record turnouts, even beating 2008, which at that time was the record turnout. So I am not too quick to cry wolf with the conspiracy theories. I don't think that it was rigged to have Bernie Sanders voters not be able to vote, but I think it speaks volumes to what regard they hold the voting process, that they are over and over again not prepared for record turnouts, which in the grand scheme of things are still dismal compared to other countries. I just always think of Nigel telling us how it's the law to vote in Australia, and the U.S. sits around like 32%?
Yep. Yeah, you're right. It's amazing. Nigel says a lot of things that depress me about Australia, about the United being here. When he's like, we have a different way of life. We just kind of live and enjoy living. And it's like, yeah, because you have a government that actually takes your money and invests it in things that you need, not F-35s. Right? It's a very different prospect, and it's amazing by forcing participation in the government. Remember Nigel was talking about that sometimes they have just their list. It's a paper ballot, paper and pen, and like the list of people you could vote for is like a mile long. It's because anybody can run.
Yeah. Well, and look what happens. It sounds so authoritarian to say that they force them to vote, but look what happens when the people do come out and vote. They have a country that recognizes their needs and works for them.
Yep.
I would love to be forced to vote.
Exactly. We should be forced to vote. I absolutely agree. Forced to vote, and I would even go so far as to say that civil service. I know free college and free education. I believe in free college and free education. I think that's fantastic. But I'm also kind of a believer in this maybe a little older school idea that, and I think Sweden does that. There's other countries that do this. You put in 2 years of civil service into anything. Could be military service, could be volunteer work. There's a ton of different with Peace Corps, right? And that 2 years is your payment for education. right, into the system.
I think motivation to do that would be much higher if we had a government. I don't think you would even have to force it upon people.
Nope. Most kids and do it, and it's like you do this after high school. Instead of forcing kids to right after high school, you jump right into fucking college, which I think is a big mistake.
Yeah.
I think you go after high school where you just got told you're an adult, but now you have to go sit in a fucking classroom again. How about telling them you're an adult? Now go make some choices for a couple of years in your life. Go live. Go see what it's like. All right? And don't worry about whether you have to get a job right away, because that's the other thing they do is like, you don't have time. You got to go get a college degree and get a job so you can start working 50 hours a week, make nothing. Right? Like that's the American dream these days, is get a job, working way too much and not earning enough to live. That's American dream today.
And you say earn enough to live, but I don't think anyone really takes the time to live when you have to work 60 hours a week to pay your rent.
Right. What is that? What is earn enough to live? What is living? I think about that now. I'm like, would I, what you're right. What is it?
Earn a living means earn enough to not be homeless.
Right. And have your basic needs met, which I want as a contract. It's a contract with our government that's supposed to exist, and it doesn't. We could go on forever. I'm looking at Scott. It's Scott. You see some cool new information? See him there. We've got 77% reporting in right here, according to the CNN politics site. Bernie at 50.7, Hillary at 47.4. And they haven't checked the check mark on Sanders yet. I know they don't want to. Here we are over on the Guardian site, and they've got 50.7, 47.4. They're reporting the same thing. If we look at the Wayne County results, right now Bernie at 40%. He's improved there. He's continued to improve there slowly. We're at 54.4%, 564 precincts out of 999 reporting for Wayne, and that's Bernie just on there. But Bernie's got 40% of the vote there to Hillary's 58. And if we look at there's Genesee County around here. Genesee County pulling ahead for Bernie Sanders, 49.9 to Hillary Clinton's 48.3. So some good news there. We are on the home stretch, I would think, folks. 78% in. And, I mean, how long are they going to go? How long are they going to go? How many big counties? Scott, can anybody tell me, do we have any massive counties left to report? We're still waiting on more information. What is the deal here? When are they going to call us? They're going to wait till it's 99% in, and they're like, oh, fine, Bernie wins, goddammit.
I don't know what they're waiting for. It's been like the same percentage difference for like 20% of the vote counted.
Right. Hey, Ryan, while I'm talking here and thinking about this, can somebody see if we can find a link to a live? Sorry, I didn't mean to stick you up there, Ryan. Somebody, I need a. You know how many times that happens? Go watching this footage in history. There's Ryan up there for no apparent reason, folks. Just sitting there going, "Thanks for putting me on camera, John." Somebody see if we can't find me a live stream somewhere on local camera, maybe CBS Miami. Of possibly Bernie making a statement. Scott looks like he was busy doing something. He's gone. I'm wondering if Scott. Yep. What do we got?
CNN is showing a Bernie podium, but no one up.
Shit. Well, see, I can't do the CNN, folks.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying that it might be crunch time to find a local feed.
Okay. Yep. Exactly. Okay, guys. If we can find something to use. Scott, if you can hear me, if you're in there, are you going down to try to do something? They're showing a Bernie podium, so he's got to be somewhere to do this. I'm waiting for Scott to come in and let me know what's going on, folks. We could be close to having a speech, and if we could find a speech, if we can source a link, I'll bring it up and we'll watch it together, and we'll go out victorious. So let's see if we can't do that. Looking at results, 78% in, Bernie at 50.7. And I'm looking at Scott right now, folks. I can tell you, Scott is putting his gear together. So it may be that Scott is going to go down and try to bring us a feed from this wherever this is happening. Maybe it's happening right now in one of the conference rooms in the hotel that Scott's at. We do know that Bernie Sanders is staying at the hotel where Scott is at right now. Scott and I'm assuming Nicole Sandler. So thank you, Nicole Sandler, by the way, for giving Scott a ride and meeting us and talking to me, and it was an honor. It was an honor to talk to you. I'm looking forward to having more conversation. Scott? He keeps looking like he's going to say something, and he doesn't. So I'm just waiting for him to come in. I can't tell if he can hear me or not. 79% in. Yes?
It looks like it's just going to be a little press conference. I don't think he's addressing any supporters.
Okay. Okay. Somebody just dropped a... Nope. What was that? Is there anything in live production, Ryan?
Nope.
Okay.
I know Erg just posted a shout out to have people look.
Okay, great. Great, I'm looking at this. All right, we'll just keep pushing back the results. Here we go, folks. Thanks for being with us tonight.
Keep an eye on those, like the CBS feed and stuff like that.
I don't have the CBS. I gotta grab the CBS link. I don't have that up.
Well, no, if someone in live production wants to look at because we found 3 local stations earlier, we might as well see if they're covering it.
That would be awesome if one of them was, folks. 50.7 to 47.4 with 68% reporting according to The Guardian. 79% in according to according to CNN. Yeah, it's getting late, folks. 50.7, 47.4. Nothing changed there. And there's New York Times, the same information. Let's take a look at any updated information on Wayne County. Wayne County is still showing, it's actually showing Bernie Sanders in lead, slight lead. Oh, wait, I got that wrong. Get your things out there. Hang on. Wayne County, folks. Bernie at 40%, Hillary at 58.2. Apologies, I was looking at the wrong square. They're tiny squares. And Genesee County, folks, with Bernie at 49.9, Hillary at 48.3. There's only 38% reporting in on Genesee County, so we obviously have a ways to go there with that. And yeah, C-SPAN would be a good one to check. The official Bernie Sanders YouTube occasionally will actually show it up there. You never know when that pops up. C-SPAN might cover it. They just throw that up there if anybody looks at their stuff. And the best way I've found to look for a feed is to go to livestream.com and look for local stations. CBS Miami is one of them, but Scott Glindas, I'm going to try to find the press. So Scott is going to go down and see what he can do, folks, and we'll see if we can't get Bernie Sanders in here. Somebody's screaming C-SPAN. Great, Robin Morris. Get me that link into live production so I don't have to scroll and find it. If we've got C-SPAN broadcasting it, then fantastical. That's exactly what I need is some C-SPAN action for me, please. Bernie moved up.
We're holding steady over 1,000 people still watching.
Jeez. Hi, guys. Holy shit. Nice to have you here. Apologies that this isn't more shiny and pretty like establishment media, but you get the raw truth here. No bullshit.
We're pretty good looking, John.
Well, I meant the set. Of course, you and I are stellar and have the same GQ modeling sense as Bernie, right? So, absolutely. And results here, folks, we're calling it 81% in according to CNN Politics. Bernie's gone up a little bit here, 50.9%. That's good to see. Hillary Clinton at 47.2. And even the odds game down here shows Bernie Sanders with a 86% win on the Democratic primary. So when are they going to call this for Bernie Sanders? I mean, how long ago would this been called for Clinton? Even if they were wrong, even if it was close, they would have called this for Clinton, right, Ryan?
Yeah, I have to agree. Like I said, once you get to a certain point, the pattern and the trend just kind of continues exponentially that way, you know? Like,
yep.
There's not going to be a big swing after 89 or like 85% reporting.
Right. Bernie gaining a little more ground there. That's 50.9%. Hillary at 47.2. And they're reporting in on the different areas. Geez, I should be able to find these just blind right now. Bernie Sanders in Genesee County at 50.4%, and Hillary at 47.8%. Wayne County, Bernie Sanders holding at 40%, Hillary at 58.2%, and that has gone up quite a bit. I'm going to jump down here and see if we've got any new information on Mississippi. And Bernie Sanders still viable with 80% reporting in, so it looks like Bernie Sanders viable in Mississippi at 16.2%. And that's good to see, folks. That's good to see. Back up here. We are just waiting for somebody to tell me that mainstream media has finally said, okay, we'll give it to Bernie Sanders. I guess we actually have to report the truth. I guess we can't lie this entire time to the American public that's tapped into our propaganda machine. We're going to have to give it to Sanders. There's people in the United States that actually want to do his crazy radical ideas to change this country for the better. Believe it or not, it's actually the vast majority of us. Actually is. Believe it or not. I'm looking in chat. Come on, somebody tell me they've called it. Sanders is about to go on CNN, they're saying? And you're watching that, Ryan?
They're still showing the podium.
Okay. This is ridiculous, folks. We're at 84% reporting according to CNN Politics. 51% Bernie, 47-1 Clinton. I'm going to swap back over here. So, yeah, Bernie just lost a little bit of ground there, but we're at 81% reporting. American democracy today is definitely under assault by the establishment media, that's for sure.
Bernie just took the podium.
Okay, everybody. Doesn't look like we have a... ABC TV, where is this?
I don't know if it's corporate or not, though.
Yeah, that looks like corporate, folks. Let me see here. Yep. That's actually somebody else pulling that, I think. That's, yeah, I can't use that. Sorry, folks. There's apparently streams out there. Bernie's going to be going, guys. Why don't you grab one of those streams? I see some other links coming in. I need a local feed. Local feed, if we can grab it, and we're good. Oh, Jesse, maybe? Is this it? Hang on, folks. If this is what we got here, then we're good. Let me grab this one. We'll watch this together. Maybe. Here, you can look at the Guardian thing while I try to make this work. Give me 1 second, folks. All right, WYFF News might be bringing us Bernie. Right now, I'm not seeing much going on. This just says presidential candidate speaking through evening. I still need a link to CNN, folks. But either way, I suggest you go watch what he's saying there.
He's talking about how his strongest states are yet to come.
There we go. We got people getting links. That's good. So that's Bernie's. Yeah. So go ahead, yeah, Ryan. Give the play-by-play until I can pull this up. Actually.
Little stump speech here and there.
All right. I wish we had a link, folks. Oh wait, we got another one. Maybe got another link coming through. Let's see. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for trying to find us a link here. Yeah, this is somebody pulling it. Okay, this is somebody pulling the CNN feed. Yeah, exactly. I can't show that. I'll get in big trouble. All right, I see Bernie up there, folks. Listen, it's been a good night. We'll just be quiet. Y'all watch that.
After state, what we have done is created the kind of momentum. So once again, this has been a fantastic night in Michigan. We are very grateful.
You know, we're at the end of the show.
We have gotten from the state, and we look forward to going.
You got, well, let's see. We got the CNN audio on. I'm not going to show it.
States that we will be competing in next week. Thank you all very much.
Wow.
That was a very brief statement by Bernie Sanders. We thought he might be actually talking to reporters or answering some questions. Clearly not. He was doing that from Florida. We're obviously now moving forward. The focus of the next week for him is the state of Florida.
Wow. I'm just going to stop Anderson Cooper there. So apparently Bernie not having a lot to say there. Just came out and said we've got more states moving forward. Ryan, did he say anything about it being a win? Did you catch any of that? I didn't catch enough of it.
He thanked the people of Michigan and said that he did better than was ever expected, but no proclamation of victory.
Interesting. I'm a little surprised. Have they? Interesting. Are they? So nobody's nobody officially calling it, right? They're still just racking up numbers. Is that what's going on here, or is that answer? Or is that Bernie calling it done there?
I think by the last 2 counties to report, then they'll finally call it. There's still 2 counties not reporting.
All right. Thank you, guys. Yeah, I'm reading the CNN headline is that they're locked in a tight race. Not that Bernie is leading. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking? Come on, CNN. I don't even know why we try. Why don't we try to say, come on, CNN, come on, MSNBC, come on, Fox. You're not going to have integrity. You don't care about that. You're not journalists. My mission is to remove the word news from all of the establishment media news channels, so we call them entertainment news, and they will have to brand themselves as entertainment news, and you'll have to put in a description what that means, is that all of the information they're providing on their news channel is not true, is subject to just their bullshit whimsical information, because they are entertainment news. They don't provide real news, folks. They mislead the American public. Why we haven't called it, I don't know. 51% Bernie at this point, with 72 reporting according to The Guardian. And we'll just flip back over here to CNN, which is showing 85% in, with 50.9 they're saying now for Bernie Sanders. But we're still not calling it, although the odds of Bernie Sanders winning on their odds game is now 95%. But we're just not going to call it.
He caught Wayne County to 16%, too.
I'm looking at that right there, folks. Look at that. 41-57, Wayne County, right there. That's closing the gap, folks. That is closing the gap. Oh, I know you guys couldn't hear. What's wrong with the audio? Is there a problem? Audio should be okay. Somebody did audio. I know for a while there I had a little bit of an echo.
Oh, I think they were talking about when you had CNN on.
Oh,
low volume.
I know, guys. What we're trying to see here is, are we still running? Did we get shut down?
We're good. We're good.
We're good. Okay, we're good. Wow, we're just waiting for it to happen. So I love this. I can show you this, folks. Here's the end screen that I ended on. Of course, they're going to show you that Clinton won Mississippi. They're not going to tell you Clinton locked in tight race. It's not a tight. Bernie won. There is no chance for Hillary to win at this point. I do not understand why they keep saying that she is going that is a locked in a tight race. This is ridiculous. If Hillary were in the lead right now, they would have called it for Hillary hours ago. They would have called it for hours ago. This is absolutely ridiculous that they do this. Just silliness. And I've forgotten comments. Terrible. Sorry, guys. I don't even know where I was at. We're going to start here. Hopefully these comments make some kind of sense.
We might hit 500 on this second sheet tonight, John.
You guys have been amazing. You guys are just absolutely amazing with the comments. And if you don't know, every time you make a comment, every time that comment goes into the internet, you're helping. This conversation is being indexed by Google. The comments are indexed. They're semantically relevant to what's going on. That's one of the reasons why we moderate the conversation. And we blast out social media. We have people like Sean who grab screenshots of all of this and the quotes, and those get blasted out. The words that are happening here, all of this is indexed by Google. Now, some of it does and some of it doesn't count towards the algorithm in search. But our activity, all of this engagement together is what makes us so powerful. Engagement broadcasting is what gives us, we amplify each other's voices together here. And this conversation is a big, semantically relevant conversation about Bernie Sanders. And that's what helps it rise to the top of internet search. So being here, having this conversation with us, that's powerful in terms of SEO. That's powerful. So thank you for being here and having that conversation with us. And hopefully they'll announce here. 86%. Still no check mark next to Sanders. Blows my mind.
The last GOP poll is 2 minutes away from closing.
Really now?
They had a vote in Idaho tonight, so they're out west.
Nice, nice.
Depending on how that goes, I think tonight might be the nail in the coffin for Rubio.
Well, he was talking about how Florida is. They had. I was watching something earlier. One of the mainstream medias, they had him there down in Florida voting. So why do you say that? Why do you say this is nail in the coffin? I haven't been paying attention to any of the Republican people. Don't care.
I mean, he's been steadily in third, sometimes fourth in the delegate count, and he got crushed in Michigan and got beat pretty handily in Mississippi, and that's why I said if it's a clean sweep and he comes in last in Idaho, when he was already, towards the bottom of the pack, I don't know how much longer he can stay viable.
All right. Well, let's hope I mean, all right, just going to ask you a silly question. Not that either one of us think this is possible, but out of all of the Republican candidates, Ryan, is there anyone you'd be like, well, if he got into office, at least whatever? Is there anyone you could accept as an actual candidate at this point? I guess is where I'm going.
No.
None. Okay.
I think the only significance it has to me is that they're slowly knocking off all of the quote unquote establishment Republicans. Rubio and Kasich are sort of like the last two, and I know I get in trouble every time anyone says anything good about Kasich from Cindy and Slack, because she lives in Ohio and she always says though he's the wolf in sheep's clothing and that he's just as nut job as the rest of them. He just hides it better.
And yes, you're absolutely right. So I'm looking at comments right here, man. Did you see that what Duke has got put in here? This is interesting. And I'm not exactly John King getting Hillary can make it up, but the math is getting harder. So what I'm seeing here, Ryan, what we're seeing here is they're saying the narrative is already changing on CNN. The narrative is already changing because they're realizing that she's got a race going on. And I love this. I just want to read this quote, guys, from Nigel Harrison. They're having a conversation. Actually, Duke's, first of all, Nigel says, okay, no, here we go. Start with Jesse. ABC is amazed. He's getting as far as he is that he ranked at all. That's ridiculous. Then Nigel says, John King, sorry, on one of the channels, getting nervous. Hillary can make it up, but the math is getting harder. And Duco says, not anymore, was on the Bernie speech. I'm not sure, you were referencing something, but I'm not sure. 1,300 precincts open. It can change, highly unlikely, right? So you're saying that Hillary could possibly catch up. I doubt it. And then Nigel Harrison, this is beautiful. The conversation is already changing. Hillary camp needs to take stock. Consider what went wrong. How does she address the anger at the system and the establishment? Media is so fickle. Absolutely true. And then Duke just responds, CNN is starting to talk this can become 2008 all over again. That's beautiful. If we can push that narrative, folks, that this is Hillary's 2008 all over again, that she's going to lose again, if we can push that narrative in the American public, I think that's good. So it'll be interesting to see how many establishment people, establishment journalists that are worried about keeping their job when Bernie and the people take back government. Yep, that's right. Bernie won Michigan, is just saying there. I was looking at Alam's statement there. It's fantastic. It's fantastic, folks. Where are the pundits now?
He's back up to 4% lead.
Seriously. Yes, he is. Look at that, folks. 51, 47, flat, 86% in reporting. Bernie won Michigan, folks. I don't know when they're going to actually put a check mark on it. All right. Gladwin County goes to Bernie. At some point, they're going to have to put a check mark there. Is that a dot? That's not one. That's a dot on my screen. I thought that was that's a smudge. See that? It's not a check mark. It's a little smudge of something. Thought maybe they had one on there, but nope.
Those damn smudges getting your heart going.
Yep. It's it is. Wait, I'm waiting to read other comments here. They're saying the counties not yet in our heavy Hillary counties. Interesting. I hope not, folks. I hope not that we're looking at counties not all the way in that are heavy Hillary. Chippewa County isn't in, from what I can see. Tonagaon County is not in, from what I can see. Those are the only two that are gray. I don't know if there's like not enough. Most of the counties that I'm seeing floating around are heavily reported in. If you look at this map, again, look at me. Who gives a shit? Look at me. Still 35% lacking on Detroit. I think they're waiting for that. It's Detroit. Didn't this happen to us last time around? We're like, there's one place, we're waiting for all the damn votes for this one place. We have to wait for a long time.
It's always those big cities.
Imagine if this were done honestly and electronically, folks. We could all be done in like a matter of an hour. Just pull up the app and go, beep. I voted. I'm done. I didn't have to go wait in line, to go anywhere else. We could do that if we had a system and a government that we could trust. We don't have a government we can trust. Once we put one of those in place, we can build systems that we trust, that are run by the people, that are open source, that are outside of the influence of corporations like Microsoft, who made a nifty app for Iowa, but it was still built by Microsoft, so I don't trust it for shit.
And it broke.
And it broke. It did. Their application actually broke. We just got an updated numbers, folks. We moved to 90% reporting, according to the CNN site, and you're seeing right there Sanders 50.4%, Hillary Clinton 47.6%. So that just an update there. Do we know if there was that? Let's take a look and see if that was anything in Detroit. Do we know what county we're counting for Detroit, folks? Is that here we go, Detroit down here. Is that Wayne? Is that what Wayne is?
Yeah.
Okay.
75%.
Okay. So I'm seeing here on the Guardian, you're seeing 75% counting for Wayne?
On CNN, yeah.
Okay. And they really think it's still going to be that much of a game changer. I just don't understand that. Here's Wayne County down here on this map, folks, and where it sits, 58% Clinton, 40 for Sanders, and we're at 75% counting, which is what Ryan just told us. And apparently they're expecting that difference right there to be a clincher for Hillary, make up the gap somehow. Not really sure how that's supposed to work there. And where was it? Where was that other county we cared about? Didn't we say Genesee went for Bernie? Is that done?
Genesee, they have flipped back to Hillary, but CNN, it's like a 60 vote lead for Clinton.
60 vote lead. Wow, that's pretty close.
60 votes out of 30,000 total, or 30,000 total.
Interesting. Yeah, they just changed their thing on me. CNN did there. Maybe they're done. Maybe they're done showing results. Interesting. All right, so here's we'll go back to the Guardian, and we're just waiting for the final results, folks. That's what we're sitting around, just waiting for mainstream media to declare that it's done. And of course, when Bernie Sanders is in the lead, they wait till the last possible fucking minute to do that, and that's what's happening here. In terms of polling, we're running ahead of Secretary. I'm just watching the Guardian side. I love it when they put up these little messages. Yes, if you're not well aware, Bernie Sanders beats Donald Trump decisively. Hillary Clinton, not so much. Hillary's swooping in to give some updates here. Leading in Mackinac County. And thanks Genesee County. Why is that? What happened here? We get some change. Wayne
That's
County
where she's up by 60 votes now.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, what a close race there. 158. It's 15,093. 15,158 is the difference. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. Let's scroll down here to Mississippi results real quick. We're looking at 86% reporting in. Bernie Sanders still viable in Mississippi. That's good. And of course, they've got the check mark for Hillary. No problem there. Scroll back up here. Bernie Sanders at 50.3. Hillary at 47.7%. We're at 80% there for Michigan. We go over here, and according to CNN Politics, we're at 91% reporting. And it looks like Scott is back here. Scott, did you able to talk? Are you back with us? Did you go down and get some recordings? Waiting to see if he pops back in here, folks. One of these days, I'll change my monitors. They can look straight in the face. Hey, Scott. Scott, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
All right, we've got a big echo coming through on your side of things, man.
On my side?
Yep. That might have gone away. There we go. We just had to get some noise canceling. How you doing, Scott? Did you get any information?
How was the audio with Bernie?
What?
How was the audio with Bernie? Did you?
We didn't even. We didn't look. I didn't know you were on, man. I didn't know you were on.
I saw 3 watching. There was he just made a statement by the pool.
Yeah, you know what? We'll run it tomorrow off your RSN footage. So everybody, if you want to see the full, if you didn't catch the full footage, Scott was there with RSN. I wasn't aware that he was actually down broadcasting. I was trying to get you to let me know what you were doing before you left, but I wasn't sure what was going on. So
well, I heard on TV they were saying that Bernie was going to be making a statement, and I knew he was in this building, so I just went looking, and I actually got yanked back by the Secret Service at one point.
Really?
Got rescued by Weaver again, saying he's okay, he's okay.
Interesting. That's yeah, really. That's glad. Well, thank you, Jeff Weaver, for stopping the Secret Service from hauling Scott out. Geez, guys. That pisses me off. I
understand. I wasn't part of the traveling press corps that they'd been watching. I was a new face to them, so.
Right. Yeah, whatever. So you caught it all. Why was it so short? What was the deal? We only caught I only caught 2 seconds of it. What? Why do you only come in and come out so short?
2 seconds.
What? Scott?
I thought I was broadcasting the whole time. I don't.
No. I'm saying we didn't catch it here. So tell us what he said. Why was it so short? What did he say in the speech?
I was focused more. This is one of the problems sometimes when I'm focusing on getting the shot. It's.
I didn't hear what he had to say.
I got there late, and I came through a door that the rest of the press was already set up, and that's why the Secret Service guy grabbed me and pulled me back, and then I got back to where I got the shot, and he talked about we started this campaign down 60 to 70%, and as we got the message out, the places where we get the message out, we do well, and that's
standard information. It just there were a lot of comments from the people in chat. Maybe he seemed a little down, a little tired. And even Anderson Cooper on CNN was like, we kind of expected him to say more there. So it was.
So you saw it on the.
I only caught a little bit of the end of CNN because I didn't know what was going on and I wasn't paying attention. So really, that was all we got.
Well, Casey Hutton wasn't there, and actually she was mad when she came in that it was over.
Who's Casey Hutton?
The MSNBC
reporter. So you weren't the only one to get there. Just
I was about to interview Weaver, and she was complaining to him about saying that Simone had just called her over for a press conference. So then Weaver went and called upstairs, and he arranged the interview in the hallway for that CNN or MSNBC.
Oh wow! Okay, interesting.
So Weaver. I could have had him outside, but it was dark. So I said, let's go inside, and then we ran into Casey Hunt, and everything spun away from there.
See, See, this is all the stuff you guys don't hear about. You know about this stuff. This is Scott on the road, right there. Secret Service tossing him around, trying to get in, get the story. Things happening everywhere, and all we catch is Anderson Cooper telling us Bernie didn't have much to say. That's we get the real story from Scott. Tomorrow we're going to watch all your footage, whatever you captured, Scott. Did you get an interview eventually with Jeff Weaver? Did you get one?
No, because he took them upstairs. So I don't know if I might go back down and see if they come downstairs. But Bernie probably won't come down, but
all right,
could come down again.
Cool. So listen, folks, I'm reading. Thank you for being here with us. I'm going to call it. We're 92% in. I see people, our guys have to leave. We've had a great conversation. You guys have racked up a fantastic conversation. I lost track, and it's getting late. I want to get the hell out of here. I think we're good. Scott, what do you think? Is there any chance?
I'm wondering who was watching my feed, because I saw it said 3 people watching, so I figured you guys had it.
No, sorry, I feel bad. We didn't catch it. You realize ever since what's her name, Susan Sarandon, and we all sent everybody over to your RSN page. You got a lot more followers. People.
I didn't even look at that. But.
You got like 31,000 views on that sucker. It didn't have those before. So thank you, Susan Sarandon, for sending everybody that footage to deal with the. I don't know. That was the idiocy in Nevada going on.
I didn't even check that.
Yeah.
Well, I think this is good. You said 92% reporting now?
Yeah, we're at 92% reporting, although actually that's not true. I'm seeing Guardian's calling it 81% reporting. The CNN is calling 92% in, but I'm being told by Duke that that's inaccurate. And everybody else is claiming 82% reporting. But at 82% reported, Scott, what do you think? I mean,
I think it looks good.
Wayne County's at 40%, holding steady, 75% in, 40% Sanders, 58-2 Hillary.
I think I saw where among young African Americans, Bernie was only losing by a point. So that was definitely something that everybody was looking for in the South, whether he could do well with younger African Americans, and it didn't pan out, but it seems to be panning out in Michigan.
Nice. That's great. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Duke, there on the precincts. The precincts is wrong. Is there any chance at all right now, Scott, that some crazy-ass number comes in from Detroit, which is really, we've got like 40% left, 42% left to record in Genesee County. Is there a chance that somehow Clinton pulls that out?
Genesee's close. It's Wayne. How much left in Wayne?
No. Where am I going here?
No, it's Wayne, John.
Is it? Am I reading wrong information? Wayne is at 75% reporting.
That's Detroit.
Yeah, that's where Detroit is, yeah.
Okay, my bad.
Hey, John.
So Wayne is yeah. What's up?
CNN was just talking a little while ago about what I was talking about earlier, as far as there's a lot of room for Hillary to take in votes in Wayne County and Detroit, but they pointed out like 3 other counties that are like 65-35 Bernie, like Kent County in the west side of the state is only at 44%, and that's 65-35 Bernie, and they pointed out like 3 or 4 other counties that are still reporting that are heavily Bernie, and they said that it's going to be really hard, even if she were to do extremely well in Wayne County, for her to catch up, because Bernie's numbers are going to keep going up as well.
Well, there you go, folks. I think that's definitive. I'm going to say that Ryan has called it today for all of us, all right? And between Ryan and Scott and all of you out there and all of us in here today, we're going to call it, since mainstream media is going to keep dicking around with it. And,
interestingly, right now on CNN,
yeah,
Van Jones is talking about the cheap shot in the Detroit debate, and that's one of the reasons why Bernie did better, because people are saying this is the kind of stuff we don't like from the Clintons, and So that's good that Van Jones is saying that. That'll help in the African American community.
Excellent. Yeah, and Nigel Harrison dropped a comment in here, folks. Nigel isn't able to join us live, but he said the CNN is freaking out. They're like, Ohio is going to go the same way. What do you think about that, Scott?
Well, there was the one poll from the university, I forget the name of the university, that had Bernie ahead in Ohio already.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
But the other polls don't. That poll looks like an outlier, but it's hard to tell.
Yeah. How much stock can you put into it when Michigan had Bernie down 20 points last week?
Right.
So is that so? You guys, the smart people here, speaking to what you said earlier about that, Ryan. So are we looking at that same? Now the polls become question, right? This now calls into question all of these poll numbers and how inaccurate they are, because, like, if your polls were any decent, folks, this wouldn't have happened, right?
But actually, the polls were showing the race tightening. Usually, the candidate with the momentum can pull the upset on the.
I'll give you that, but and I said something about that earlier, that momentum is one thing, and I believe that over the past week, maybe Bernie picked up seven points, but there were polls that had him down 30%.
Yeah, but the most that were showing down to 15, 11, and the one that was 5 points. So it was showing a lot of momentum on his. His campaign was the one that was gaining traction.
Yeah, that is true. That momentum does go a long way, which is again why even if the delegates get split here, I think the symbolism of the win for Bernie was more important.
Right.
Things just got really tight again on CNN.
I see that. I'm cutting over to the CNN numbers, guys, and we're looking at, of course, we're looking at 49.9 and 48.1 now on these numbers. And I'm clicking back over to the, here we go, 49.9, 48.1, updated 84.3% reporting.
How many in Wayne County now?
Wayne County is 82.9% reporting. That's where he lost ground. 38.8 Sanders, 59.6 Clinton.
Yeah, it went from 18 to 21.
So that's disheartening, very much so, to see that. But what are you going to do? You got to wait for this. So what do you think? Do we hang on, Scott? Do we hang on? Is that what we got to do now with this race tightening? Do we have to sit here?
Well, John, like I said, there's still three counties in the western part of the state that are less than 50% reporting, where Bernie has pretty much a 2-to-1 margin.
That's true. So we don't. You're absolutely right. So. Man, it's close. I want to keep going. I want to get to the end of this thing with you guys. I want to stop putting you up on screen. That's what I want to do. We're losing, folks. I can see it. You guys have been with us a long time. More than 15,700 playbacks so far today on this event. You guys have been with us a long time. Thank you for being here. This was a fun event. Really had a great day with you guys today. We're about ready to wrap it up here. We're going to go out with the happy song, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific and noon Eastern for the Real Newsroom. That's on politicalrevolution.tv. Go over there and subscribe, because that's how you'll know. Subscribe and opt in for notifications. That's how you know when we go live. On Bernie 2016 TV, I go live sometimes with 5 minutes notice. If we find a feed, we find out Bernie's somewhere, we got something going on news, I'll come on in 5-10 minutes notice. So the best way to find out if we're going live with Bernie, to get your burn for the day, is to subscribe to Bernie 2016 TV and sign up for notifications, because we are always, our crew is always looking for streams, and that's our job here. That's our goal. We made a promise to you. What's up, Scott?
Everyone else probably got this too, because it's a fundraising message. But there is a statement from Bernie. Something amazing is happening in the state of Michigan, with more than 70% of the vote in The race is too close to call, but we're in the lead. And no matter what happens, this is a great night for our political revolution. Very few people in the establishment thought this was possible. One poll last week had us losing the state by 25 points, but now it looks like we could win. Every time the establishment underestimates us, every time we come back and show them they're wrong. Let's keep doing it.
Beautiful. That's beautiful. That message just came through hot off the press from the Sanders campaign. Remember that, folks. This is what's important. This is so discouraging when you're hearing a message coming out of mainstream media telling that you're losing, when the truth is you're doing something amazing. You've come back from a massive deficit. You are fighting the very media corporations that are supposed to be helping you present Bernie's message. You are fighting them directly, and you are winning. You are winning. Together, we are kicking the establishment's ass. And Super Tuesday 2, which is coming up, is loaded for Bernie. Super Tuesday 1 was loaded for Hillary. And with this, I'm going to call it a win in Michigan tonight, because all we needed to do was show that it wasn't going to be a blowout. We needed to show that Bernie could at least tie or better. Michigan proves that Bernie can carry this through to the end, and that whatever the pundits are saying is bullshit. They have no idea. Welcome to the political revolution. We've told you over and over and over again, it's here. It's been here for months. It's been whipping your ass all over the country, and it's here to stay. So we won tonight, no matter what the establishment media says. We kicked serious ass together as Team Bernie. All right? Do not forget that at all. 49-9, 48-1. Looks like that's where the Guardian's reporting right now. Still more than 800 folks with me tonight. Thank you so much for still being here.
Yeah, John, I'm watching chat live, and they really want us to stay. They're saying how can you leave right now?
All right, guys, we'll stay. We'll stay. They got. I just wanted officials. Somebody's got to call us. It was like this could go on for hours. Scott, didn't we have one of these things where like we didn't get the final results till the next day? Do you think they'll be able to deliver Detroit results before we all want to fall asleep? By the way, I'm there. You know? See, he probably even turned off audio.
18,000.
What?
So it's 18,000 votes now? Yeah.
18,000 vote is what Bernie has in lead?
Yeah.
Are there even that many votes left to count? The other counties combined?
That's what I'm looking at with Wayne right now, John. Let me do some math really quick.
Thank you, Ryan. If there's not that many votes left to count, then maybe we can call this good, folks, no matter which way they go.
Now, where's Ann Arbor? What county?
I have no idea. Ann Arbor, folks. Where is Ann Arbor? Do I have more comments? I'm so sorry. I think everybody went home on the comment train, but you guys are having a great conversation, and I'm paying attention. I'm looking at it over here. This is huge. You can't go. All right, we're staying. I'm not going anywhere. I apologize for even saying otherwise. Just know that I will be extra cranky tomorrow for the newsroom. You guys are going to have to put up with that shit. It may mean a few extra F-bombs and some other things and maybe an additional rant or something. We'll have to figure that out. I would love pizza. Don't say pizza for John. I think I'm going to have a pizza after this. What's up, Ryan? Are you froze? You got results?
Yeah,
I'm doing mental math.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Okay. Cutting you over to the update, folks. Still 92%, 49-9, 48-1. Guardian. Bernie's talking something here. Football, spectator sport. Donald Trump decisively, I say decisively, 37%, 24%, with 85% reporting for Michigan. Donald Trump wins Michigan. Bernie, 49-9, with 85.4 reporting, 48-1. It's where we sit, folks. And do we have any change in Wayne County? Wayne County, 38-6. Bernie Sanders, he keeps losing a little down there, and 59-7 for Hillary Clinton in Wayne County.
What percent reporting?
Percentage reporting in Wayne County right now is 83-1.
Okay. All right, Ann Arbor, let's see. Ouachita County,
I don't know where that was.
Why do they do that? There's no percentage here. It's 101 of 141 precincts, so there's still 40 precincts out.
40 precincts out. Okay. Okay.
John, there's still about 42,000 votes left in Wayne County.
All right. So you hear that, folks? There's almost 3 times the number of Bernie's lead now in Wayne County votes left to count, and that's probably why they're waiting. Even though, what?
168 precincts still out.
168 precincts still out. Oh, in total or in Wayne?
Wayne.
In Wayne alone, folks, it's 168 precincts out.
But then, John, if you take into account the trends and give Hillary, 60% of those 48,000, that cuts it down even more as far as what she needs to overtake him. So, like, 60% of 48,000 is like just under 30,000. So she really only has like 30,000 votes left to make up 18,000.
Yep.
And then you take into account the rest of the state too. So I still think it's going to be like it's Detroit versus the rest of the state.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting way to put it. Interesting way to put it. Well, we're going to hang on with you, folks. What's up? What'd you say, Scott?
Flint, 82 of 86, so there's not. But Kent County, 219 of 250. Now that jumped really fast.
Did it? 88% reporting now in. We just got a big chunk of data in.
Grand Rapids, Bernie's lead should have increased.
50.4 to 47.7.
Yeah, that's Grand. A big chunk came from Grand Rapids just now.
Awesome, guys. You hear that? Grand Rapids came in. Gap is widening. Yep, everybody's seen that. Thanks. Thanks, Mark. I'm a homie. I like that. Appreciate it. Sanders up 54%. Yep, that's what we're seeing, folks. That is what we're seeing. We're seeing back over 50. Sanders in the lead again, or a more dominant lead. Some of the words that they use on Hillary Clinton when they're talking to headlines, trying to make her sound good. Dominating, right? Bernie Sanders dominating this with a 50.4 lead. Just say that because it sounds better. Nothing update on. Here, just push it over. You guys look at it with us. Soon, somebody should call this.
Now I have one thing concerned me a little. They're playing it safe, but I haven't heard anybody say that it's definitely a win when I was downstairs.
I wouldn't expect to hear that out of. I just the Sanders camp isn't like that. Maybe other people, but that's a big difference in philosophy. Like Hillary Clinton comes out all boastful the minute she can. Bah, 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 bah. Bernie Sanders is very humble, and then the people in the Sanders campaign, we're humble. There's a difference. We're not trying to flash and sell. It's not about sales. That's good. That's a difference. Like when Hillary Clinton, I hear her speak, it's like she's trying to sell something. I'm not interested in being sold on Hillary Clinton. I hear what Bernie Sanders has to say, and I agree with it. He doesn't need to sell me on anything. He's not selling me anything. He's offering me work. It's like, I want to work for you. And here's what I want to do for you, and we're going to do this together. Here's my plan. You want to do this? I'm not selling you anything. Not selling you me. I'm just telling you what I'd do if I got in and was allowed to work for you. That's what Bernie Sanders is. It's like there's a difference. Hillary's trying to sell you something. Bernie is doing a job interview. Bernie's been doing a job interview with American people all around the country. Hillary's been trying to sell us Hillary all around the country. And every time Hillary shows up, she changes her sales pitch so that it sounds good for wherever the hell she is. I'm Hillary the moderate, Hillary the progressive, Hillary the conservative. Hillary gives a shit about ground water. Hillary cares more about trade agreements. Whatever it is, that's what she does. I'm going to sell you on me, the establishment politician, Don't you like me, friend? Can you give me a buck, friend? Bernie Sanders is saying, I'd like to be your employee. I'd like to work for you, but then together we have a whole bunch of shit we got to take care of together. Are you ready to do that?
Bernie's getting some calls.
Is he?
AP called it for Bernie, says chat. Check the Guardian.
All right, looking at the Guardian site right now. Yes, folks, we have a check mark.
All right.
We have a check mark, everybody. Bernie Sanders with an official check mark from the Guardian. Leave it to the UK site to give us a check mark at 50.1%, 48% Clinton with 90.1% reporting in. I'm just going to flip over to CNN and see what they have to say. CNN still has not. They have not flipped that mark for Sanders. But so
I'm going to go to the lobby in case.
Are you going to go get another statement? Should we hold out for you guys? We could hold out. Watch Scott. Scott will actually pay attention to your channel when you go down this time.
Okay.
Sorry, folks. Okay, so Scott's on his way down, and see if we can get some. Maybe Bernie will do another speech. I don't know. I doubt that. Everybody seemed to say it was just like rah. He seemed a little rah. But
I don't think Bernie will come out, but Weaver and Line or somebody could come out.
All right.
Yeah.
Go down and let us know. Can somebody keep an eye on? Somebody please keep an eye on Scott's channel. That's not me, because that's how we missed it last time, folks. Because I wasn't looking. And if he comes up on the channel, we'll see it. But there it is. There's the official from the Guardian, no less. Bernie Sanders wins Michigan, and we still have 10% left to report. And Ryan, I guess we've closed the gap on those numbers. We don't need to worry about it anymore at this point. I'm gonna guess there.
I want to go on record to say that I was the first one to call it.
Yes, you were, sir. Yes, you were. I forced that hand, but yes, you were the first one to call it.
You may have called it for me, but my name is on the log.
Yep. Here's CNN. I just think this is funny. They're gonna wait till the very end, aren't they?
They're at 95% even.
CNN still not calling it, and my favorite part is their little game here. Whatever this is has gone down. Sanders only an 85% chance to win the Michigan primary now.
Oh.
Whatever that is. So CNN, crazy numbers. Here's the Guardian with some reality.
MSNBC just called it.
Sweetness, folks. That's it. We just got an establishment, an American-based establishment bullshit media company to call it for Bernie. So now that they've done it, it's going to mean truth to the 24% of Americans that pay attention to that crap. But honestly, Ryan called it first. And Scott's on his way down there to see if he can get us some footage. Maybe Jeff Weaver, somebody's going to have a conversation. Give me 1 second, folks. I'm going to grab the Scott's Ustream, see if we got something pulling up, and we'll bring that to you if we do have an announcement. And that would be cool. That's kind of cool to watch the reporter leave the room, say he's going to go down there. He'll be on camera in a second. You guys don't generally get that with mainstream media. It doesn't happen there, folks. CNN is devastated.
Nice. That's why they haven't called it yet. They're just clinging to their little bit of hope.
Yep. AP called it at 11:30 p.m. CNN is devastated. That's so funny. I love that. We're sorry, CNN. We're sorry that this actually has to be a race. We're sorry that the people are done with establishment politics. We're not sorry at all. They just won't plug that check mark in. Let's look at the New York Times. Oh, look. The Times even put a check mark on it, folks. CNN is the last holdout on it. What about ABC? I don't even know if ABC has one. The Clinton News Network. What?
Fox called it.
Well, Fox called it. Well, Fox doesn't like Hillary. I'm surprised they weren't the ones to call first. So at this point...
It says stand by for a CNN projection because they're at break right now.
Projection?
Yeah. What a bold projection with 95% in.
I'm sorry. CNN is about to call it. Do they realize they're the last? They're the last ones to call it. Right? CNN, you waited. Not that anybody gives a shit, but everybody else around the world knew that Bernie Sanders won. CNN, I am so sorry that your fantasy has ended. The CNN fantasy of a Hillary Clinton coronation really truly ends today, folks. So I want everybody to grieve for CNN. They're suffering quite a loss right now, and this is hard for them. So I want you to send CNN messages of love. Let them understand that you know how they feel, that it's really hard to face reality when it's shoved in your face like that. And we get it, that denial is just part of the grieving process. So we hope CNN will recover from this dramatic showing of reality of the people, and we wish them the best as they continue to try to be what they consider a news network in the modern world today. We wish them luck with reporting news from here on out. I'm sure this is going to change the way they do that. You know, that's
someone just commented Chris Matthews is somewhere in the fetal position.
You know you know it's true. It's like, what are we going to do? Oh my God, my whole life is ruined. I built a career off spewing shit, and now I can't anymore. The American people don't believe it. What are we going to do? Oh, God. Every establishment anchor, every establishment journalist is saying that right now. I have a choice as an establishment journalist, what they're saying. I can either start telling the truth and lose my job, or keep my job and continue to lie. Establishment media, make your choice. Because Bernie Sanders said it best. He said it about Republicans, and I want to say this again, because I say this to establishment media. I say this to establishment corporations. I say this to everybody who works in the establishment government. Bernie Sanders was asked by Brett, what's his name, Bright? Is it Brett Bright on Fox, Ryan?
Yeah.
Hey, he's asked, how are you going to get your things done, Bernie? How are you going to get all this accomplished? You know, you say you're going to raise millions of dollars, but how are you actually going to get this stuff to go through the Congress? How are you get Republicans to actually do what you want? How are you going to do that, Bernie Sanders? He said 2 ways, Brett. The first is I've worked with Republicans like John McCain and others. And I think I can work with them. I know how to do that. I'm not a moron. The second is we're going to tell them if they don't do what the people want, we're going to show them what unemployment looks like. So everybody out there choosing the establishment right now, what you're really choosing is a short career in government or a short career in establishment media, because we're about to end those relationships. We're about to shift everything back to the people. And if you're for the establishment, you're not for the people, and you're going to lose your job. So that's the bottom line. What you got, Ryan? You look like you're excited about some news, man.
I'm excited to tell the over 1,000 people still with us right now that CNN has projected Bernie Sanders the winner of Michigan.
Oh my goodness, CNN, you must be imploding on your own sadness. Here's CNN's, they put a star there, folks. CNN has given the star to Bernie Sanders. We thank them so much for admitting reality. Bernie Sanders wins Michigan, folks. Ryan Lavicek called it first for Bernie 2016 TV. And we had Scott reporting. Are we looking at Scott? We got anything coming out of Scott? Hang on, let's see. We're going to go look at Scott's feed, folks, see if we got something happening. I don't see anything right now. This would be really sad for us to cut into song and find out that Scott's bringing us a feed of something. Ryan, has he said anything in live production, anybody? Nope. Okay. Whew. CNN calls it last around the world, desperately clinging on to whatever, hoping that something would change. I don't know what they were expecting to have happen, but despite what they wanted, it didn't happen. CNN is now in grieving, and we feel sorry for their loss, and we want them to understand that. Scott doesn't look like he's bringing us anything right here, folks. I'm not seeing anything come up. So what I'm going to do, this is going to be fun. I'm probably going to leave right now. We're going to say goodnight. I'm going to run the end song, which is the happy song. And about halfway through the happy song, Scott's going to pop up with a feed. I swear this is what's going to happen. So if that does, I will stop the happy song and we'll cut over to Scott's feed, I promise you. All right? But for now, thank you for being with us tonight. Thank you, everybody in chat, everybody in comments, the 1,000 people that are still here. I am honored that you stuck around. That's awesome. We had a great conversation. We learned a lot together. We shared a lot together. This is what we do all the time. This is engagement broadcasting. Thank you for being here. Ryan, thank you for all your help tonight. Everything you added to the conversation, coming up with them numbers. And Jesse, I see you in here. And I appreciate everything you've done, communicating back and forth. Yeah, look at the 100% on the it's 100% on the CNN. Bernie Sanders wins the thing. That's lovely. But this doesn't work without a whole ton of volunteers, without a whole ton of people giving up their time to be here, and that includes the audience. Without you, this would be a really boring conversation. So thank you for being here. Thank you for having this conversation with us. This is how we inform the electorate together, right? All right, folks. I've said my piece. We're going to see it tomorrow. Doesn't look like we got anything coming from Scott yet. We're going to run out with the happy song. Everybody knows the happy song. It's the end of the corporate age. And what CNN is sad about right now is that's really what's happening. The end of the corporate age. This is no longer going to be a nation run by corporations, a nation that puts profit before people. We're going to reverse that. We're going to flip that around the way it should be. People first in a nation run by the people. So we're going to make that change together, folks. The end of the corporate age. This is a song by the Color Bars, and they've been very gracious about letting us use it all we want in any ways we want. And I love this song. Absolutely fucking love this song. Thank you for being here. Enjoy the Color Bars, End of the Corporate Age. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. And I'm sure there'll be a Bernie rally somewhere. We'll catch after that together. Feel the burn, everybody.
The wealthiest people of this country have seen a tremendous increase in their income, while at the same time, the standard of working people and poor people has declined.
CEOs make more than 500 times of what their workers make. The middle class is shrinking.
Poverty is increasing, while at the same time, the people on top are doing phenomenally well.
People always tell me, man, you're wasting your time. Can't you see the monolith is immobile? Yes, I tell them kindly, still I've made up my mind. 'Cause the sky above's as big and limitless as it ever was. Gather round people in the town square. It's the end of the corporate age. There's a new caveat, let the center beware. This is the end of the corporate age. There's no quick and easy remedy that won't end in more calamity.
This is a fantastic time. From my standpoint, this is the best time that I've ever had.
All the bloviators keep on spreading the meme that there's only so much room at the table, telling us we're lucky to be eating the scraps, but we've got all the facts and we're taking our places back.
Remember I told you? Check it out, folks.
He did win, and we won well, and we beat the Clinton machine, we beat the dishonest attacks, we beat the super PACs, we beat it all, right? And we're going to go on down next week. We're going to go to Ohio, we're going to go to Illinois, Missouri, North Carolina, and we're down here in Florida. and we're going to compete in all those states. We're going to accumulate a lot of delegates, and then the calendar really turns in our favor. We're going all the way to the convention, and then when we get to the convention, Bernie Sanders is going to be the nominee.
The question kind of is, can Hillary win in blue states?
Well, this is a big question, right? I mean, you know, I was making the point earlier this week that Hillary Clinton increasingly looks like a regional candidate. You know, she was First Lady of Arkansas for a dozen years. She has a lot of relationships in the South, a lot of long time, you know, well known down there. But what we've seen is when you get out of the South, she really struggles. So I think increasingly what we're seeing is that Bernie Sanders is a national candidate and Hillary Clinton is a regional candidate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, folks. So that was Scott Galindez. That's exactly what happens. That's how this works, folks. I knew it was going to happen. We go to play the song. We're all jammed to the song, and Scott comes on. That was Jeff Weaver. I caught most of that. You can go to Scott's RSN, Reader Supported News, and get all of this footage. I'm just looking right now to see this. What happens is we call it legs and interviews. So Scott will figure out who to talk to next, and we look down, we're looking at the ground, and then we'll come up and we're talking to somebody else. So I have no idea if we're going to talk to anybody else or if Scott's ending the feed right now. We're just going to look, wait a few seconds, and see y'all. Sorry about that. Oh, yes, here we go. We got another interview coming up right here.
Clinton in a very important general election state that his message resonated very powerfully with a critical block of voters in the state of Michigan, a very big battleground state. And I think it's an indication of how well we can do in the weeks and months ahead. We think we have a very good road ahead of us, that some of the toughest states in this process are behind us, and some of the best states are the states that lie ahead.
The question is, can Hillary Clinton win in blue states?
Well, that's a question that remains to be answered. I mean, we'll see how she does, but I think we know that answer about Bernie Sanders. You know, we found it out in Minnesota. We found it out in Michigan today in a very tough board race. I'll tell you another thing, too. Where we compete with her, where we run campaigns on the ground, beginning in Iowa, New Hampshire, and Nevada, states that we came very close in, a couple of them, one that we won by a historic margin, states like Minnesota, states like Colorado, Oklahoma, where we won this past weekend, winning 3 out of 4, with record turnouts, by the way. Record turnout in Maine, record turnout in Kansas, record turnout in Colorado. You know, that's what we want to do. Bernie's whole campaign is about bringing people into the process, and if we can do that the rest of the way, he's going to be the nominee of the Democratic Party.
Thank you.
Thanks.
There we go. Okay, just make sure everything's set. All right, so that was 2 pieces. It looks like Scott just shut off there. So we got Tad Devine and Jeff Weaver. That's what you get when you have a volunteer and somebody that works on the beat, the reader-supported news. Scott Galindez shows up. He's at the same hotel in Miami as Bernie Sanders with all those folks. So tomorrow we've had that debate, and we'll be bringing you that too. I forgot to tell you that. Tomorrow somehow we'll be bringing you something, at least from the sprint room. Maybe we'll do a meta debate together. But thanks for sticking around. I did call it. I saw you guys all seeing that in there. And I did hear somebody say, John does know he has to restart the song. And I do that. Hey, Scott, you're back.
The wealthiest people.
Hang on a second.
Only 2 down there. So you got both interviews?
We did. I caught. I did. Yes. But I told everybody to go to Reader Supported News because I didn't get the very beginning piece of each because you came up really fast and I had to switch over. But I told everybody how you did it. That I wait for you to pop up from the ground. And it's like, oh, there we're interviewing Tad. Look at that. There's Tad.
Yeah.
So fantastic. They seemed pretty excited. Were they? Was he at?
A lot of excitement. Yeah.
Excellent. And what are you going to try to do for us tomorrow? I didn't realize we even had you back in here. What are you going to do for us tomorrow? Where are you going to be?
Well, I think there's going to be a rally at the campus where the debate is prior to the debate. That's what Nicole said. I haven't seen anything on it yet.
Okay. So, great.
And then there's the debate. Hopefully I'll be in the spin room. I haven't received any word either way, which usually probably means I got denied, but I'll raise heck and say I've been I was credentialed for Flint, so why not Miami? So we'll see what happens.
Well, and that's just ridiculous. You've been one of the first credentialed person. You've covered more of these events than any other reporter. You covered Bernie. You were interviewing Bernie.
That's mostly Bernie. It's the DNC making the call.
Right. I forgot. It's the Gestapo DNC. That's Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Tim Canova fixes that. Anything else you want to tell us?
Actually, hopefully, I'll get in the spin room, and I'm actually the interview I want is Tulsi Gabbard, to ask her if she thinks anybody else in the DNC should resign based on supporting one candidate or the other.
That's a great question. That's a great question. Well, we look forward to you bringing that to us tomorrow, Scott. Scott Galindas, everybody, live from Miami. And thank you for bringing us all that footage, Scott. Reader-supported news. Everybody, go there. Go to that. It's on Ustream if you want to catch the full footage. That's where all this stuff is. And I know we missed the beginning parts of that, so you can go there. We'll run that footage tomorrow, either in the newsroom or sometime later in the day. We've got rallies coming up and probably big Bernie celebration. The political revolution is on, folks. Let's get to it. Let's put our candidate in office. All right. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, everybody. Let's close this thing out again. Here is End of the Corporate World. Color bars. Maybe.
In their income, while at the same time the standard of living of working people and poor people has declined. CEOs make more than 500 times of what their workers make. The middle class is shrinking. Poverty is increasing, while at the same time the people on top are doing phenomenally well.
People always tell me, man, you're wasting your time. Can't you see the monolith is immobile? Yes, I tell them kindly, still I've made up my mind. 'Cause the sky above's as big and limitless as it ever was. Gather round, people, in the town square. It's the end of the corporate age. There's a new caveat, let the center beware. This is the end of the corporate age. There's no quick and easy remedy that won't end in more calamity.
I mean, this is a fantastic time. From my standpoint, this is the best time that I've ever had.
All the bloviators keep on spreading the meme that there's only so much room at the table, telling us we're lucky to be eating the scraps. But we've got all the facts, and we're taking our places back.
Billionaires shouldn't be allowed to hide in the shadows. Make them step out in the open where the American people can see.
Gather round, people, in the town square. It's the end of the corporate age. There's a new caveat, let the center beware. This is the end of the corporate age.
We are well on our way to seeing our great country move toward an oligarchic form of government.
There's no quick and easy remedy that won't end in more calamity.
Corporate America, Wall Street, the major campaign donors are so powerful that no president can take them on unless tens of millions of people say, guess what, Washington, you are going to start representing the needs of working families and the middle class, not just the billionaire class. We know what's going on. We are paying attention.
In the town square,
huge